Welcome to the In-Season Podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. Things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are first-hand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and medications are hard to pronounce, so please bear with me. Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
If you weren't here, where would you be?
I'd be sitting in my chair alone.
All right, good to go. Well, thank you so much for being here with us.
That's the most honest. That's where I'd be, in the same place,
always love
but
your
I'd be
honesty.
alone. Yeah. You know, I can't think
And a
of
big hello
any.
to everybody else.
Oh, is everybody here? Hello.
Yeah, we got a full room real quick today.
Wait, I apologize if I don't remember and if they've been with us before, but Melancholy Creature, I don't know if we've talked before. Are you new? I don't know.
I have been here and lurked before, but
Got it.
under another name.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So this is the
Welcome
name I
back.
use online, so I figured I would put it on here. So
But we'll just guess what your other name was.
I'll probably tell you at some point. I'm just
Fine.
really
You
shy.
don't need
so
to. You don't need to. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I probably just will because that's how I am, and I wind up just talking too much.
That's okay. It's nice to have you.
It's nice to be around people because I haven't been around people in a very long time.
Well, thank you for joining us.
I'm glad I found you.
Yeah. Well, okay. So if I were not here, I would be downstairs in my office working. It's busy season for me. I prepare I do tax returns, and it's crunch time. I was very sick. I was on bed rest. I was not able to work for 3 months, and I have a lot of work to do. But I'm very happy to be here.
If I wasn't here, I would be sitting down on my phone in the kitchen while breakfast is being finished up.
There we go. Oh, that's right. It is it's actually only noon over there. Oh, imagine that. So what'd you guys have for breakfast today?
It is not the fanciest, but it's a egg frittata with cheese and beef stir fry from last night. And it doesn't sound good, but it is good. My
That's like
kids
a
like it.
3-course meal. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Just trying to throw everything into one thing so it makes it easier, you know.
Oh yeah, we don't believe in leftovers either.
Exactly.
Throwing out food anyway. All right, Brennan, how about you? If you were not here, where would you be?
If I was not here, I'd probably be at the soccer field, or I would, if we're talking just not on the stream right now, I'd probably still be sitting right here on my couch, just with the TV on. It wouldn't really have changed because my laptop wouldn't have opened. And for breakfast, I didn't have breakfast. I ate lunch and I made mashed potatoes, sauteed broccoli and mushrooms with a fried vegan chicken patty and gravy. Yeah, I made a
That
big
sounds
old one.
so good.
It was really good.
You
And
guys
I
are
miss mashed
fancy.
potatoes.
It was good enough that I walked back from the bathroom, and there was a little bit left in the bowl, and Mr. Man here was licking some mashed potatoes. And none of it was meat and none of it was dairy, but he wanted some of it.
Brandon, you're eating a pepper today, aren't you?
What was that? Oh,
You're eating a pepper today.
that's right. That's going to happen today. I
What
know.
time are you doing that? I have to make sure to
I
wake up and see that.
I wasn't gonna schedule a time. I was just gonna see when we had like a good amount of people on and be like, all right, who wants to see me do it? I'm gonna eat this like a bite of this Carolina Reaper. Oh
So
yeah,
this is like
Jocelyn.
a super hot pepper.
Well, so I'm gonna let Mark take over because he's the one who grew them and sent them to me. So
Yeah, well, there's a whole medley that's available to him. I don't know which one he's gonna
I'm gonna do
pick.
the Carolina Reaper. I
There, I
know.
don't, I there weren't Carolina Reapers. There were Ghosts
What? I thought
and
that
Dorset Naga.
I
The
thought they were
red
Reapers also.
the red guys with the bumps, the gnarly mean bumps, or
I'm
there's
sorry, bud.
longer ones which
Sorry, you're
are
on my lap, but
Boot Jolokia, and then there's shorter ones which are Naga Amoric or Moric, which
And
was
then do
then
you, sorry.
selectively bred by a breeder in Dorset, England to I think it has a quicker, shorter growing season. But the Dorset Naga
when was this?
was temporarily that's a that's the ghost. Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh.
when
Wow.
I
There's a
when I
couple
used the when I used
that
the
are a little
Google
bit
AI
smaller.
lens, like to take a picture and like check what it was, it said it was a Carolina Reaper.
Mine
AI
too.
I
is
mean,
wrong a lot.
maybe it's
Apparently,
it's um it's I don't know. The AI is not really particularly accurate with a lot of those. The is it
how
mushy?
about this? It,
If it's gotten mushy, then it
well, it's
might.
frozen. It was frozen.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It
I
is a
mean
little
that one.
mushy, but it
There's
was frozen.
there's the other ones there were two there like the
This is what
ghosts
I'm gonna
were like
eat.
that big, and then there were a couple that were shorter that were the Dorset Naga, and the Dorset Naga replaced the ghost as the Guinness record holder, but then was replaced by the Reaper. So they're all
All right.
kind of, I
Well,
mean,
well, I'm gonna eat this.
okay.
And there are seeds in it?
There is a few seeds in there. Yes.
Yeah.
And then do you have anything like milk or bread? And
Yeah, I
Yes.
was gonna ask like
I'm
what
not
is
gonna
it
do it right
going
this
to
second.
do?
I'm letting it
Yeah.
thaw.
Yeah.
no, I'm just curious. Like I am a weenie when it comes to spicy. So like
I mean,
I would have to,
you're all gonna watch me like watch my face melt. So
okay, but like did you touched
We're
it with your
gonna see
fingers.
a
Like
grown man
I got
cry.
jalapeno in my eyes once at a bar eating like tater tot nachos and I got the jalapeno juice in my eyes and they didn't have we had to Google what to do. It hurt so bad. And the Google said to put milk in your eyes. There was no milk, there was half and half. So we poured half and half in my eyeballs and it worked. So
The half and half would be even better than the milk. It's the fat in the liquid that
it worked.
helps to
Mark,
remove the
So do not touch your eyeballs.
no, I didn't. I just licked my fingers because I wanted to get the heat. Also, I'm gonna I'm prepping with peach ghost pepper
God.
sauce.
okay. Very nice.
Oh yeah.
Okay, gotta love the prep with that.
And proceeds to
So
walk
That
off
was like a
camera
little
so
bit
we
of a
don't see his
like he
reaction to
gagged a
it.
little.
oh, it's
Um,
yummy. He's used to it. He likes it.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
him enjoying it.
You build up a tolerance to
Oh, you
these
do?
things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and prep the
Yeah.
palate, and that's a good idea.
Wow.
So Jeff,
Yeah.
now, did we ask you already where would you be if you weren't here?
Yes, you asked me first.
Okay. So the
And I
next thing I
told you
wanted to
right
tell you
here.
about. Okay, perfect. And I did drop something for you in that tip jar chat. So if you get a chance to check that out before you take a nap, that'd be good.
Okay. Well, I can't take a
Just wanted to
nap
let you
until
know.
Brandon eats the pepper.
Oh, that's gonna keep you up, huh?
It's gonna have to.
Okay, well, anyway, just wanted to drop that in there and let you know how much that we all appreciate you. Been thinking about you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next person
All
to
right.
ask if you're okay with it is Melancholy Creature.
Let me see. I would probably be sitting right here, fiddling around on my phone or knitting. That's about the excitement. I need to be figuring out dinner, but I keep putting that off too.
What do you knit?
Absolutely.
Did you say something else? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to ask, what do you knit?
Oh, I'm knitting a sock right now.
I love knitting socks. Do you do the four double-ended needles?
No, I hate double points.
They're hard.
Yes, I hate double pointed needles. I have small circs.
Ah, nice. Yeah, okay. Socks
So,
are the best because they're short projects.
yeah, and they're honestly, it's only my third or fourth pair of socks that I've ever made,
Yeah.
but I started knitting because I started having seizures in 2019. It was August, and then COVID hit. So I was stuck at home, and then everyone was stuck at home. And, YouTube taught me how to knit with everyone. So I figured I would do something. And everyone for a million miles got dish rags that year, I think. And then I decided I got to make something more exciting than dish rags, and I moved on to socks, but they're a little more complicated.
They're very complicated and they're also really a great gift to give.
Yeah, my mom loves them.
Yeah, and especially people who are in a cold climate, they always need warm socks. My mom loved getting socks from me when I was knitting.
Hmm. You don't knit anymore?
No, I mean I did for a while. I started making blankets because there was a lot longer project. I tried doing sweaters and I hated doing the gauge. I just hated it. And so I ended up never being able, well, there was only one time where I did the gauge and I finally made a sweater that was the correct size. Before I did the gauge, sweaters would turn out huge. And I only made them for my mom, and she could never wear them because they were way too big. And she swore she would wear them. She'd roll the sleeves up, and they would also hang down to her knees. So,
That's my
I
next project is a sweater.
do the gauge. Do not be lazy like
Oh,
me. Do the gauge.
I will. I gauge for my socks too, so
Good for you. I never did because who cares if socks are big? My things always turned out big. So I cross stitch now. So I cross stitch. I started knitting 30 years ago. I'm very old.
I have my grandma's knitting books, so
Yeah, yeah. So I cross stitch. I'll probably go back to knitting eventually, but sorry, we're boring you now. See, I've gotten us all into the weeds.
That's perfect, though. We'd love learning more about each other and especially the encouragement of being able to indulge in a hobby, that you enjoy. It definitely is the right
During the
message.
pandemic, I got into jigsaw puzzles. I'm totally into jigsaw puzzles. I love them.
I used to do them all the time, but I had to quit doing them because my neck, I can't sit there and lean over a jigsaw puzzle like that. I can sit in a
Well,
chair with my knitting better.
you can get there's a solution for that. You can get a little table that tilts up, and I haven't bought one yet, but you can get a thing that you can get a little table to sit on your table. It tilts up, and there's felt on it so the pieces won't fall off. I have a cat, and so when I put my jigsaw puzzle on the table, she picks the pieces up and carries them away, or she bats them around. So I had to get this thing to put, like, I would cover the puzzle up, she would still pick the pieces up, but I got this puzzle saver thing. You lay the puzzle out on it and you fold these big, a piece of plastic over it, and that's fine. But you can get a thing to tilt up so you save your neck.
And they come on a Lazy Susan and everything. So when you do these big puzzles, you can turn it. Yes. I'm into those too.
You can even get a table specifically for puzzles where there's drawers to do the sorting. I mean, people are into jigsaw puzzles. Yeah.
And
They've been
there's
around
accessories
forever.
for days.
Oh, absolutely.
So melancholy, another thing that we usually ask our first-time visitors is, when was your last seizure? When were you
A month
diagnosed, and
ago.
what medications are you on? Sorry?
I had my last seizure was a month ago. It was really, really bad. My first seizure was August of 2019. My official diagnosis was May of the next year, and I'm on 4 flipping meds right now. Zonisamide, lamotrigine, Xcopri, and oxcarbazepine, like ridiculously high amounts of all of them.
Are they weaning you off of one to switch on to the other?
No, I'm
Oh wow, so
current.
this is a consistent schedule.
Yeah, yeah, this is I'm here and I've been here for a while, but my life keeps exploding. I was getting ready to have a referral from my epileptologist to a surgery center to be evaluated for surgery and stuff back the end of last year, first of the year, something like that. And then while we were waiting on the referral, my partner passed away. So now I basically had to put the brakes on that. And I was like, I can't deal with that right now. So I'm just on meds until life settles down. But at the same time, like, life's not settling down because I'm having to completely rely on my mom, who I cannot stand to be around for 5 minutes. So, yippee.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like, once again, nothing ever goes to plan, especially when it comes to treatment. Did they
Right.
give you any good news when it comes to surgery, though? Kind of a goal?
I have to go and get evaluated. That's the whole thing. And the place where I have to go to be evaluated is I have to do basically I have to transfer to those doctors because I'm on I was originally with a regular neurologist, and then they moved me to an epileptologist, and now they're going to move me to, I think I'm at a level, what is it? They got like a level 3 to what do they go to? A level 5?
I think four is the most
Is
reputable
it
one I've heard of.
4 is the highest? I don't
I think so.
remember. Anyway, I know that the one in Kansas City, I'm in Wichita, Kansas. And the one in Kansas City is where they want to refer me, and I'm in Wichita. So I'm at the like a level 3, and they want to send me to the level 4 in Kansas City because they can do surgery. But that's gonna mean 3-hour drive back and forth to doctors all the time. And the only person that has time to drive me is my mom.
Any family to go along with?
Nope.
That's exactly the situation I was in, driving 3 hours back and forth for pre-surgery, and the first 2 years after the RNS was in, yeah, like every other month.
Oh, and not even that. Like, I don't even want to tell her anything about what's going on. She doesn't even know what meds I'm on. She's never been around me when I have a seizure. She knows nothing. I try to keep her out of my life as much as possible. And since he died, I can't. So, but now it's like I have to. But I was a week away from getting my driver's license back, and I had a seizure.
Oh, okay. So is driving still in the cards, you think?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's happened
So
3 times now, so I don't think so.
yeah, so I mean that would involve getting a medical
I
professional to agree that you're capable of driving, right?
right. I don't even know that I don't know that I feel comfortable at this point.
Yeah, no, I mean definitely trust your intuition on when it comes to that, especially safety. Well, I'm glad you're definitely making some progress. I mean, you definitely have a lot of opportunities to work towards, and as far as the transportation goes, I guess we can be grateful that she is stepping up. If she'd be willing
Oh
to
yeah,
take that trip.
I'm very happy I have her.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. And
we've
I
got a
mean,
lot
during
to
during
work.
grief though, everything that's going on, that's definitely a lot to handle.
Yeah, it's just our relationship's never been good, and then this on top of it's just not helping. So it's complicated right now. It's just nice to find a group of people that kind of understand all of the things that I'm going through, because there's nobody in my life at all that has even remotely a clue of a small part of, like, the last seizure I had, I spent 2 days in bed afterwards, and I was home alone when it happened.
So, I mean, as far as first aid goes, have you ever been interested in at least having a camera or one of those devices that'll alert somebody you tell it, that it's programmed to?
I don't know that we haven't come across anything that would really work for my seizures, because
Yeah, that's definitely another kind of hit or miss situation. But I mean, thanks for coming by. Thanks for joining for that reason. That's what keeps a lot of us coming back because there's just
right,
nobody
it's
else who
nice to
really gets
hear.
it.
It's just nice to hear other people's stories.
Yeah.
So
So here we are with the first one today, green tea epilepsy. Anybody here that can't take coffee because seizures and tried green tea? What did you notice? They say green tea is good for someone with epilepsy, but some say green tea has caffeine. What's your experience? I was one of the ones who liked green tea for a while, but chose to stop drinking it because I was having more seizures and came to the conclusion that maybe it was the caffeine. I was not drinking any kind of organic, like good for you kind of green tea. It was just an off the shelf. I'm sure there was more preservatives than anything in it and sugar. But yeah, I'm probably one of the ones who does better without green tea. What about you guys?
I've never really drank it.
Never did green tea. I was doing like a lot of espresso, but then I had to cut that out because too much caffeine.
Yeah, caffeine will definitely start causing more seizures. What about you, Jocelyn?
I didn't realize that caffeine wasn't good for us. Um, I don't
It
really
seems
like
it
the,
seems like it's a trigger for some, lowers threshold.
yeah.
It's the overstimulation of the brain that can
Oh.
cause seizures.
Well, so I mean, when I had my CSF leak, I was supposed to drink caffeine because it produced more CSF fluid and it reduced headaches. So I was told to drink caffeine. And I'm normally a 1 cup of coffee person a day. Right now I'm on my third cup because I'm just so darn tired. I had to stay up really late and get up early, but normally I'm a 1 cup of coffee person a day. Um, as far as green tea goes, I've never really liked the flavor of it, so I'm just a 1 cup of coffee person. But I do like every once in a while I like having black tea, but I like herbal tea, but there's no caffeine in that. So I didn't know caffeine was a trigger for seizures. That's very interesting. I don't know. I also have a little bit of an update. I thought that I had been diagnosed with epilepsy, but I saw my neurologist this morning and he says it's still just a working theory that we still don't know if my seizures are related to the CSF leak or not. So I'm very confused.
But
I'm
how
very
many
confused.
seizure medications like AEDs and benzos have they got you on?
I'm on topiramate, and that has taken away the focal aware seizures have stopped, but I did have a breakthrough tonic-clonic seizure while on the topiramate, and so then they doubled the topiramate and gave me an emergency seizure medication, which is Klonopin. And so now that my CSF leak has been fixed, um, uh, my neurologist says that after 6 months, he's ready to have me get off of topiramate temporarily so that we can do an EEG, a 24-hour EEG while off the seizure medication to see if it picks up anything on an EEG. And I'm willing to do that too. Because he says that it's just a test to see if there's anything there, to see if any of my focal aware seizures come back, because I was having them twice a week for months, and I think it's a good test. Because I did have an Alice in Wonderland episode after surgery. After surgery, I had a deja vu feeling. It didn't turn into a focal aware seizure. So I think it's a good test. I mean, what do you guys think?
So what's the name of the test? You're not talking about another EEG.
No, no. Yeah, yeah. Just a test.
Oh,
I'll get off of my anti-seizure medication to be clean and then do a 24-hour EEG at home. And then
those
stay off of Topai. I mean, there who knows if it'll pick up anything, but then and then
exactly.
stay off and then we'll see what happens. And then he said and then he said we'll see if I'll go back on the topiramate or stay off of it to see if my seizures come back, because he's still not sure if the seizures were related to the CSF leak or not. It is extremely, extremely rare to have seizures from a CSF leak. Like, it is almost unheard of. It's almost unheard of. So I'm anyways, I'm a little confused, but I think I really like my neurologist, and I understand that he's because he's not dismissing that I might have epilepsy. He just says we just don't know if it's related to the CSF leak or not.
Sounds like he's trying really, really hard to prove that you don't. Like
I
he really
agree.
doesn't want you to have epilepsy.
I agree with that. I know. I know. I agree. So
So not
I
quite scared of it, but definitely showing that they would rather go with any other conclusion.
I know. And I think that he's just saying like, listen, it's just strange to have these two rare things happening in the same year. I'm 47 now, but at 46 to all of a sudden get epilepsy and also have this CSF leak happen 3 months later. He's like, how could that be statistically? I get it. That's very, 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 very statistically unusual, but it could happen. So,
Yeah, none of us really fit
yeah.
into a box. Epilepsy
Exactly.
does not seem to be statistically predictable
My
in
my
any
focal
sense.
my focal aware seizures started in June. My CSF leak started dripping out of the nose in August. And I asked him about that, and he said, well, you could have had microscopic drips happening from the CSF leak, and it could have just started coming out of your nose in August, which, sure, I believe. But, anyways, it's not like I want to have epilepsy, but we'll see what happens. So, anyways,
Hey, at
that's
least
the
you got
update
something
from
in the
me.
works. Definitely somebody who's managing the treatment.
Yeah, I agree. And he's a smart guy. He's not blowing this off. What I mean by the test being we'll get off of the topiramate and we'll see if I still have seizures. That's the test. And I will have an EEG. But we all know that EEGs don't pick up everything. They rarely find seizure. It's 24 hours. I was having two seizures a week. So we'll see if they pick up a seizure. I have to have a seizure within that 24 hours. So
Yeah.
we'll see. I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna have lack of I'm gonna purposefully be very tired. I'll see if I can have someone stress me out too. And
No.
maybe I'll have 4 beers.
Oh God.
I don't know. I mean, well, it's going to be at the end of April. We'll see. So, anyways. Hi.
All right, plan it ahead. Welcome, Annie.
Hello, hello. I'm just waiting for my doctor's office to call back. So I might have to skip out quick, but I will be here. But just so you know, I'm in and out, but Brandon didn't eat his pepper yet, did he?
I want to see it too.
Okay. Just checking. I see you're here, Brandon. I see you. Yeah. Those peppers. How's how's our little boy? Oh, that was
You're talking about mine, right?
yes, I am, Kate.
He is doing well. He chose to taste the dish after the pepper was actually cooked. Didn't go back for a second serving. but he came to the conclusion that time, at that time that he likes peppers.
Oh, good. It was just a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, yeah, I'm thinking it was definitely a surprise. And,
Yeah.
once again, have to take responsibility for that one. Mommy should not have left the peppers on the counter.
Hey, we all make mistakes, and sometimes when we make mistakes together, it's just a bigger mistake. Just
He's so tall.
he
He is
is.
so tall now. He can up over the counter in the bowl.
Yeah.
Anyway, icebreaker. If you weren't here, where would you be?
If I weren't here at
Yes.
Universe, I I would still be not, yeah, I would just be on YouTube or watching a movie or outside. And yes, I got the lawn done yesterday before it started raining. Whoa. Yep, without hurting myself. Um, but yeah, I would be outside playing with something or yeah, but I'd rather be here. Um, yeah, I'd rather be here, but I'd be out in the
Well, we're
garden.
definitely happy to have you here.
Yeah.
Amazed that you still can't just hold off on the chores that involve so much manual labor, but
I'm riding a go-kart, Kate. That's all I'm doing. I'm riding a go-kart that has a mower deck with two blades underneath, nowhere near me. It has a kill switch in the seat. Mark, I see you laughing. And okay, and it's a transverse operation motor. So the only thing it'll do is stall when my foot's off the clutch. Because once your foot comes off that clutch, the clutch and the brake are the same clutch, gas, brake, one pedal. Once your foot's off that, it stalls. Or if my ass
don't
comes
you think
off
that
the seat.
momentum could maybe have a negative impact on the limb that you have out of this, out of place right now?
Well, if it happens before surgery, they'll just have a little more work to do. We just talked about that. Kate, you're getting to know me very well. Yes, and we all have sympathy for my adult children. But yeah, I just finished that interview with the nurse for the pre-surgical stuff. And she said, she's looking at it. She said, he just keeps adding things. Do you know what he's doing to your shoulder? And I said, well, he hasn't said anything, but I'm anticipating this may go from scope to open. And she said, okay, I don't have to explain that. And I'm probably going to either get donor or synthetic tendon. Okay. All right, we're good. So she said, that just saved me 10 minutes. And I'm like, okay, so I I get it. And if I make it worse, I literally can't. I literally cannot make this shoulder any worse than it is. So, you know, they're going to anchor the cartilage back down, reattach the tendons, replace what they have to. So if I wreck it now, they'll just need a few more parts. I'm going in the shop next Wednesday. So what if my battery dies? I mean, I'll be fine, right? Right, Mark? Right? You know it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just making a connection now to the like comedy show on Netflix about the mechanic shop. I think it's called Tires, and they're just
Okay.
like it's you always say when the customer's in here, go and try to upsell them, say, well, we've got your car up on the lift. Why don't we just take care of this and that, while we're at it? Just
Yep.
add to the list.
Hey, while we got the car there, while I'm there, do you think you could,
Yeah.
and we actually, he made me understand that. He said, you're probably going to be carrying your arm by the time you get to surgery. And I can't guarantee that this is going to be as simple as I'm expecting. So, yeah. And I'm like, okay, so do I have restrictions? And this was in June. and he said, "You cannot make this worse unless you break a bone. And no, you can't make this worse. I can fix this." And I said, "So what if I break a bone? I can fix that." And I just looked at him and I said, "Oh no. Um, yeah, you shouldn't have said that to me because I have things I want to do that I probably shouldn't." He said, "Oh no, just your body will tell you when you can't. And that's up to you if you want to go to that, if you want that to happen." And I crafted a sling after all of this because I was in so much pain. And I'm like, I can't carry my arm around. So I have I think it's called a stretch strap. It's, just this thing with these loops that I use to like stretch my hamstrings, I use it's, yeah, physical fitness thing. And I discovered that it's a perfect sling for me right now. So I can breathe.
Are
And
you right-handed?
yes,
Oh, that
yeah,
makes it hard to do things.
yeah. And the worst I've ever had on my right arm is carpal tunnel. My
Oh,
left shoulder, I've had this happen, but not this bad. Um, so that's why I look at it that way, guys. I can't make it any worse, Kate. I could, but I'm going in the shop and we'll just fix it. You know, good.
I love your logic. Can't argue.
have
Okay,
them
thank
give you
you.
a
No
pedicure
point
while
in
you're there.
arguing it.
Oh, I did that because I know I won't be able to. I clipped my nails. I did all those things. I'm like, okay, what else can I do? And putting my arm in a sling, I'm like, oh, I didn't realize I'm not. Oh, here I thought I was worried about lighting my lighter. I can't cash out my bowl. I can't
Oh,
pack my bowl.
are you, and will you be in a cast too?
I don't think so. Probably a binder sling for a
I
week.
mean, I broke an elbow at one point, my right arm. It was hard to pull up my pants.
Yeah. Well, I'm having trouble with that too. And I'm chubble. So it's like I'm finally seeing a different number on the scale, which is very significant to me, almost 20 pounds. So it's a little bit easier, but yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is the classic call us when you can't pull your pants up anymore
yeah.
and we'll know you need surgery. I didn't wait that
Wow.
long because I knew. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
there goes my bicep tendon. We were just sitting watching a movie and I was just massaging. I know, Kate, stop. And and I'm just rubbing it and I felt this sensation. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'm like, oh that and I knew it was my bicep tendon because I felt my bicep just curl up. I'm like, oh, there's one. And then the doctor did the other one. There's two bicep tendons, and neither one of them are attached right now. And that's been for quite a while. So I can't make it worse. So why not mow the lawn? I might even put the dethatcher on the back of my go-kart and
Can
dethatch my
you
lawn.
raise your I mean, I don't want you to show me, but are you even able to raise your arm?
I can. It's uncomfortable. It's bringing it back down.
Okay.
That's the problem. Or reaching behind me, pushing against anything, pulling, putting any pressure on the joint, like pushing, pulling, lifting. I can still do a lot of things, but certain movements are very painful. But depending on what's hurting, putting my arms up can help. And then it's just carefully bringing it down. Um, but
And do you live by yourself?
I live with my daughter,
Okay.
my oldest daughter, and yes, send her love vibes and
Yeah.
grateful vibes.
So she can help you with things around the house. And
Somewhat. She's very
yeah.
If Anne
busy.
will let her.
Yeah, that's the other
Well,
thing.
I know because seem very independent.
Yeah, I forget to ask for help, and it's just easier to humble myself and
Yeah.
say, I just need you to take this laundry downstairs. I can do the rest. And it's just up and down the stairs. I do need help. And not just
Well, you
because of my
can't
shoulder.
carry things.
Yeah, I mean, I can
Yeah,
do it if I can do it, but
sure.
I also have spinal issues.
Oh,
So I
God.
can't trust my legs just carrying up a laundry basket. So I have to be careful. But I was doing it like they're called step ups. Like when you're weight training, you're stepping up and lifting a
Yeah.
weight that's how I've been doing, bringing my laundry basket up
Well,
because, yeah,
and there's always workarounds, like you put it in a laundry bag and then you pull it up with the string, or you put it on your good shoulder. I mean,
yep.
I'm independent too, and I live alone, and I find workarounds.
Exactly. Like this. This was, I'm like,
Yeah.
I just can't stand it. My entire core was guarding that shoulder. And it was starting to make it really hard to breathe because the muscles around my ribs were so tight. And I'm like, oh no, I've had enough of this. I had to support my shoulder enough to get that guarding to back off because I don't know if you guys have ever had problems with the muscles that support your spine, known as your erectors and deepest abdominal muscles. When those get spastic, it's very difficult to breathe because your rib cage is being squeezed, you're being pulled down against your diaphragm. And I'm like, that's it, I've had enough. So as soon as I got my arm up in something, I was like, oh, within an hour, I have so much more energy than I've had. So it's like, yeah, I feel a little better. But I'm getting really nervous now, waiting for, waiting for the doctor's office to call back, get the rest of the details, tell me to stop smoking, you know, all that fun. But yeah.
You can totally do it.
Oh yeah.
You're
And
gonna
it's
do it.
I was thinking about that workaround. It's funny because we were talking about weightlifting workarounds because my daughter is a certified personal trainer. She actually went to school for it. So um she was telling me somebody she knows, her husband is an engineer and he found workarounds in the gym where he found a way to strap on uh, a 12 by probably 3 foot, 12-inch by 3 foot board, like a piece of shelf on his chest, so that when he does whatever those presses are, when you're laying down, he doesn't need a spotter because it'll distribute the weight and tip the bar off of him without hurting him. And I'm like, yeah, I would use a chain hoist. I would use a chain hoist. Just yeah, but that's kind of clever, you know. So I'm like, all right, let's see what I can invent. So I went on the creativity, pulled my bag of tricks out. But amazing that they didn't put me in a sling or tell me to do this. Yeah, but it'll be better.
Well, once again, credit to your creativity for sure.
Yeah, right. I'm like, hey, that's it's not comfortable, but it's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. Yeah.
Whatever works for you, that's what's important. Another
Yeah.
one here is how long do your focal aware or autonomic seizures last? How do you feel afterwards? Just looking for support. It's been an exhausting month. Once a week, impending doom, horrible nausea, high heart rate, shaking profusely, and worried about being out in public now. This one, I think, used to be shorter. The confusion now seems like it maybe lasts a little longer, but the actual like physical shaking and whatnot doesn't last as more than like 2 or 3 minutes for me now. What about you?
Well, mine. Oh, sorry. You can go, Brandon. Oh, okay. Well, mine, I had to get the deja vu feeling, stomach drop, nausea. Sometimes I get a hot flash, and then Like the seizure part was like I couldn't understand vocal words, I couldn't understand written words, or I couldn't get like words out of my mouth. And then it would last like 30 seconds to a minute. And then sometimes I would get like kind of like racing thoughts in my head, or like repeated like disturbing thoughts going through my head. And that was strange. But then once it was over, and I would just go back to normal. So I didn't have any after effects from them. It was like it would last a minute, 1 to 3 minutes. I would feel nauseous. Sometimes I would feel like I was gonna throw up, and then afterwards I would be back to normal. So that's how they were for me.
Okay. And did that stay consistent or did that kind of change after years of having?
Well, no, I didn't have, I had them for under a year until I got on the Topamax and they stopped them. And so they were fairly pretty consistent in the symptoms and the effects. They were pretty darn consistent. Yeah. It was same type of thing, just progressively getting worse. And then I had the uh tonic-clonic seizures. I had 3 of them, but in between the tonic-clonics, I was having these focal aware seizures up to 2 to 3 times a week. Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. Glad they're a little more well managed. What's up, Brennan?
Uh, timing wise, I'm right there with Jocelyn. Yeah. Uh, mine show a little differently though. For me, I get it's like sort of my whole body kind of tenses up. Um, and I get these like sort of like neck jerks because my body is like tensing so hard. Um, and it's basically like that'll happen, but also it, just don't talk to me for the moment. I'm not doing great. And then occasionally mine will come off like I'm just very confused. I need to just sit, but also don't ask me any actual questions. But again, 1 to 3 minutes usually. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's a. I feel like safe number for us when we're having small numbers like that or small seizures like that. Like 1 to 3 minutes is. It's like okay, we can get through this.
Well, and I was looking through my notes also, and I definitely had moments of confusion, like when I was having the seizure, like definitely like when I couldn't talk, and afterwards I just had diminished brain capacity, I would say, like
It
just a little bit of confusion. Yeah.
basically all you can respond with is I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yes, like just
Okay.
like
I'm
okay, I'll be
okay.
okay in a minute.
Yep. We all
I'll
know
be
that.
okay.
We all
Yeah.
know that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh,
gonna
I'm
throw in.
glad I'm not passing out.
Yeah, I've got the and I don't even know I'm saying it because other people will tell me. It's like, oh hey, bye Jeff, hi Jeff, bye Jeff. Um, is
We'll
give
And
me a
post
Mr.
it
minute.
before the
Pepper eating.
pepper.
It's like give me a minute. I can say that in the just before I have a tonic clonic. Give me a minute. So yeah, you guys have your seizure sayings like that. Like I'm okay, I'm fine, I'm okay. Give me a minute.
And then family starts asking you questions that you can only answer if you're actually there, and that's usually where I fail.
The amazing thing to
What
me is
year
that
is it? Stuff like
I
that. Yeah.
I was having these focal aware seizures for months, and I'd like be on FaceTime with my mom, and she'd be like, "Oh, you're having a I'm like, and she'd be like, "Oh, you can't talk. It's okay." And like neither one of us thought, "Go see a neurologist."
They told
So,
me for, I think, 3 years that mine were panic attacks while I
So
was seeing a neurologist and had been diagnosed with epilepsy.
my first nurse practitioner said, "Oh, She ignored the brain glitches and she said, "Oh, those seizure things could be uh, uh migraines. They could be migraines."
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was literally just about to eat the pepper, and
Yay!
and Pookie fucking
No.
what he left. He fucking
Right.
left like 2 seconds. What the hell, man?
Jeff
Jeff.
too.
Jeff left and Toaster wants to be here and she's
You can
picking up.
just eat more.
You can eat more and tell us which one was
No,
hotter.
no, no. This is a
Come on,
one-time
man.
thing. This is
Come
a
on.
one-time thing.
No, his lips might be numb. He might not actually be able to articulate very well after this. So let's
Well,
give it a one and
Well,
done
then if
this
you're gonna
time.
do it later, what time? I'll come back.
I don't know. I
Tough
just
we
it
already
wanted.
out.
got,
I mainly just wanted Pookie and Mark and Kate and Sia to be here. Like, and Jeff too.
And
Uh,
me. I'm kidding. I'm
oh,
kidding.
I'm
all of us.
well. I was gonna say,
I'm just
Jocelyn,
kidding.
I'm glad you're here, but this is technically the first time we've met. I was gonna
I know.
say, oh, I forgot
It's
about
okay.
Annie. Like Annie needs her too.
It's okay.
No,
I'm a
no,
very
How can you
sarcastic.
Cause
ignore
she
that
no,
face?
well,
Melancholy. I love you.
well, and
Just I
she
hear
saw
your
me
voice.
take a little nibble yesterday.
Annie, I
You,
think that we could be great friends. We're a lot alike,
I
honestly.
know. I swear I gotta find you on Reddit. I think we may have already chatted. But yes, I agree. But Brandon, it is entirely up to you because in our disclaimer, we all understand that this is being recorded. So they can see it later. But we kind of want to see their faces
Yeah.
when you do it. This is for you, bro.
Yeah. Brandon, you do it
So
on your time. It's your mouth that you is gonna have to suffer.
and if you're
Well,
gonna suffer,
We're
technically
I
more of
want
us
you to
have the
see
product,
more
so
faces.
we could get another taste in. Mark, what do you
the,
think?
I mean the plant once it's got all of its ripe fruit picked off of it before they've dropped itself off, it sends a signal to the plant that it didn't actually get its full job of procreation finished out there. So the ghost pepper plant right now is absolutely covered with like gone into a frenzy of blossoms in the past few days. So typically the second harvest that I get from a new plant is the bigger one. So there will be a lot more ghost peppers in a few weeks.
We can do a round two if Brandon's taste buds still exist.
But it's kind of interesting.
I'll be fine.
It's not actually a taste bud thing. The burn of a pepper plant is a result of activating the TAR1 receptors, which are basically the heat pain receptors in the mouth. Um, so it's not like tasting sweet or bitter in the same way that the taste buds do. It is telling all of the tissue in the mouth that it comes in contact with, you are experiencing um, high temperature and pain. And there's a whole group of different capsaicinoids inside of the peppers that can produce varying combinations of these, heat, um, pain. So that's why some of the peppers burn like really far up front and kind of sting more, and others are kind of warm in the back, like the habaneros are kind of a back of the throat warmth. Um, but
Okay, Mark,
yeah,
hear me out here.
uh,
New podcast idea. This is going to be separate. It's called the Hot
yeah.
Pot. All right. And it's all about peppers and weed.
Nice. I like that. I mean, yeah, the pepper plants are good practice to keep, keep my horticulture skills sharp until the hopefully eventual passage of home grow here in the state of Florida. I would like to actually, you know, do my own plants here rather than having to go out to the dispensary. So,
At least you can go to the dispensary.
Mark, did you just do what I think you did? Oh, he did.
Brandon,
Brandon, I'm sorry. But Mark, yes, I'm
You
I
ate
could
it?
sit. We should do a one-on-one. Okay, you and I could sit and listen to you all
No, Brandon has to
day
unmute
long.
right now. We have to hear this. He's gonna sing.
Yes, come on, unmute.
Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
What's the name of that pepper again, Mark? And what kind of
that
heat?
one, I think that one was a ghost pepper, Boot Jolokia in the
What's your
region's
chaser?
native language, which means it translates literally to ghost pepper.
What's your chaser, bro? Oh,
All right, now
you
just
got
remember,
some
don't
gum?
touch anything else with that hand.
I'm
Are you
Yes,
crying.
chasing it with vodka?
Don't rub your eyes. Don't rub your eyes or wipe your nose or touch any other skin with that pepper hand.
We're in the universe of Zen right now. We're zenning with you.
I'm crying.
Oh,
Oh.
let
Laughing,
all
crying, we're here
of
for
that
you.
negative energy leave you with that heat.
You are.
Oh, you are so brave.
Yes, you are.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not laughing at you,
we kind of are.
but we love it. You are
He even turned the
amazing.
camera so we can watch him paint.
I know, I love this. Thank you.
I needed it on film.
You're
Oh,
the best.
holy fucking shit. Oh,
Warriors.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Did she
Those are
just touch
man
your
tears.
face?
Don't touch those tears. You can use a Kleenex or your shirt.
it's
Don't-
starting to pass. I'm gonna
Go
go wash my
wash your
hands, but it's
hands.
starting to pass.
Get under your fingernails too, bro. Do the 2-minute hand wash today. Oh
Sing
my
happy
gosh.
birthday when you wash. That's 20 seconds.
Hey,
Dude, you just outpaced Hot Ones. Okay. I'm so glad this is being recorded.
That was amazing.
That was amazing, bro. And we're watching you.
I'm okay now. My face is completely covered in tears, but I'm okay.
But they're manly tears.
I wish someone could play I Can't Feel My Face right now. But I can't feel my face when I'm with you song.
I blow my nose. Oh my god.
You can blow your nose. We'll let you.
Definitely using a tissue every time because some of that capsaicin will be in your mucus. And if
Yes.
you use that tissue for your eyes, just I don't care if you cover the floor with tissues. You deserve that.
No, I'm all good.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
wipe
I'm all
your
good now.
snot with your tears, but don't wipe your tears with your snot.
Right.
No, I'm totally fine now.
I
It
see
burns,
that.
but like I'm back
Do
to
you want
normal.
to do another one?
Not right
Later.
this second.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, seriously. That
Anyone want
opens
to see me take another shot of the peach ghost pepper sauce?
I mean,
Hey,
I think you've been through enough, but
I
go
think
for
you
it.
Actually,
should.
a little just got on my finger.
Oops.
Oh,
Oh,
That was amazing. Thank you.
oh, that was a heat burp. Oh yeah.
Oh, I bet it
Oh.
tasted kind of gross.
No,
Better make
actually,
something light for dinner
Mark,
tonight.
Mark, the flavor on that pepper
A lot of
was so
bread.
good. Oh my
yeah.
God. Like, yes, it was insanely hot. That is undeniable. But the flavor on it, so good.
Very
Is it
cool.
like a
That's
sweet pepper?
It definitely had some sweet and some tang to it.
nice.
Nothing like a
You
jalapeno.
you have to have a pretty respectable heat tolerance already built up to be able to detect any sort of
Yeah,
flavor
even being
underneath
able
that.
to get the
So
flavor
that's
was going to take a little bit of tolerance. Yeah.
yeah.
I did
Oh,
not
that
get
was
the flavor on the nibble. I didn't get the flavor until I actually cooked with it.
that was delicious.
It
My
looked
face
so
melted, but it was
delicious.
delicious. It was a full body response, but
Wow.
Well, thank
Oh,
you
you got the we
for
got singing
sharing
and dancing out of you today.
that.
I know, literally. Like when I knew that I had to stand up and start moving around, I was like, no, I can't let them just think that I'm just off camera. I need them to see this. I'm sad that Pookie missed it, but he'll see it in the edit.
He's
Oh,
gonna
he's
have
gonna
fun
play and
watching
edit
this one
and
back.
exactly. All right, so back to epilepsy.
I do have to get
Um,
going. This was totally worth it. I mean, I'm gonna come back later, you guys, even though I'm skipping the bar tonight because I've got to work, but I will come see you guys instead of the bar.
oh, okay.
We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll be here.
Bye.
Bye
Nice seeing
bye.
you guys. See you
See ya.
later.
We'll be here.
When I get a
Okay, now.
break in the storm that's been happening off and on all day, I do need to run to the store. So I'll do a brief hop off when I get a break, but I just want to let you guys know if I disappear out of
Mhm.
nowhere.
Yeah, stay
Sounds
safe
good.
out there.
Oh, I can feel my tongue again.
There you go. It'll come back one at a time. All right, so had a seizure due to medical errors. Now I can't drive. Hey guys, help. I'm in very rural UK governed by the evil DVLA. I was given a wrong combination of meds by my doctor for pain relief due to a spinal break, and this caused me to have a seizure. I'm waiting a neurology appointment. However, I have never had any seizures before this and don't have an epilepsy diagnosis. It was a tonic-clonic seizure lasting over 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so not a small one. However, since I had the seizure, I can't drive for 6 months now, even though this wasn't my fault, and even though the docs prescribed me the medication that caused it. It feels incredibly unfair that I'm being punished for a medical error. My daily commute has increased from 30 minutes one way to 2 hours. Is there a way I can appeal this? Will they take this into consideration, or am I just screwed? I mean, personally, I kind of hope they don't repeal that decision because a seizure's a seizure. It does open those neural pathways for more, especially if you're still undergoing treatment for the spinal break, because that's not a quick heal. So, yeah, this is going to have to be be grateful you can even still make that commute.
It
Tough
does
trip,
say that
but
you can actually appeal it, but yeah, you would need a lot in order to be able to do so. A doctor would need to pass you off, and you would have to get legal advice too. So I think in
Yeah,
that
I don't know
circumstance,
how it's different over in the UK too. They said
well,
that's
yeah, it says the DVLA is the Drivers and Licensing Division, basically in the UK. Um,
So it's
So for
pretty
England and
similar to over here
Wales,
then.
sort of, because there's also like there's breaks between the communities. So like there's England and Wales, you have
Yeah.
to contact the local magistrate, and then for Scotland,
There's
it's your local
literally
sheriff's
four.
court.
There's 4 countries in that country.
Yeah, there's a lot. So I mean, yeah, I mean, you'd have to still have a certain time frame in between seizures. So I think that it's probably just like Kate said, a seizure is a seizure. So um, it's probably safer if you don't, you know, fight against it. Just kind of take the time to rest and recover and try to find different ways because they do have transportation over there. I'm not sure how good it is though.
What do
Six
you think?
months isn't really that long either, to be honest. I mean, when you're young and you're first starting out with a diagnosis like this, it seems like, 6 months is forever. How will I get by? But um, at the end of it, when let's just say when OP makes it to the end of those 6 months seizure free, um, it really won't seem like that much time in retrospect, looking back on it. Um, and a little bit of time for the sake of safety. Um, I think that's a fair trade. Um, even though that's not the answer that OP would want to hear. Um, yeah, I'm kind of with Kate. I think it's probably something that shouldn't be fought. Um, just take the time. Um, so I don't know what else.
Melancholy, did you hear enough of that one?
I would say I understand where they're coming from and why they're feeling so upset about it. Because I was that way when I first was not able to drive. But the longer I've not been able to drive and the more seizures I've had and the more I've learned, I think I would say just take it from the people who have more experience in this situation, and 6 months isn't that long and it'll be over before you know it. Just move on.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Toaster, did you catch that question? And welcome. Okay, so on this one, we were talking about somebody over in the UK who was given the combination of wrong medications for a spinal break that caused a seizure. As a result, got their license suspended for 6 months, even though it wasn't their fault. And now their commute has increased and they're just really frustrated. And Post is asking, is there any way I can appeal this? And, should I? But the first response here is definitely something OP is not going to want to hear. It says it's obviously somebody from over there. It says a seizure is an instant medical ban, regardless of cause, unfortunately, and that includes provoked ones, even if it's just a one-time thing. If it was a full tonic-clonic, then your doctor isn't going to be in a position to say that you're okay or not. And I thought, or no, I guess you'd never know. The DVSA are under no obligation to listen to them either. Hopefully for you, if it was just a one and done 6 months in your back, I'm on 3 years of medical suspension while juggling meds, and I actually did have a neurologist say it was fine to drive. And their last little edit is for epilepsy, it's a 12-month ban each time. So if they actually go through with getting an epilepsy diagnosis after this, they definitely have some like strict criteria over there, it sounds like. According to this comment anyway. Go ahead, Toaster, what do you think?
I have some strong opinions about driving with uncontrolled seizures. it's not just your life on the line, just not your property on the line. It's other people too. And it's it's selfish. I think the to I mean, you were honestly, when I was told I couldn't drive, I was angry too because I was the only one getting to places. But now that I'm in a very good support system, if I need to go someplace, we either go that day or the day or the next day. I get to where I need to go. Appointments are kept. So the loss of driving is not as harsh anymore. So it does depend on the situation, and I think you're right. You have the right to be angry. Just don't be selfish about it. Just stay away from the car. Well, the wheel. You can be in the car, just not behind the wheel. Can you hear
Yeah,
me
somebody
now?
else's.
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can clearly hear you now. Thank you for that. And it sounds like another reason they're frustrated about this, they responded to one of those saying, I can't stress how rural I am. I'm at like dark at 2 o'clock in the winter level north. And I guess that starts for them next month. Yeah, that's pretty far north.
They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different national and regional um transportation services for people with epilepsy. And it can be free or discounted, so that may be something to look into.
And that's in the UK?
Yes, they have it for London, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, England, and yeah, so it's kind of all over, northern, southern, all over.
Okay. So if we could travel international, that might be some place to visit for the summer. All right, next one is things you miss. I hate how much I miss doing things, either because I can't do them anymore, because people are afraid of me, or because I let the anxiety get to me that something might trigger my epilepsy in that situation. Today, I bowed out of going to a concert that I've been looking forward to for months because after years of listening to my ex-wife tell me that it will trigger my focal seizures despite it never happening before, I have given up on them because I don't want to ruin my friend's night. But I'm at the point now where I will stop being invited to things because of the rate that I'm bowing out or passing on of doing things or going out. Okay, pity party done. Thanks for listening. I don't think that's an unreasonable rant. I mean, it's frustrating, but probably more for this one because he wouldn't have done it if it wasn't for the ex-wife, it sounds like. So after that point, I can see when you get out of a restrictive relationship, kind of wish you hadn't made some of those calls back then, but hey, make up for it now. If you're well managed, plenty of festivals. Who you guys?
Things can change.
Mark, has that ever happened for you? Where once you got more managed, you ended up getting back into that scene?
No, not really. I've only been um diagnosed and medicated for epilepsy specifically since December 2020, 23, 24, not, it's been about 2 years, I guess, a little less than 2 years. So, um, I haven't gotten to a point where I've ever been more controlled. Um, like especially given, perfect example, I had a seizure yesterday before going into that sleep study, and you know, yeah, so I'm not well controlled, but I would not hesitate to go to a show if it was something that some band that I really like. I don't know if some people might consider it different going to like a metal show or like a nerdy prog rock band compared to like an EDM festival. Those kind of have pretty dissimilar sort of environments. I can see how some people, if you're going to like a rave, would say that's not safe for an epileptic person. But I don't know. There's not really that many flashing lights and strobes and stuff in the sort of music scene that I've been in. And yeah, the bigger part would be going alone. I don't know that many people around me anymore, but um I don't remember why I started rambling about this.
No,
Um
that's answering the question perfectly. It's similar to what one of the responses here is saying. It's about your support team. I'm lucky my family is tight, helped me when I got diagnosed with epilepsy, and family's always been there last when I'm coming out of a seizure. My wife or someone made sure, 3 minutes use a nasal spray and watch out for any symptoms. But yeah, I think it's more important not to miss out, but at least go with someone who can watch out, like you said. What do you think, Sia?
I feel kind of the same way. I think it is based on your support system because I've told my husband multiple times there's a lot of shows that I'd really like to go to that are happening within like the next year. And I'm not, super well controlled. I'm maybe 2 weeks without a seizure, and that's like the longest period of time in a year and a half. But I think that it's important also too for us to still live our lives and enjoy the things that we enjoy. And if we enjoy music and you have somebody that can go with you, that you trust, then having that person come with you and still going and just, keeping an eye on you while you're there. I think that that's, a safer situation than going by yourself and not really knowing your triggers. Um, but again, with triggers, I mean, that's kind of stuff that you can test out at home. Um, if you have a rescue medication, that's kind of what I've done is I'll test things out that I'm not really too sure about, and then I have rescue medications just in case. So I've learned a lot about triggers that way.
Yeah, that's a good call. Definitely know what you're walking into. And how about melancholy? Were you a concert goer? And are you still?
I used to be years ago, but that was before I had seizures. And since I've been having seizures, I can't go for other reasons. I got other issues that keep me from going.
Glad to hear that you do still have your active hobbies though. We all like our knitting and puzzles. So another one here. Oh, Mark, actually, I meant to ask you, how well did how well did your appointment go? Did you go off the meds trying to have the seizure and that's what happened?
no, it was just a sleep apnea study thing. Uh not
Okay, so no
yeah, they weren't
seizures intended.
yeah, they weren't trying to provoke anything or record anything. They're just checking. um I don't know, it's interesting this whole chain of physicians, the neurologist given my uh cardiac history. When I started having palpitations with the Vimpat, she sent me to a a cardiologist, and when the cardiologist saw the EKG that I had back when I was 12, he um, sent me to a pulmonologist because he was concerned about sleep issues and stuff and breathing. And um, everybody wants to be extremely careful. And then, or when, yeah, when they see that EKG that I have, it looks like a seismograph from like San Andreas fault line or something. Um, uh, 300 beats per minute. Uh, Scares a lot of doctors. Um, so that got me sent to a pulmonologist, and the pulmonologist just sent me to the sleep uh, sleep study last night. So I don't know what anybody's looking for anymore. It feels like they're just starting trying to, I don't know, just
They're looking for
ref
anything.
yeah, referring, maybe just referring because they feel like they're expected to do something out of an appointment. Um, I don't know. It was only this morning that I realized that, or recognized that I had the seizure yesterday, though, because um, I was sitting and just after showering and everything, and resting heart rate was 66 beats per minute, and then in an instant it shot up to 180 something beats per minute just momentarily, and then came back down. And I was just so in my post-ictal state, I was so tired that I just wanted to go to bed. I didn't recognize that it was a post-ictal state. I thought that maybe it was just the fact that I had no caffeine, that I was so tired or something. Um, but that level of fatigue that quickly, instantaneously, um, and my complete inability to fill out the form, answer all of these questions, on a scale of 1 to 5, how hard is it to, um, or how likely are you to fall asleep while watching TV or something? It just, that question, when posed to me, just made me angry, and I didn't understand it, and I just wanted to be left alone. Um, so, um,
Are you
So were
more
you able to
likely to
reflect
fall
on that?
asleep?
uh,
Are you more likely to fall asleep in front of a TV? Because I know my dad is.
no, yeah, my father is. I don't, not unless I've, taken a lot of RSO and, just about to intentionally go and try to fall asleep. But
Is it time for Brandon to eat his pepper?
is Brendan still here? He ate it all right. He ate some. He
I
might eat some
did.
more
I
for you.
missed it.
But it is recorded, and you
Oh,
will definitely be
okay.
watching it back, and you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it, Toasty. You'll totally be rolling, I promise.
I got a
But now
preview.
that we've got you, let me ask you, if you weren't here, where would you be? That was our icebreaker.
Oh, if I were not here, where would I be? Dead. Sorry. If I was not here, I'd be dead. But I made it to here. So yeah.
Now you're gonna turn that into a story somehow.
Oh, my
Alice is gonna end
story
up with,
is
oh yeah, oh yeah. Alice is gonna end
oh
up working that into a setting somehow.
I can't even read through them. Okay. Something happens with my vision, and I keep going back, and it happens again and again and again. I love them, but I can't finish reading them fast enough. This is awesome. I love you.
it's I love you too. It's you made it into fucking college. It's so freaking awesome.
Well, I was a kid. Um,
You're going to
undiagnosed. Yeah,
uh,
undiagnosed, but didn't even, yeah, but yeah,
yeah, while you're still undiagnosed, but still,
it's a fun story.
it is.
So,
You didn't
Hey, maybe that's another
get
idea on
truly
top of
diagnosed
those.
until you were a mom, right?
yeah, and two of my kids were already gone out of the house. My daughters were gone off to college and then off to their own lives, pretty much. And my son was still home. And I keep reminding him that he experienced that trauma. And he's like, no, mom, no. Yeah, no, you did. He'll recognize it. But
That's because kids bounce
yeah.
back.
No,
And speaking of kids, excuse me.
I think he's holding on to something. I think that might be something, but it's for him to explore. But yeah, that was traumatic, for him to watch me go through so much of the same things. It's like seizure after seizure, ER after ER. Oh, psychiatrist after psychiatrist. No, I need a neurologist. It's like it took me a while to get to that, but yeah, we all, a lot of us went through it. I read, I think it was either on, it was on one of the other subreddits that somebody just went through 5 years of that. And it's like, I thought I was going to die. I really didn't think I was going to get the help I needed in time. And wow, that's a recognizable feeling. So yeah,
Now, sorry about the barking.
it's okay.
Are
Jeez.
you still here? You're kicking ass.
Yeah, and I just finished the all the pre-surgical stuff for Wednesday, and I am numbing my mind because I have to do this. This is not elective surgery anymore. um, and that was part of the interview. And I'm like, so she said, yeah, you have to have this done. We will get you through it. But it's all set. Everything is done, and it'll all happen as it should. But yeah, I'm scared. I'm trying not to be scared. So I'm gonna go numb for a minute.
Well, thank you, as always, for sharing. And welcome also to Jason.
Hey,
The question here today is, if you weren't here, where would you be?
um, dead.
You're in the grave club with me.
Yeah. Yeah, just like the reason why I say that honestly because like I mean like if I didn't have seizures, I mean I would be a lot better, but at the same time like I low key wasted my 20s by partying and drinking alcohol. I mean like partying, drinking alcohol, doing cocaine and doing cocaine and then smoking weed. I mean, like I still smoke weed to this day because because of my medicine, and also, and like I mean like like and also like I've been tasting a lot. Like I've been tasting a lot. So just like I mean, like, but but now but now I have grown up and got to understand my 20s. Like I believe that like it would be a time to an end.
The human brain doesn't stop developing until the 20s.
Uh, yeah.
So
Um,
your brain finally caught up with all these ideas.
yeah, just like like it caught up. Yeah, like it caught up like around like I believe like I would say like at least like yesterday when I was going for a walk and then like I was smoking a blunt and I was smoking a backwood and I was smoking a blunt and a backwood and I was like watching the like the sunset like at the lake, like at the park. I was watching sunset at the park and like I told myself this question like like what would I what would I would do in my 30s? So I mean like so just like I said pretty much I mean like I said pretty much like I'm like so like I'm pretty much like down I was pretty much I was like down to make music again but like not really though.
Yeah, that's another topic that we cover pretty frequently is, looking back and things that not necessarily you wish you did differently, but maybe would have put more energy in at this point, knowing what you're coming up against. And it just on the post that we just read, a lot of people have different perspectives. It's called Things That You Miss. It's somebody who's going on about how they wish they would have gone out more, but after they were first diagnosed, an ex was saying you shouldn't be doing this because it'll trigger a seizure, and they didn't really know their triggers at the time. But all out of all the comments, the number one is driving. People are just saying when they had transportation, when they could have driven and it was safe, they just wish they went more places. But it's not even about going places, it's about actually like making use of that independence.
It's about being able to get to that grocery store.
Yeah, and that thing about the brain being developed now in your 20s, even that's debatable. That it
Oh
sounds
my
like they're coming
goodness.
out with new studies about that. It's more of a case by case.
I just got a memory spark. So about self-driving cars, and he had it all. Have three, and you could set them. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, that's perfect. All I need is three locations. Grocery store, Taekwondo is right next door to the grocery store. Perfect. Pharmacy, awesome. Doctor's, and the doctor's office is the same place as, or no, school. School was the third location, of course. You get the home location, which is your base. Yes, he loves the word base. But it's like this because some people only need those few locations. The world would be changed.
Your mic keeps breaking up.
Mhm.
I couldn't hear you, Annie. My thing keeps going in and out.
Yeah, we were just saying that it does sound like it's cutting in and out. We can hear most of what you're saying, but it is definitely a little broken up. Yeah. So the next one here is all the places. They start this one saying life's got a sick sense of humor sometimes. My most recent seizure was in the bathroom. Came to on the floor, underwear around my knees like a sad surrender flag, wiping bodily fluids off my face. My spouse is sitting there crying. There's something uniquely humbling about it, but screw it. If I can't laugh at the misfortunes, I'll just keep talking or taking shit anyway. So here's to flipping off misfortune and owning the chaos. Anyone else got a bathroom floor comeback?
Yeah, I fell face first on the floor I was in the middle of trying to put my kids down for bed. My husband was already laying down in bed, half asleep, and I felt it coming, but I was like, I got like 1 more minute left. I can do this. And as I'm walking out of the door to go tuck my son in, boom, right onto the floor. And it woke everybody up. And I busted my face pretty bad.
One where I fell face first into the corner of um the bathroom sink. Um and I only really knew that because I had a black eye and my glasses got shattered in that corner right up against my eye. So thank God I closed my eyes and I didn't get any glass in my eye, but yeah, my glasses broke, and I had a pretty bad black eye, which was fun to explain. And like, I don't know, I just woke up on my bathroom floor. Pretty sure I fell into the sink. I don't know.
My
Uh,
very first seizure, I was told that I tried to fall through the glass shower doors, but I don't remember it.
I remember. I mean, like I remember my last seizure when I was in the hospital, and then like I remember 5 days after that, like I got like one of the most biggest scars. I had one of the most I had a huge scar on my face. Like I had a huge scar on my face, and it was just it was so bad. I mean, like I have a picture of it. I mean, I have a picture of it, and like the scar was like from all the way here and stuff like that. And on top of that, like I had like my right toe was completely like numb and stuff like that. But I do have a picture if I can see.
That happened from the faceplant on the sink, you said?
No, no, well, I mean, like it happened, it happened like after the accident that I had, and it was like around and like it was like 3 days after. I
Oh,
love your
so it
kid
was still
frame, by
there
the
like
way.
3 days later.
Yeah.
Yeah, sink gets a lot of us. That's what left mine that never healed all the way either. This one of the comments on this post though is pretty funny. And Toaster actually said that the one that she had in the bathroom was at Duke. So that's the best place that you could have one with like medical staff around and waiting.
Mm.
This one here is saying one that I can laugh at. Focal aware for years. My first focal unaware was a wake up call. Out running in the countryside, miles from home on a disused railway line turned into bridle path. Then bang, I was running on the path with no clothes on. Ow. Didn't even know where clothes were or which way to run. Went one way, then figured it out, ran the other way, but realized I couldn't get home without going through town. Got to the end of the path, but it was busy, so I hid in the bushes and I realized I was opposite a children's playground. Ran into the sports center, barged into the front. I've had a seizure, lost my clothes, please help. They were great, bundled me into the side room, and after a few minutes, a hand came through the door with a carrier bag of spare clothes. Friend picked me up and helped me break into my house. The keys were somewhere in the countryside. 2 days later, I went back to find clothes and keys, found police about to send divers into a nearby lake. My clothes had been discovered neatly folded behind a hedge, and they thought I'd gone for a one-way swim. That's the funny bit. The unfunny bit is I've had to live my life knowing I can never trust myself again. I don't see how that could have gone any worse. Well, at least they're safe though.
While it they came about, or they came across the police about to send divers, it's like, well, perfect timing to sort of be like, hey, no, those are my clothes. I'm alive. I promise. Sorry about the confusion.
Yeah, I did kind of get suspicious as I was reading through this one as to how genuine this one might be. But, some people do come up with convenient stories.
Oh, I wasn't even suspicious about it.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah,
starting to
Kate.
get
Kate,
suspicious because of that
yeah,
convenience.
Kate, you're the one coming across suspicious.
All right, so we've got another one here. This one is more of a celebration, saying I'm not epileptic. Hi everyone, my EEG came back and said not epileptic. I see this as a win. Thank you for all your support. As I'm not epileptic, I'll be leaving this sub and thank you so much. And thank you all for confirming I'm not crazy, that this isn't normal. I will update all of you when I can. And then another edit saying I'm scared now because they're asking me to go to the hospital to be monitored for another EEG. So does this not come across as kind of when we all wanted to celebrate after that first clean EEG, just thinking you'll never have a seizure again? And surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I feel like this comes up quite a bit where people are like, I'm seizure free. It's like, well, you say that until another one happens, and then you're no longer seizure free. So you can't really say seizure free. And I don't know, like, even if you're not epileptic, if you had enough seizures to warrant getting an EEG, I feel like you're not necessarily out of the woods, so to speak.
Yeah, especially since they got a call the next day saying that their doctor apparently wants an inpatient one.
Oh
And now
yeah,
they're
that too.
setting an appointment. Yeah.
Totally forgot that. Yeah.
Aren't most EEGs clean anyway?
Oh yeah. I had to go through 3, I think, before I did all the right things about getting off the meds at the right time, not drinking for long enough, and just lining up all the triggers. Had to have it at like the right time of the month and all that to get enough seizures for them to have the evidence needed for pre-surgical stuff. Is that kind of what direction they're headed in with you think, Melon?
We have absolutely no idea what's going on with me. Nothing. Not a clue. No clue about triggers or anything.
Okay, so I mean, one step at a time, do you feel like you at least have an epileptologist or like a decent neurologist that's answering your question?
Oh yeah. It's just I'm tend to be a medical mystery. It's just how things go.
Well, another thing hopefully we can help you out with, just giving you ideas of what to bring up every time you have an appointment. Are they still asking you to come back less than every 6 months, I hope?
Yeah, I think I go back next month. Like every couple months right now.
Do you like taking notes, especially around seizure times of like what you were
Oh, I
doing
have a
that day and
tracker.
what you can
I
remember?
I bring them data. I could give them like 4 years of how many auras I've had
Oh, so you've been having these for a couple years now.
since 2019, mid 2019.
Oh, okay. And it's still just that, try this and see if it works strategy.
Pretty much because it's going really good and then it's not.
Did you see that label yet of medically resistant or intractable?
Oh yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, well,
A
if
couple
somebody already
med
brought up the surgery idea,
a
that could be.
couple medications ago.
Yeah, that does come up as inconvenient at first, but it could be a step in the right direction.
Um, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. So most of the other comments are pretty much repeating the same thing, that a lot of people got told they were not epileptic, no more EEGs needed. Next time they had a seizure, the doctors tried to say PNES or migraines or anxiety attacks. And sometimes if you don't have the right team, it sounds like they like that first clean EEG and just want to hold on to it. But more self-advocacy. Now this one is somebody saying photosensitive. Did you always react to lights or did it develop over time? And it looks like it's some of these. I remember what it was like seeing strobe lights at concerts, flashing Christmas lights, and going through my hometown Halloween maze. I loved it. Now I have photosensitive epilepsy and it hurts. I've been seizure free for 4 years, but flashing lights will still cause me physical pain and give me migraines. I miss a lot of the events I used to enjoy. So, never heard of that. Do you guys develop triggers over time?
I've noticed that like stuff scrolling on a TV really fast or on my phone really fast, or a lot of times when I'm in a car with someone else driving, if I'm looking out the windows, I'll get auras. But my auras don't typically lead to to seizures, like bigger seizures.
I get those exact same uh, feelings from the exact same situations that you just said. Yeah. Um, did they develop sort of over time, or was it like? Well,
I've
actually,
just kind I've just kind of noticed it.
yeah. Like I sort of second guessed my question as I was asking it. Where yeah, Kate, I feel like all of our like things come about over time. Um, because like the more stress our brain is going through.
I lost your audio. I
There
can't
we are.
hear
I'm
you.
back. I'm back.
Okay.
So like the more seizures we have, the more stress our brain is going through, the more damage it's taking. So it would make sense that over time, smaller things that maybe didn't affect us beforehand start to affect us more. Um, when it comes to the photosensitive part, I have said it before, I will say it again. Everybody, no matter if you have epilepsy or not, is slightly photosensitive. You know what I mean? Like super bright store lights or whatever it is, like um it, even people who don't have epilepsy can walk into a store and go, "Oh, I hate these lights. These are horrible." Because it's just a thing. Everybody feels it. It's just a matter of like, does it cause you a seizure or not? But I think most of us notice the lights more uh, since getting epilepsy. I don't know if like that's the
Absolutely.
case. Yeah, like the lights don't set me off. I just notice them more, and they don't. My eyes just aren't a fan of them. I started wearing
I
sunglasses everywhere, even like when I was inside, just because I wanted to dim all the lights.
I live in a cave. Yeah, my whole house is very dark practically.
Yeah.
Yeah, we chose to keep all the hurricane shutters on this year.
I actually have a interesting story about some of my stuff too, is that I am labeled as slightly photosensitive now, but years ago before my surgery that caused the transition into the TCs, I had a friend who I worked with. She had epilepsy and she was like very well controlled, but she had photosensitivity like severely. So even though she was very well controlled on her medications, she still couldn't um like what's the word that I'm thinking of? She couldn't be subjected to flashing lights. Even if it meant like just the light behind the trees. And I remember talking to her about it. And I was like, oh, like that's crazy. How does it work? And I was like trying to talk to her about it. And we did talk about it. She explained it to me. And back then, I was not affected by flashing lights. But after my surgery, it did become a problem. And ever since then, it has been a problem. So I don't know what that means, um, but the transition into the TCs after the surgery, I can only assume the surgery did more damage than what we thought, especially with me having a seizure on the table. So, um, Yeah, I think it can develop over time.
Our brains are always changing, unfortunately or fortunately.
Yeah, it'll mix of both.
So this one here is another one of a surprising story saying post-seizure confusion, injury, and trying to clean up, now possibly a brain bleed. Hey everyone, just wanted to share something that happened 2 days ago. Maybe someone can relate or offer some perspective. I had a seizure while my wife was abroad, so I was completely alone when it happened. After the main convulsive part, I somehow got up and started walking from room to room in a total daze. I must have only had maybe 10% of my awareness at that point, if that. I ended up bleeding from a fall, likely from hitting something hard during a seizure, and stained our living room sofa. Then I apparently went into the bedroom too. What really shook me, even in that extremely altered state, I started trying to clean everything that was stained with blood. My sofa, my clothes, towels, and the wall, like some survival instinct or habit just kicked in. I don't remember much of it, just flashes. Cleaning up blood while half conscious isn't something I thought I'd ever experience. Now, a couple days later, dealing with what doctors think might be a minor brain bleed from the impact. I'm being monitored. I'm okay for now, but the whole thing feels surreal. The seizures, wandering, automatic cleaning, and now this. Has anyone else found themselves doing strange automatic things post-ictally, especially while alone? It's been hard trying to process all this on my own. Thanks for reading. And they're at the General Hospital in Vienna. They say greetings from. I have started trying to clean up. I've seen laundry moved and detergents and even food rearranged like in the kitchen. So yeah, I think that's an automatic thing. Behaviors start. What about
Yeah, I've definitely experienced that too. Even hearing from my children and my husband that post-ictal me was trying to clean up all the food that was on the floor and then trying to put the kids to bed while falling over repeatedly and everyone yelling at me to stop. But I didn't stop. So it definitely happens.
Most of my seizures that I've been alone for. I mean, I've so I don't know if I've ever tried to clean, but I feel like if I did, that's a sure sign that I'm having a seizure because I normally don't uh oppor- choose the opportunity to clean.
Yeah, I think it's just the weird things that we do with you know, some of the seizures that we have, the automatic things in our heads or our brain is comfortable doing some things, sometimes it's not. But it's not, it's not thinking correctly, it's not processing correctly. So when we're doing those things, sometimes it's things we don't normally do, but we end up doing it because our brain's just like, okay, what do we do?
It's kind of
Start
like
doing this.
autopilot. Kind of like
Yeah,
autopilot.
exactly. Yeah. And I have some comments that I can read through. Someone said, "Yep, my husband usually takes off or tries to take off his clothes. Thank goodness he's always been at home when it happened. I read that is one of those expected but strange behaviors after a seizure. He also speaks in gibberish, occasionally says real words, but the sentences don't make sense. Like your brother swims pizza over or something like that." So there are other people that experience this as well. Let's see what else we have.
I don't know what I do. Most of the time I've been by myself.
Yeah, that's like the case I feel for people who are alone. It's a really good idea to get cameras installed, because it can help you, number one, journal even more, get more evidence, to be able to take to your neurologist or your team. But then it's also really good for you because then you can see, what things might be triggering, what things might you be doing afterwards.
It might
Um,
be, I don't know that I even want to know happens. That would be terrifying, I think, watching that.
well, yeah,
I've
that's
never seen what
understandable.
happened. I've never seen it I thought about getting the video from the EMU because I had two in the EMU, but that never happened.
My husband has a lot of videos on his phone, and occasionally when we have an appointment with my neuro, he'll send them to my phone. Um, but I always have my phone just I let him access it because I don't really want to watch it. I don't mind watching somebody else having a seizure, but me personally watching it just scary for some reason. I don't know why.
Right. I don't want to watch that.
Yeah.
You guys ever feel that guilt too when somebody shows a video off of their phone? I'm thinking, what must they have been thinking this whole time, and how did you actually stay composed for long enough to know what to do? Especially if it's from a child.
I
It's
think
just
that's
amazing.
why I'm so scared to watch them because I don't want like then I feel bad saying this, but I don't want to feel what they felt in that moment. And then that makes me feel guilty even more, but it's just I am fine with not being able to remember anything, not being able to, you know what
Me
happened, not
too.
being aware. But if I was aware, then I know I would probably end up feeling the same thing as what they felt. And that's a scary thought.
So not wanting to remember is something that we probably feel bad about, but it's true. Some of the stuff I don't mind not remembering.
I don't mind not remembering the actual seizure, but I wish that I knew it when it was going to happen.
So do your auras
Yeah.
happen consistently before the bad ones?
No. My
So,
auras just come and go whenever, and then I'll have a seizure once every 6 months right now. But then I had two seizures last month. I mean, it's just like they make no sense.
yeah, it's understandable. I've been getting kind of confused myself on the new medication dosage because I've been having auras as if I'm gonna have a seizure and then the seizure doesn't come. And it was really scary at first because I thought like, okay, this means I'm gonna have a seizure because before the medication upgrade, every time I had an aura, I would have a seizure. But it's definitely feels different now. I'm getting a little more used to it, but it's confusing.
The only thing that I've figured out is that stress is really bad for me, and that because if I'm really stressed out and start having a lot of auras, then I'm probably going to have a seizure, but who knows when. And when I have the seizure, I'm just gonna like wake up on the floor, and hopefully I'm not bleeding or broken somewhere.
Is it possible for you to get maybe like a monitor, like a wrist monitor or something that can help you like see the things that might happen before a seizure lead up, like heartbeat changing
Oh,
or
I have
respiratory
one.
rate?
I have one of those fancy Fitbits I can make phone calls on and stuff.
Has it worked for you or no?
I had a weird heart rate spike last week for no reason at 3 o'clock in the morning. My heart rate spiked to 156 beats a minute. Right? I saw your face.
No, but I mean, getting any abnormal data is kind of reassuring with those.
Right.
But
I
It
when
tracked
I
is.
all
had the
kinds.
Apple Watch, it didn't do much for me.
You have no idea the amount of data that I could give them, but I don't know.
So it just comes
Um,
to finding the one who will use that data for your benefit.
right. And finding the right combination of everything because I have a extremely complicated medical history to go along with this. On top of this, leading up to
Okay.
it.
Yeah, so not just
So
all
Yeah, that's
conditions in the past, but
understandable.
still like current comorbidities.
yeah, no, I take 11 pills when I go to bed at night.
Okay. That says one. So you go to one of those hospitals where you see like the same doctor every time, or is it, one of
N-
the like teaching hospital type things where they'll bring somebody in and
No idea.
Okay, so you never really know what perspective you're gonna get. Gotcha.
I'm gonna tell them to proceed with the
Okay.
referral.
So another one here. Actually, Jason, we haven't heard from you on this one.
Oh yeah, I read through
See, do
the
you remember
comments.
now? Now I forget.
I put him to sleep.
I'm here.
No, I saw you sleeping. It's okay.
Let's see.
all right.
Jason takes naps with us all the time. I outright fall asleep. Okay. So Jason, Pookie will confirm this. I'm like, yeah, I'm gone. I fall asleep with you guys.
Cozy voices.
Yeah.
No, I was rolling. I was rolling the backwoods. So I was trying to come back.
Okay, well, I lost the post anyway. So
Uh,
let's move on to the next one here. Anyone ever had benzos not work? They had a focal seizure at 6, took half a tab of clonazepam. Then at 8 had another one, so took the other half. At 10 had another focal and went to bed terrified. An entire Klonopin and my brain doesn't care. How do rescue meds not work? Anyone else have this happen? Nasalam has never not worked, but I think when they had I had some kind of pill, maybe it was a Klonopin that again just seemed to develop a tolerance. What about you, Jay?
so I yes, like I take like at least like 7 pills, like some pills. I'll say like 3 in the morning and like 3 in the morning and 4 at night.
You ever tried one of those rescue meds on a seizure or during a like a bad one and it didn't work?
The hospital I went to in Tallahassee never gave me rescue meds at all.
What about Sia? Any of your rescue meds never work?
So at first I was on lorazepam, Ativan. They had me at a very small dosage because this was before I got officially diagnosed. So I think it was like maybe 1 milligram, which is really small. Um, and I had already taken it in the past for anxiety, panic attacks, which neurologists didn't think was actually accurate anymore. But they did stop working at first, like maybe for the first maybe I want to say like 5 or 6 months it worked. But at the dosage that it was at, I started having to take more than what they said I should use to stop. This was for auras, to stop the auras. So they took me off of it, and that's when they decided to change me to Nasalam with the new diagnosis. And the only time I have had it not work was during a status episode that was in, this was recent. It was when I called you, Kate, because I was at the hospital quite a few times and the Nasalam didn't seem to be working properly. I was having seizures the same day or the next day after taking Nasalam. So, we were kind of scared to start using it again because I ran out and then had to wait like a month to get more. But what we have noticed is that it does work to stop the seizure, but I am starting to have seizures within that 24-hour period after taking it. Um, Even though it says that for 24 hours it's supposed to prevent a seizure from occurring. So it is starting to, I think, build a tolerance from what I've noticed. But I have had to use it a lot, so I'm glad that the medications are now putting in work.
Oh, that sounds terrifying. So during a
Yeah,
status, it didn't even bring you all the way back.
yeah, it was pretty scary. My my family was worried I wasn't gonna come out of it. because I was choking a lot and not breathing a lot, and they had to put me on oxygen and stuff.
Mm. So that was almost coma.
Yeah,
That's how
almost.
I would feel.
I think if like I was in the city, they probably would have, but since I'm rural, they don't really have like the equipment for that. So I think they tried to avoid it as long as they could.
Yeah.
Hi, Kevin.
And welcome to Kevin.
Hello. Good to see everyone.
Yeah, you too. How's it been?
I'm good. I'm good. How you
Hi,
doing?
Kevin.
And the icebreaker for today is, if you weren't here, where would you be?
Oh, I'd be if I weren't here. Uh if I weren't right here, I'd probably be over there. Just like 5 feet over there. Or I mean like because of seizures, like I'd be here anyway. Like I'm always like here. Um if I uh do you mean if I didn't have epilepsy or
Put whatever spin on it you want to. I love this answer.
okay. I'd be like I think I've said I'd just be on like a beach somewhere. Yeah. Money's not really an important thing to me. I'd be like at a bartender on like a Florida beach. You're in Florida, right?
Yeah, it's really hot.
Yeah, I don't care that much about it. I'd just be living off very little money and just doing some crappy job in Florida or something. Uh, yeah, I'd be doing that, living the beach bum life. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Love it. Well, there's plenty of time for you. Always options. And can't wait to have updates from you over time. Now, the question we were talking about was, have any benzos or rescue meds not worked for you?
You still?
Yeah, might as
Oh
well.
no, they've always worked pretty well actually. I'd say probably about 95% of the time. My rescue med was lorazepam, and that I would say pretty much always worked. Um, when the myoclonic clusters got really bad, that was how I knew I was going to go into tonic-clonic. I would take one of those 2 milligrams of lorazepam, and that that would kick in just in time. That was very effective.
What about you, Mark?
So just the question is ineffective benzodiazepines,
Correct.
basically. Not in my experience, really. Tolerance for sure. But I've never reached a point where it was ineffective for uh, what I was using it for. Um, but for most of my medical history, that was also just for panic attacks, clonazepam for panic or anxiety disorder. Uh, it was not recognized that what I was experiencing and reporting were uh, seizure activity. Um, but even in that sense, the clonazepam stops anxiety. It's very effective in that regard. Um, so even though there was absolutely no reason for me to be panicking all of those times. Um, the clonazepam pretty reliably stopped that panic. Uh,
Well,
so
it was probably just because the chemicals in it just slow your brain down. But that's probably all clonazepam does, just slows your brain down. So it would make sense that it would work for both anxiety and epilepsy. You know, if the
yeah,
fast acting, relaxer.
well, an extremely long half-life, one of the longest half-lives of most benzodiazepines. So um, it's kind of a stark contrast to like Xanax. I think those two are both the most widely prescribed, or at the very least, I think that they're both definitely FDA approved for the treatment of anxiety disorder, specifically, not just used to um, Uh, but yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Any benzodiazepine slows down the brain, and that slowing will help with the anxiety. That's the same thought process behind prescribing beta blockers for anxiety. Slow down the autonomic response to anxiety and hopefully have a non-psychoactive you know response to that. So a little off topic, but the um yeah, benzodiazepines have always been pretty effective.
Yeah, one of the comments here is saying that they're on lamotrigine, topiramate, and excopri now. But it says I cannot take clonazepam. It made me zone out so badly, and I developed dermatillomania. I'm now covered in scars from scratching my skin off. It also didn't do anything for my seizures now that I think about it. What helped was Ativan. When I had the issue with clonazepam, my doctor wouldn't give me Ativan again, even though that was the only one that helped. I don't know why he changed it in the first place. Now I'm labeled allergic to benzodiazepines. So some of these side effects really come out of nowhere. And for one of the benzos that has the longest half-life, it must have really just felt like too bad it didn't work. And people are saying the same thing with when for a lot of patients that are resistant to the benzos that CBD and RSO comes in handy, but you just never know who it's actually going to work for. So just more reminders about how much more research and education needs to be learned about epilepsy and if it's ever going to one rule kind of fits all, but I don't think so. I think it's always individual.
So, or are we talking about uh, rescue meds or benzos? Because
Benzos, but benzos are
oh,
usually prescribed as a rescue med, so
okay. Thank you for clarifying. Because I do take clobazam as well. Lorazepam was an emergent. I don't take. I haven't taken lorazepam in a long time, but I still do take clobazam every night, and that's very effective in controlling the seizures. But the side effects are very harsh as well, I would say, as I was never a panicky person, and I think it's pushed me over the side to a very numb person. Like I don't feel anything, like emotion wise, you know. That's the I think it could control panic and anxiety, but I don't know. I guess my theory is if you're not an anxious person, perhaps maybe it pushes you over that side. Maybe that's my theory.
I feel
Very.
like that is too an issue with some of the EEDs as well, because I've never really been an apathetic person, but since being on Keppra for this amount of time, I've become very apathetic. I'm not very emotionally reactive anymore. Um, so I think, yeah, I think that is common with just a lot of medications. And I will say too, because I feel like I could be wrong, but I feel like I remember talking to Toaster about this. Um, she can't handle Klonopin very well, and I feel like that might be the reason why I couldn't handle Ativan well, because the issue in my brain is that it slows down too much according to the EEGs. Um, but they've never explained to me properly what that means. They just said it was like a neurodegenerative thing. So I don't really know what that means in regards to the medications, but um, I do kind of get like this weird boosted feeling after waking up from a nasalam nap.
So that lines up with what one of our own commented on this post, saying definitely sounds like a drug tolerance. Have you ever considered ketamine? I don't know how often you use your rescue meds, but the less you use it, the better it works for the rescue. And she raised her hand. What's up,
Yeah.
man?
Hey, I'm here. Um, man, a lot of work. Sorry guys, but yeah, I had the same thing. I responded to that post. Um, I didn't know what was happening when I was taking like the Klonopin and even um not nasalam, but there was a nasal Valium. I think I don't remember. It might be Versed. I don't know. But anyway, I wasn't tolerating some benzo as well, and we just figured it out about that rebound. I was getting rebound, a half-life rebound. So, we figured it out. Um, some of us, yeah. It isn't so much that, yeah, some of us build a tolerance because, I think I may have overused my rescue meds every now and then, but I'm too afraid to take a chance. So, but yeah, I think it can be either tolerance or, just learning about that rebound effect. And it's kind of interesting. Valtico, I think that's what it was. Who said that? Yes. I think you're right, Mark. Thanks. But yeah, that was the nasal spray that they had for me. But I didn't have rescue meds for so long. It's that was ridiculous. But yeah, I know now that some of those um what does Angel call them? The big guns, like the Nasalam and the Clonopin and Clobazam. Those are the ones that I have the reactions to. So, and they're heavier duty benzo. So, I mean, of course, some of us are just gonna get the benzo boomerang, and yeah. Sorry, my brain is a little split. I just got all the work done for. Yeah, I was just talking to anesthesia PA, and both of our minds were blown. So she didn't know that there was a spectrum of epileptic seizures. And I want to cry, you guys. And she's like, I have to call you back. And I'm like, wait, she said, no, wait, I'm not, I know that what you're saying is true, but I have to look at your EEG. And she answered so many questions about, the anesthesia event. She said it wasn't, you didn't have a seizure during the surgery, you were delayed emergence. That's all. And you may have had a few focals. We don't worry about those. I'm like, oh, so you got that. That's the answer to that question. And then she calls me back and she's like, this is so fascinating because as an anesthesiologist, I think we need to know these things so we can recognize what's going on. I said, because of the type of epilepsy I have, I can have just an absence or I could drop in an atonic and go right into status. I've had all of it happen. So I never know. And of course, it's like you have to tell them all of that. But she was so fascinated by, she's like, we didn't go into all of this. And I'm like, yeah, and you're the one I need to know. And she knows that. So she was so fascinated. And she's like, oh, yeah, we need to make changes because. So she's going to talk to my doctor Tuesday. And this is the anesthesiologist. Sorry if I'm rambling. But wow, this was like all day long. We started at 8 o'clock this morning. And I just got done with the last message and confirming the last message at what, 5? It was like 5:20 something. Yeah, like 10 minutes ago. It was like a full day of work, man. But yeah, this this PA, she was just I'm all excited that she's fascinated by this. And for anesthesiology, it is so, she's like, this is really important to us. I need to know more. And I'm like, yeah, well, you can find us here. Come in anytime. But I'm so excited. I'm shaking. I'm like adrenaline high,
Okay,
right?
so you do feel comfortable that this PA is not gonna, is gonna study enough over the weekend and be able to intervene if somebody else is not aware of the spectrum and all the the effects, consequences of not doing it right.
You want to laugh. When I saw the surgeon in, I think it was June, um, and he felt the tendon separate, and he's like, I am really sorry, but I just ruined your weekend because it was a Friday. And I, I got to say that to the PA literally regarding that, Kate. I said, I'm really sorry, but I think I just ruined your weekend. And she cracked up and she said, oh, I got you. This is so fascinating. And she's going to be talking to, the epilepsy center doctor and all of that stuff. And she didn't know the difference between a neurologist and an epileptologist. Yeah, because that is relatively new. It really is. Um, Epilepsy was not a specialty until the last decade. So we're just seeing those doctors emerging now. But anyway, I have somebody fascinated and looks like all is a
And
go.
there's
And
no hint at rescheduling again.
no, not
Okay.
so far.
Okay.
And if anything happens, because they're going to work out um, a dosing spreadsheet for my daughter or for me, because I'm far too capable for my own good, um, so that I don't overlap pain management with a seizure rescue. Because seizures can be expected. Okay, I'm not saying they're guaranteed, but in due caution, we're making sure that I'm ready and we know how to deal with both. Because when you mix benzos and opioids, you can overdose. So I already have the Narcan because I had to do that when I had my toenail surgery because I had benzos and they wouldn't give me the opioid until I agreed to take the Narcan. Well, to accept it. So, and I'm like, of course, I'm probably going to need it. I hope I don't need it, but that could happen, after my surgery. So we're doing everything we can to cover all the bases and literally just finished that. But wow, I'm just blown
So
away.
somebody else learned something really important from Anne today.
And he's putting in work.
Yeah, I was just so, I'm like, wow, you know what? And I told her, I said, this is not your fault. And I don't need anybody to blame it on other than the fact that so many neurologists and even the F6 epileptologists um, don't really listen or aren't really willing to learn from their patients. It's sort of a bubble of arrogance or something that prevents them from, yeah. And then there's the other ones that are like sponges. And I just found a whole handful of them. I just bought a new pack of sponges, man. I just, seriously, right? But yeah, she's so fascinated and I'm excited about that, but still scared. I mean, yeah, but
You want them to be a sponge to a certain extent,
yeah,
while also having the knowledge to be able to push back at you when needed. Because
yep.
if the doctor does actually know best, you want to listen to them, but you want to make sure that you feel heard and that they understand, where you're coming from with it. Because I feel like
Well, this,
that's
yeah.
that like it can go both ways. You can have a doctor who like doesn't listen to a word that you say, and another one who just sits there and goes, uh-huh, uh-huh. And
Or
it's
they're
like,
just not quite listening. But
yeah,
this, I made this important, and they didn't realize a month ago why I was pecking and pecking until here we are Friday at 4 o'clock. They leave at 4:30. Nobody's working Monday other than assign, what do you call it? Attending. So they all have Monday off. So here we are starting at like 10 to 4. We had to smack in my pre surgical interview. A PA had to talk to me, then the anesthesiologist PA, and that's where things kind of went on pause because she's like, wait a minute, wait a minute. So we had to spin through that, and everybody wants to leave at 4:30. So by the end of it, I'm like, just put everybody on the phone at once. Let's just do this. I want to get you ladies home. It's the weekend and we're laughing because it's like, yeah, leave it to me. And and the one nurse, she said, "You tried." And we're really grateful. And okay, this is our fault. And I'm like, just go home. So, but yeah, but the fascination in it's like there are different types of epilepsy, there's different types of seizures. I am more concerned post-op. But anyway, having that anesthesiologist, she said, I am probably I'm just as important, if not more important, in this surgery as your surgeon himself, because she's going to keep me alive. And she asked if I had ever had ketamine for a seizure. And I'm like, oh, yeah. That's also known as an induced coma, a K-hole. But, it's like I've been there, done that. So, it's like just so I know I didn't have a bad reaction to it other than the typical hangover, whatever you call that. So if she has to, she said, I'll just give you ketamine. And we talked that much about, but she made me feel much more confident, especially with the anesthesia. But wow, yeah, we're getting out there. It's like we want more people aware, especially you guys. So there's got to be a way. I'll figure it out while I'm recovering. I'll figure it out.
Your energy always goes to the right place. And welcome back, Fuki.
Yeah, I found this place online. They said it was a good place to come if you need support. They got a cool team over there at Epilepsy Universe, I heard. So I just need a little help. Been down a little bit lately. You know, I got epilepsy.
No, it's interesting. We actually are here to help. This is true. Yeah. Whoever you heard this from,
How'd you hear about us?
whoever you heard it from, they know what they're talking about.
I
You
hope
guys see
we
the video on YouTube.
I hope we
He
don't
says
get
there was this one
overcome.
guy named Brandon. He said, try this B12. So I started B12 and it worked. So I had to come tell him, you know? And how you guys doing today? A little late. How's everybody doing?
Oh,
Doing all
I'm
right today. Not
I'm
My
too
doing
mouth
bad.
is feeling better now than it did earlier.
Please explain.
He tried
Doing
to kill
okay.
you.
You saw my message. You said you were going to go back and watch it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I just had to get that clear because yeah. Yeah.
Oh
Can't
yeah,
throw stuff out there like that without
that that
surprising.
that pepper was so hot. That pepper was so hot.
How would it compare to the one that you did before last year? Didn't you say you did a scorpion?
Yeah. Uh, it was about the same, I think, um, in heat level, but the flavor was very different. The chocolate scorpion was like it was all sweet, no tang, you know.
Yeah, from the messages, it sounds like that was not fun, but it sounds fun to watch.
Oh yeah, you're gonna love the singing and dancing.
Oh yeah.
Can see and notice right away how he turned the camera just for us.
Yeah, I mentioned that to him. I was like, I had to make sure everyone could see when I had to step up and walk around a little bit. So I
We
turned
got
the
the whole
camera.
Walk
show.
around. No, please, tap dance. That's what that was.
Well, yeah, I had to be, yeah, I had to move my feet a little bit.
All right, we got Melancholy back.
Yeah.
Okay, probably not yet.
Yes, I'm here. I'm having trouble with my computer though, a little bit. So I may be in and out with my audio a bit.
No worries.
No problem. We're here.
Nice to meet
Well,
you.
Nice to see you.
Good. I didn't get an icebreaker. I heard they do this over there. What happened?
Oh yeah. The icebreaker today is if you weren't here, what would you be doing?
Um, you know something? I made up that icebreaker. If I was not here, I'd be finishing this burrito that's sitting on this desk that I paid $12 for and couldn't finish.
Would your memory be bad?
Yeah.
No, see, what you
Memory is
do with that
horrible.
burrito, what you do with the leftovers of that burrito is you add it to like a breakfast in the morning with like added into an egg, a scrambled egg, situation or something. You know what I mean?
Or there's a Chihuahua over here. He's mad hungry. He loves fresh cooked food, which
Mhm.
isn't actually good for him. Um, but yeah, so I'm here now. It says diagnosed with seizure disorder. All right, guys, this has been quite a wild and wacky year for me. So back in March, I had a pretty rough seizure. Then another couple months ago, where I bit the fuck out of my tongue. Then just this past Monday, I had another one where bit the fuck out again and worse. It still hasn't healed, and oh man, is it hard to eat. So I originally just to let it heal on its own and suffer. But yesterday morning, I spiked a fever. I know it wasn't sick. I know I wasn't sick, so it has to be related to the tongue. I was super afraid of infection, so I went to the ER to get it resolved. After about 7 hours there, an EEG and a CT scan, I'm told I have a seizure disorder, and I'm now not allowed to drive for 6 months. Granted, it's not like my license is suspended, but they mention if I get pulled over for any reason, it's illegal for me to be driving due to my seizures on Monday. Not only the fact that they found an abnormality in my brain during the CT scan, and now I've got to get MRI. Anyways, my tongue still hurts really bad. How do you guys get over these severe tongue bites to take heal? And also, how legally enforceable is it to drive while having epilepsy?
Do not drive.
It's about the same as choosing to drive while drunk. You are going
Yeah,
to harm either yourself or other people around you, and it's
it is
extremely dangerous.
definitely illegal too. The license being revoked uh, in that 6 month period, that is as legally enforceable as not having the license, isn't it? I
I
mean,
would think that it was comparable to driving impaired, like a
I was
DUI,
just about
which
to say it's like a DUIE, driving under the influence of epilepsy.
right,
You can get arrested, like, and be charged with like attempted murder, like, because you know
right.
you're not supposed to be driving. I think I forgot to quote me that. Yeah.
You can
You
go
vehicular
to prison.
knowingly,
You can go to
yeah, you
prison.
knowingly, you could be charged for that.
or manslaughter, I think,
There
right?
we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone dies while you're committing the crime, unintentional. Actually,
Probably
yeah,
vehicular manslaughter.
yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's always good to have people smarter than me around. The
I don't know
first
if I'd
comment
say that.
says, huh?
We're like orange cats, man. We pass the brain cell around, okay?
The first comment says, sorry to hear about your diagnosis. I have frontal lobe tonic-clonic seizure disorder since 2008. It can be a wacky ride for sure. I'm not sure what country you're in, but in mine, it's automatically suspended for 6 months. Then your neurologist. After that, you'll get a letter in the mail saying the license has been reinstated. I never got that letter. Another comment says, totally legal on the driving and license suspension. I've had epilepsy since birth, and I developed a seizure disorder at the age of 15. No, no, at the age of 5. I have partial complex seizures coming from the frontal lobe with total loss of consciousness. Always, always remember to take your medication. And while your license is suspended, it's best to find a better way to get around the suspension. Is now on your record, and if you're caught driving or something happens, it to lead to no longer suspension time or fines. It can be worst case scenario, court revocation, or you go to prison and never see a license again, which is worse.
All right, I'm confused a little by that comment, where they said that they were born with epilepsy but developed seizures at 5. It's like, how did you know you were born with epilepsy? If you, I don't know. Sorry, that just it threw me
I
for
was
a second.
thinking the same thing. Go
I
ahead.
was like,
I was
what?
thinking the same thing. I was hoping someone else caught it. I read it as it was, so it doesn't like I read something wrong. Help me, Brandon. You come on, man. You were born
Maybe
with it,
they
right?
just
I,
maybe they
well,
just assume
I
that
guess we all
they,
were, you
that
know.
if they had it since
Well, I was not
Oh
born
wait,
childhood.
no.
with it.
uh,
Yeah.
Mark?
Do what? Me?
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I was talking at the same time for some reason.
Oh, sorry. I was just if it's something that they've had ever since childhood for basically as long as they can remember, it's probably something that they just think of as being born with. And then in that sense, their first seizure was just the first indication of this lifelong condition.
Yeah, it like when you think about it that way, it makes more sense. It was just the phrasing of it threw me for a second, where I was like, "Hang on a sec." But I do understand, Pookie. You were just reading it as is. You did nothing wrong. I'm glad that you also were a little thrown by it, so I wasn't the only one. All right,
Yeah, I
we
was
can move.
waiting for someone else to say something and something. Say that, did you read that wrong? So I can go back and like, no, I didn't. And no, you caught it too. So I didn't. And that was a little, yeah. I guess eventually they had a seizure and was like, I was diagnosed. But yeah, on to the next one. Mm. Has anyone tried keto to control your seizures? That was
I
all there
I
is.
have.
I'm also interested in that. Like, I can't. I mean, well, I know like vegan keto is so hard, so I wouldn't really be able to do it. Um, but
I think people
I
think
have
it's
heard.
harder than it actually is.
Well,
But
that's
as
true.
vegan, with the meat,
Well,
it's like all
Vegan's
meat and
hard.
veggies.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like for me, I'm only relying on the things that keto cuts out, so it's kind of impossible.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, keto isn't extremely bad, and it's dependent very specifically if you're going to be using it for epilepsy control management, um, on your weight, your body type, a lot of stuff like that, your metabolism. And I actually had a really good conversation with somebody on our sub about this topic, and they taught me something new that I didn't realize, but that's that there are more fruits than I realized that have carbs that can affect ketosis. Um, but really, the main goal of it is to keep your body in ketosis. And if you have less body fat, then you don't have to be as aware versus someone who has more body fat. So it's dependent on factors like that.
So
Um,
you and Brandon might have
and
a chance of sugar.
yeah, like I still occasionally have sugar that it hasn't affected my ketosis levels. I regularly get blood testing to check for it because me and my doctor, my PCP, have kind of a little agreement going on basically. I ask her for a test. She says yes. We look at it together after I explain how it's supposed to tie into things. So she's been very supportive of it. But I don't have a nutritionist, and I think that that's something that's very important for a lot of people if they're looking into it. A nutritionist can help you stay in healthy levels and make sure that you're getting the right amounts of each thing. But yeah, kind of the main goal is to avoid carbs, and that includes complex carbs, some of them, processed carbs, stuff like that. So I don't eat bread. I don't eat cookies, crackers, anything like that. I can't eat tortillas.
Are
I,
potatoes fair game?
no, they are
No
not.
Yeah. See,
tortillas?
Um,
oh,
yeah, no tortillas either. Yeah, they have carbs in them.
well,
Yeah, it's
it's like,
delicious.
see, that blows my mind because the people who survived in like um not ancient, but like hundreds of years ago in northern areas where it like potato area, you know, you actually get all the essential I think it's amino acids needed in potatoes. And that's how they survived for so long on like very small diets of like only the food that could grow in rough
And
areas.
it was balanced back then because people weren't like how they are nowadays, where there are a lot of people who tend to either overeat or eat very little of certain things. Diets are all kind of all over the place. And people think of diet, they think of losing weight.
No,
And
it really should be thought of as just the encompassing overall
exactly, yeah, it's
everything you
for
eat.
your overall health. It's
Yeah.
not to focus on anything in specifics. But these Pookie, my husband was so kind to bring these to me to show off. These are my no carb tortillas.
God, those sound horrible.
They
Come
actually
on.
taste great. They taste great. There's nothing wrong with them, and they
See,
have
I
a
can say
very
this
small
because
amount of
everyone
carbs.
always gives me shit about how vegan stuff is not
Tofu.
as good.
Just tofu.
So
They'll-
now this is my chance to go, oh.
No,
Well, see, and that's the same way I think of tofu. So
I love tofu. It goes great. I'll take tofu over chicken half the time.
I will have to agree with that. I hate chicken way more than I don't like tofu, and you can marinate tofu to make it taste better. So
And
Right,
it's not
it's
stringy.
understandable.
It like
right.
chicken's so stringy. You know, like ugh.
The only thing I will never, ever, ever, ever touch is the fake eggs. The fake eggs terrify me.
Talking about
Interesting.
like the eggs that come on a
Mm.
carton in their powder and then you stir them and
Powder, yes.
I've
There's the powder,
never
and then there's also the one that's sold at the store as like a liquid, and it's supposed to be
yeah,
like scrambled eggs.
yeah, it's called Just Egg. And it's made from what is it? Um
Ah, sorry,
I
guys.
it's not made
I'm
from anything
attached.
bad. Mung bean. It's made from mung beans.
And it's
Um
totally fine when it's made of. It's just the texture of it that's like eggs
oh,
already gross me out. So
okay.
the
So
texture is even more.
I make a tofu scramble that has made some of my coworkers go, "This is an egg?" And I went, "Nope, this
Yes,
is not an egg." Um, but like even though
the
um
salt. You
I
have to
make
have
it
the salt.
And the salt.
well, I don't even use no, it's well, yes, you need salt. You don't necessarily need to use the Himalayan black salt though. Um,
Himalayan
it,
actually has less iodine than
I
I
have
think it
heard
has none,
But it's for the
which
sulfur
is
flavor.
it's
We
yeah,
yeah.
tried, yeah.
I
It's
use
just a pinch, but yeah, it's so good. It
I get
really is
away with
good.
just
So,
the turmeric, regular salt,
Yeah,
black pepper, garlic and onion. Um,
Turmeric is so good. Oh my gosh.
I
yeah,
add
and
ginger and curry to it.
oh yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
that's a good one too. But like, even though I make it so well that I've tricked people who like egg, since my girlfriend doesn't like eggs, it's a no go. I'm like, ah, damn it, it's something
It's
I
the
do
texture.
so
It's a
well.
texture thing. And
Yeah,
it's like I won't
that's
ever hate on
exactly what it is
anybody
for
eating
her.
it. My
Yeah,
dad tried it. He likes it, but like,
it's just texture. Exactly.
yeah. But yeah, the keto, I follow something, it's called ketogenic. And I think it is slightly different. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly why it's different, but it's more of a relaxed version of the keto diet. Um, which the keto diet is absolutely no carbs, but for some people, depending on your body type, you do have to have some carbs still.
Wait,
So for
hang
me
on.
personally, I
So,
have 10
so
grams
you're on
max a day.
so you're on the Cheeto diet.
Hmm.
No, okay, it's the ketogenic. No, but really, it's the health part of it because for the people who do the keto, the strict, super crazy one, where it's absolutely zero carbs, it's all about gaining lean mass and losing every ounce of body fat that you have. But for us, with epilepsy, you have to be so well balanced in your body, especially for people who have food intolerances and food issues, with like triggers and stuff like that. It is important to still have a healthy balance. So carbs, can be good for you, but in very small amounts. So I have it set to 10 grams per day. And I'm actually going to be lowering it down since I've been doing well on the 10. I'm going to be lowering it down to 5. So it can be helpful, but it's not helpful for everybody. That's why most of the studies that they have done on it, it's only for children because adults have a harder time, number one, sticking to a diet, and number two, our bodies require more energy. So that means that calorie intake is essential to keeping up your body, avoiding fatigue and stuff like
Does anybody know if it's better to drink cold water or hot water, or is there a difference?
Cannot drink hot water. Wait.
I mean,
I mean, think of it as like in
it
tea.
will impact your body temperature. So, like if you are hypothermic, you don't want to be drinking a big glass of ice water. You want a, you know, tea or hot coffee or whatever, a hot beverage, because that heat will then transfer to your core body. Um, so
Also,
it
also think about going too far in either direction. Like if you're super, super hot, like you've been outside in the sun on a 110-degree day or something, and then you walk into a filter, it's like the shock will affect you. But I don't think drinking something would affect you that much, but just something to, throw out there.
yeah.
AI
Yeah, I
does
think
make
I
some pretty
just
good points, though. Go ahead, Kevin.
I only drank like warm water when I was sick. If I had a cold or something. That's pretty much it. Like water with lemon. Sorry, that didn't
Yeah,
add
I was
much,
just
but
gonna say. I thought you were gonna say just like warm water, like water. Actually, I think there is people who like warm water. I think I've seen it on a show.
There's
Nursing
also a
home
thing
also.
about like the health benefits of cold versus room temp.
Yeah, it was at a nursing home.
Apparently,
Oh,
you're not supposed to drink the warm water from the tap, though.
That's if you
But
live in a city, yeah, you definitely should not.
yeah,
But
because
you,
it all
technically speaking,
sits.
you shouldn't drink any water from a tap in the city.
Yeah, it's too late for that. I'm gonna die. Uh,
I use the Amazon water, Amazon spring water. I don't know where their spring is, but Amazon
I
has
just use
everything.
a I just use a Brita filter, but then I
Um,
stick it in the fridge or I drink at room temperature. But I never drink hot water from the tap except for every morning when I use it to dissolve my pill.
yeah, only way I use tap water is to put in my diffuser. One water bottle from the tap. It's exactly how much it needs. Um, Another thing I did not pay attention to, but I will talk to Kevin afterwards because Kevin, you tried the keto and Angel tried the Mediterranean, but I didn't read the last of that question, you guys, and I'm so sorry about that. It says, has anyone tried keto to control their seizures? I'm gonna hand Kevin the mic. You tried keto.
I,
I have
I
not.
didn't. I did not try the keto. I don't think I did ever. I
Oh, I
tried
thought you
something.
told me a story about this, man. I swear I remember a
I
story where you said something about. I gotta go back.
I just did something very strange to control the myoclonic seizures. I don't know why this worked. If anyone knows anything about gut diet, because I think it's all linked, the gut and the brain. I don't know why waking up and eating a fatty, something fat and heavy in protein would help control the myoclonic seizures when I woke up. Sometimes that would work. That would shut them down. It was not a keto diet. It was just something fatty and protein laden uh, meal.
High fat, low carb theme.
Yeah, something like that when I woke up. So that would shut down the clusters. I don't know why. Thoughts on why that would work? It wasn't, it didn't have to be for dinner. It didn't have to be anything like that. I just don't know why that worked.
I mean, it
People,
could be like the general consensus of why the low carb works in the studies. And it doesn't have to be for like every meal. Um, but I think it's just like how the brain processes the things that we eat, because the vagus nerve, everything's connected, like you were saying. Um, I think that it runs better on something that it can use for longer periods of time than something that is filled with stuff that won't last very long. Glucose processes very quickly. Um, so the brain isn't able to run properly on that alone for long periods of time.
it's just strange. I don't do it anymore. For breakfast, I had leftover stir fry and bok choy. So, I mean, uh, it's just maybe the diet, the gut changes over time, and I, I don't, I just don't know. I don't know why that worked at that time. You know, yeah, it just doesn't. Nothing, nothing makes sense. And I wish they would do more research into diet and seizures and brain disorders. That's something
Yeah.
I feel,
The keto responses, there's two here. One says, yes, nothing changed, but that's because I was doing the typical keto you see advertised, not the medical keto, which is designed as treatment. Look up what a typical day of eating is on medical keto. It's dismal. I think this is. It's dismal. I couldn't do it. And there's one that says, yes, I've seen a significant reduction in the frequency of my seizures and certainty, a faster recovery rate. My understanding is that the reduced inflammation is essentially preemptive. It makes the cascading effect less likely. I don't know nothing about keto, but does Keppra make antisocial? Since starting Keppra like 2 years ago, I've noticed that my social energy is not like it used to be. For quite some time, I was taking 750 milligrams tablets and at 9 a.m. every day and was sleeping more than my newborn niece. After complaining to neurologists about it, my dosage was rescheduled to taking a come on, reschedule a diet. I didn't understand that. I said it right though. Uh,
Yeah,
Rescheduled to taking
they
one at
missed
9 a.m.
they
and one at
mistyped.
9 p.m. Okay. Taking one at 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. This has improved my energy levels and engage in normal activities. Being able to take care of myself, do some house chores, and engage in light to moderate exercise. However, I have noticed that my social energy and ability to engage in conversation has embarrassingly plummeted. I dread saying hi to people or making small talk because I can't I can't concentrate, can't think of questions, or simply lack of interest in almost everything. I am just socially drained easily. It makes meeting new people really difficult. And it used to not be like this. I was an outgoing person in the past before Kepra and was always excited to talk. Does anyone else experience this with Kepra? None of you guys seem very antisocial.
I was actually just talking about this earlier. Apathy from Kepra, which I think ties in well with being unsocial. Like I think with how long I've spent time with you guys, I've become a lot more social. It's kind of brought me out of my shell, but there's days still where like sometimes I'll just be way too tired or off or just not in it to be able to join in for a longer period of time. And I mean it's not just me who's noticed it. My husband was the one who brought it up to me that he's noticed that I'm very different on the Kebra. So um I used to be a very outgoing person, talking to like everyone around me, had a lot of friends and stuff, but I don't anymore. I have you guys, but in my in-person life, I don't have any friends that I go hang out with. I just stay at home with my kids and my husband, and I am happy with that.
I found that, I mean, I had no choice but to continue to be social. So it kind of kept me going in that regard. Um, and I'm really good at being social. Um, and I do like it. It is just my personality. I mean, my girlfriend will tell anybody, like, every time we walk down the street, you will talk to everybody. But it's always like sort of small conversations with people that I don't really have any connection to. So it sort of allows me to get my social like side out without having to form any real connection. Um and yeah, like I'm with Sia on the like, before, if it did feel like I was going out all the time, I with my friends and hanging out, and I always kind of thought it was just me getting older and being like, ugh, I hate going out. Um, which when you're not even 30, you shouldn't be saying that, but I've always had like the old man attitude. Um, but I do want to be social. It's just hard to be social sometimes because of that. I I refer to it as like your social energy level. You can just sort of exhaust all of it, and then you're like, I can't. Just leave me alone. Let me sit on the couch with my laptop and my online friends where I can just walk away if I want to.
The example that comes to mind is like walking the dog. Everybody will stop and find any reason to small talk just so they can end up petting the dog. And it's like sometimes, you tolerate it, sit through it, and you enjoy a conversation, whatever. And then other times, the first thing that comes to mind is, sorry, have we met? Do I know you? It's just like when you give that response, that's when I realize I'm just not in the mood today.
Yeah, that happens.
I forget people.
You just have those days where it's like, I can't do it today. I I have no more social energy left. My meter has run dry, and it's nothing against you. It's just that I need to recover, like mentally, for social.
There's about 3 people I like to be around, and they're mostly busy.
Yeah, there's about 3 people I like being around, and they don't live close, so it's not their fault. One of those is my mother, so yeah, it's not her fault. Comments to this Kepra and antisocial. One comment says Kepra made me angry and depressed. A lot of people call it Kepra rage. I choose to stay away from people, so I don't rage. Another one says, nope, it made me angry, but I'm talking now. Makes me tired and a little depressed sometimes. I don't even know why I'm writing this. Kepler filled me with rage, and I'm unhappy not to be on that anymore. I was still having seizures, but on it with a high dose and now I'm saying, fuck Kepler. I lost the love of my life to Kepler because of how I behaved. Anybody have a relationship ruined by epilepsy before. I had a friend who was very sweet and caring towards me and understood that I had epilepsy since before we even started dating. We've been dating for a few months now. However, I recently had a seizure that scraped my face badly. It didn't stop me from saying no to coming over. Maybe a bad move on my part. She helped me repatch myself up before getting into a show we were watching. She stopped wanting to go out about a week after we started dating. She sent me a message saying she wants to just be friends and she isn't ready for a serious relationship due to trauma related issues. I know she had bad experience with someone else in her past and her trauma is the reason for her wanting to not date anymore. I scared her away with my injuries and now any semblance of romantic relationship together has been shattered due to her fear of one day losing me to a seat. Maybe I'm reading too far into it or I'm just paranoid, but I feel like I'm in this alone. If she wanted to stop due to relationship trauma, she would have done that a long time ago or simply said no when I asked if she wanted to date. And it's not after a seizure with the face scraped aftermath like this. I really want to believe her when she says it's not you, it's me. But I'm almost certain that isn't the case. How am I supposed to feel?
I think that a lot of that was overly assuming things that you don't necessarily know about. And if she simply put that it's relationship trauma, women are not nearly as simple as some men are, and they do not just right off the bat decide, I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Sometimes it takes time, and that can come up eventually later on where they just think, maybe I need to work on myself or do something else right now. So I think in this situation, it's not so easy to just assume that it's because of him having a seizure, because if that was the case, doesn't sound like she gave him that impression other than him just simply overthinking that that's the most likely possibility.
I was thinking that a little bit too. Sounds like this is what he thought, and this is how he felt about what happened.
Yeah.
I will go to a few of these comments. One says, I was engaged when I was diagnosed with my husband. He is my rock. So if anything, it just made our bond unbreakable. What has changed for me are friendships. I can't connect with most people because they worry about trivial shit and I don't have the patience for it. I looked at death in the face when I was 28. Life has changed and has hardened me, and I see things very black and white. Most people aren't like that. It's tough sometimes. Gotta let people go. My first wife basically ran away and didn't tell me or ever explain why, but I am pretty sure that she didn't want to deal with my seizures. I'm glad though, because it showed me that she wouldn't have stuck with me through the thick or the thin. You guys ever lost a relationship? For those in a relationship, where you felt like the relationship was lost because of epilepsy?
I mean, I've almost lost my relationship a couple of times. We've gotten close to the point of, being like, maybe this is not a good idea to continue, but it was during a time where there was like so much going on that I think that it was more so just purely confusion on both of our ends. I wanted to be gone from the world. I didn't want to be here anymore. We had kids, and he didn't want our kids to have to go through that. So, um, there was a lot more to it than just epilepsy. But I will say I have lost all of my relationships with my family outside of my mom and sister that I live nearby. Um, because similar to that first comment, what that person said about trivial shit, all I ever hear them complain about is trivial shit. And I've nearly lost my life multiple times, and I don't have the patience nor the energy to be their therapist. So they don't like me anymore because I don't talk about their problems all day, which I'm fine with.
You're more grown up.
Yeah.
I was back and see up on, she's just more grown up at this point. But yeah, that trivial shit, that's what stood out the most. Any relationship I've had that went south, they wouldn't have stuck it out anyway. And I wouldn't blame it on the epilepsy.
I think the epilepsy probably strengthened my relationship with all of my
Nice.
medical issues and stuff, but he was there, just everything that I went through, him being there for me, it strengthened our relationship.
That's the
It
best
was,
answer.
yeah, it was crazy, but
Another one of these comments. Sad though, because it showed me that she wouldn't have stuck with me through thick and thin anyway. This is kind of similar, but it has nothing to do with relationships. It says, does anyone else feel like your epilepsy has ruined your life? At 22, I was living on my own in LA, doing really well with my music career, feeling good, dating, having a good sex life and a sex drive, good antidepressants, and on good antidepressants for years. Then seizures started getting worse. Now I'm 25, living at home, can't drive, stop playing music, stop listening to music. So beyond depressed, I've switched meds 8 times now, currently on Omvi, hoping it doesn't make me as depressed or want to die as well as those other 7 did that I took. I just feel so alone and I miss all my old self. I'm sure you guys can relate. It's just hard for me. I don't like this life. The question was, has epilepsy ever ruined your life? Or have
If
you
you think
felt
your
like that?
life was all about the plans, then yes, epilepsy definitely changed all plans that I ever imagined following. But you learn to adapt.
Well, you're 25 and still alive.
It's kind of the way I see it too. It's
You
just,
could be worse. I mean,
yeah.
I've been at the neurologist and I've seen people worse than me. I've always said, always felt sorry for myself for a very long time. And I know this is maybe the a bad way to look at it, but there's people in the world who are worse off than me. So that is that a bad way to look at it?
same.
I don't necessarily think so. I think it's a good way to look at it because, I mean, or at least that's just my perspective on it too, is I I think it's better to look at the fact that we have the things that we have that are good rather than to focus only on the bad, because that's more positive outlook on things.
But at the same time, I don't want to minimize their pain. I know there's bad things out there. I just don't want to. I know they're suffering, and I don't want to minimize what they're going through. It's almost like at the same time I'm saying, suck it up, and you know,
Well,
okay,
it does, yeah, it doesn't sound like to me like you're saying suck it up. It sounds like to me you're saying like you've developed this way of processing it through your journey, and we all develop our own different ways of processing it. Not everyone's outlook on things are going to be positive, and that's totally fine. But for some of us, that it's just how we better function, with what we're
yeah.
going through.
Yeah, let's call that Mark's version of optimism. Still the opposite of pessimistic. What's up, Mookie?
I was just thinking about what Kevin said earlier. Like, you feel bad for, well, for me, sometimes I feel bad for complaining about certain stuff because I know so many people have it worse than me. And I tell myself that time, don't complain because it could be worse. Like Kevin said, sometimes you feel a little guilty because you see people doing much worse, and then little things happen, and you're like, ah, I shouldn't complain. This happens to this person, and now they're not walking or something. I shouldn't complain. My seizure, I got up and I can walk again. Stuff like that, like the small things. Yeah, I don't complain about epilepsy. I just go about it and try to take care of myself as good as possible these days. But yeah, stop complaining because some people make you feel bad about complaining as well. Um, yeah, I don't want to have to argue with you to feel bad. Like someone asking you, why are you feeling like that? I just feel like I don't want to talk about it. I'm not allowed to be mad, I guess. But anybody else have anything?
I
I,
just try
I,
to
I
put one foot in front of the other.
Right. Jeff always tells me that. Just put one foot in front of the other. Get a shirt with that on it.
I mean, it's perfectly okay though to feel have negative feelings though. I mean, I just it's perfectly cool though. It's okay to have those feelings. They're perfectly natural, and you know, we all have them sometimes. We all feel down. It's part of the journey, right?
Right.
Very much so.
I can say to the question though, epilepsy has not ruined my life. Yeah, it showed me that I should be doing things better. Because for a long time I was not taking care of my health. I was just living life like, yeah, I got epilepsy. It's all right. It's not gonna go away. So why stop doing this? Eventually, it got to a point where now I'm like, okay, I need to be alive. I got kids dependent on me. And yeah, mother's still here. But yeah, I think I wouldn't say made me stronger, but it kind of made me pay more attention to how good life could be if I tried
Yeah.
to change. Um, but yeah, here's a few of these comments. One says, I was a prospectus and dissertation away from a PhD. Now I can't remember words. I know the meanings, but not the words. It's like aphasia, but it's Kepra. So yes, my life has been ruined. It's ruined a lot of aspects of my life. Currently have my driver's license suspended for the fourth time, which is really impacting my every area of my life negatively. I have no real freedom and it's making job life 140% more stressful. I can't sleep ever again because I have to take my meds at 8:30 and had to cut out caffeine. So I'm a zombie all the time now and can't even get a little boost. I'm constantly on edge and anxious, thinking about what if I had a seizure right now? Is this a focal? The biggest thing for me is the overall thought. The overall thought is eating. Not eating is a trigger for me. But I have a lot of digestive issues and I've generally never had a big appetite. I'm force feeding myself half the time. I was diagnosed at 12 and say for me, it has helped define me, not ruin me. It's a good way to put it. I was diagnosed at 16 and it's helped
The
define
not
me.
the not eating is huge. I noticed that my seizures were way worse when I wasn't eating as much. But I've mentioned this before. It's like I think your brain uses 20% of the calories that you're supposed to consume in a day. So when it's 2000, yeah, that's like your brain needs 200 calories a day along with your body. Um, uh, I do want to say what they described as not being aphasia is aphasia. Knowing the meanings and not the word
is aphasia. I just hope that they know that. That's all.
You're helping somebody understand that they did something wrong. But
Not
moving on.
wrong, just uninformed, and that's okay. We all learn stuff every time that we're on the stream. So yeah, just for anybody who may not know that, if you know the meaning and you're trying to describe the word, that is aphasia. That's the definition of aphasia.
They just said Kepra. Kepra's the reason. Kepra a good reason?
Well,
Still
their
leaning on
aphasia, their aphasia comes from their epilepsy and Kepra. So.
Okay. I got this one because Brandon and Kate and I, we were talking about this a few days ago. It says, can I seriously not give blood? So my social teacher runs the school blood drive. Majority of us will be 17 by the time of the field trip, so we can. Just need our parents to sign the form. I was really interested in giving blood, and the only blood draws I've had when I'm in the hospital are having my A1C done, A1C tested. I was trying to figure it out if I'm okay, but what I could do to find out. I can't give blood because by the time my field trip is, I only have 3 months seizure free. It says I need 6. Something about it being a seizure risk. I'm kind of pissed because I was really interested in doing it. That probably sounds weird. Makes me despise my brain for deciding to pull Pokemon moves at the wrong time. Sorry, I guess I should have put that I'm in Canada, so I'm not sure if it's different from where you are.
They're probably not supposed to donate blood for 6 months before they can don't, you know what I mean? After they have a seizure.
I thought when it
That's
comes to blood draw, it's just what makes you dizzy.
well, yeah. So melancholy. That is what this person said. Was like they needed 6 months. Without
Yeah.
a seizure. Yeah. And then with the dizzy aspect, if we're losing blood and it's making us dizzy, there is a risk that it could lead to us having a seizure. When I first heard it the other day, I was like, huh, or yesterday, I was like, huh, is it because they don't want our blood? Is there something wrong with that? But then when it was said, that it was because of the dizziness risk and stuff, it's like, okay, I kind of understand that now.
Okay.
Yeah, here's something new every day. I definitely remember giving blood in high school. I mean, but I guess this is a new rule for today. I mean, uh, but yeah, I've never heard that. But
Did you disclose the fact that you had epilepsy when you donated?
everyone knew I had
Oh, okay.
epilepsy.
No.
But did somebody still tell the phlebotomist?
Yeah.
I mean,
Excuse me.
the teacher, the teacher, whoever went on the field trip might have known, but did they actually tell the phlebotomist?
No, this was done in like in the gym. Just everyone.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, but everything
Yeah.
changes. This was like,
Exactly. Yeah. I was just about to say it must have just been like not.
yeah, this is
Oh, times are
20 years
different.
ago. So
But yeah, it's like they may not have thought about the risk to you giving blood at that time.
Oh yeah, they didn't give a crap. No.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was more, I think, them not caring about the risk to you, where now they're more, if this
Yeah,
person has a seizure, maybe that might have been on us. So
yeah, everyone's lawsuit crazy nowadays. So but it's good that they're looking out for people. I mean, yeah, I'll add that.
So I wasn't able to donate plasma because they didn't exactly give a reason. They just had a list of disabilities that you can't do if you have those disorders or whatever the case. And epilepsy was one of those. You couldn't give plasma. I didn't really even ask for a reason. I just seen it and I was like, well, count me out. Um, not sure why.
Can we donate sperm?
No one wants it. No, nobody wants it.
Um,
No, I would. No, I wouldn't.
to be honest, I tried to, and they want to know if I went to college. They want to know where I grew up at, where I was born and raised.
Oh, that's for your profile, so that
Yeah, they
when
say
women are going
individuals with
through,
epilepsy,
like if
they're
you were to
not
put down
eligible to
like
be sperm
it,
donors.
it has epilepsy or something on that profile, they might be like, nah, this isn't nobody's gonna want this sperm.
They say to minimize health risks for potential offspring, they want to know about your chronic illnesses, mental health conditions, a history of hereditary diseases, and that's where the epilepsy exclude, one of the categories that epilepsy excludes you from, but on top of your family medical and personal medical history. Holy shit, they're really strict.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, there was a lot. They wanted you to graduate from college and stuff, and that they want you to not live in certain areas because
Oh,
Detroit has bad water. You may have drinking water from there or something like that, or this city, you might be around
Also,
toxic.
They don't want those scum people who didn't go to college getting money for.
Oh, yes. Wait. Wait. Like, there's a bill. Wait. Like, I think there was a like a YouTube name. Honestly, somehow, like, well, like a website that you could actually donate sperm, and like and I almost did it.
I tried. Um, they were giving like $1,500 a month. You have to go once a week.
I think that's a different kind of website that makes you donate sperm.
I looked at it, and yeah, it's a
Well, it looks like they're not as strict on women, donating the eggs, but it's age there. They don't want anything from a woman older than 31. They want you like 21, between 21 and 31. And you have medical and psychological screenings, but they don't have necessarily disqualifying conditions if you can get a physician's letter approving donation. But yeah, they're pretty strict on women too. The medicine definitely has something to do with it.
say that again.
The medicine can definitely have something to do with it in women because it changes the hormones, the levels of hormones, and that makes a difference on the eggs and fertility.
Go through a couple of these comments. One says, when I turned 18, the only thing I wanted to do was donate blood because I don't drink alcohol or drive. So my only big achievement would have been to donate. Well, my hydrocephalus and epilepsy said, fuck you. I am still bitter about it many years later. I'm in Australia and you can donate blood if you're regulated under medication and seizure for over a year. My mom has donated blood for the last 15 years. It decreases the amount of meds in your bloodstream, unfortunately. I still got to have some cookies. One says, unfortunately not. It's not about the seizures, it's because of the medication.
No, that can't be true.
Hmm.
That doesn't sound right. I'm not saying I don't believe you. It's just
I'm just reading it as it was, man.
I
You
know.
can have your opinion.
A smaller amount of blood in the body with the same amount of medication being absorbed by the stomach means a higher concentration of the medication in the bloodstream.
Yeah, you're back
So
100%. That seizure didn't knock you down at all. Your brain is working just fine.
Yeah. Just like also just like to make sure like if like you're taking antipsychotic meds, just like be careful of what medication you're taking because like just like I had a friend because like I went to a job interview and like before I got my security D and G license in here in Florida. So, this I'm so, just I think honestly, like you have to be I mean, like, yeah, be careful with antipsychotic medication you're taking. I need to read what I'm saying is because like I'm because like because like I'm taking a medication for Geodon. So and it's like 20 milligrams. I'm trying to taper it off. So well, I just hope um everyone got it, like if it's related.
Um, I just forgot what you said. I'm sorry, Jason. I lost it.
No, you good.
I
No, you
I
good.
got the gist that we all feel better with less medicine. That's what I remember from, that last thing you were saying, that, it does put levels of that medication in your blood, but I mean, no matter what epileptic medication I've been on, I know I feel better with less of it.
Mhm. I don't. When I
I've been
take
trying to
less pills, I do
I've been
not
trying to
feel
only
that bad.
one pill a day, uh, as much as I can. Um, because yeah, like I feel better with less medication. But then I'll get a day where I'm like, oh, okay, yep, I do need that second pill, and I'll make sure I take that. Um, but it's just because the drugs are like leaving my system. Um, but when you take the two, it's like, okay, now I'm like supercharged for 3 days, and I can take one per day or something.
Yeah, just because because like I've been trying to taper it off like since May. Just like the last time I've taken, well, the last time I've taken was like 14 pills, but and and because and I've been like the tapered so like slowly, but then like I had a seizure in Pompano, so I was still in Pompano at the time, so I mean like unless if you go to a PHP and a sober living, like I think that's like where like my bad. I'm sorry, I lost it.
Did you say 13 pills a day?
Yeah, like it was in the beginning of of like this year. I mean like uh, I mean like I was taking um like like 3 pills twice a day.
I thought I heard you say you take 13 pills a day, so it threw me off, way off. Um, do neurologists sometimes dismiss your epilepsy? I'm not sure how to explain this, but it super upsets me. And I've had epilepsy since I was 9. I'm 37 now, and I've been on a few meds, but right now I'm on lamotrigine and pregabalin, as well as others for mental health and pain. Now, for some weird reason, neurologist therapist mostly doesn't know a thing about epilepsy, FGS. Not sure what that means. Um, the therapists were telling me pregabalin isn't an epilepsy medication. On the NHS website, it says it is, and was given to me years ago for my epilepsy. Not only that, but now a doctor and that same therapist are questioning if I have epilepsy at all. Apparently, I could just be having anxiety or panic attacks because they look the same. In quote, they look the same. Now I have anxiety and panic attacks, and not once have they felt like a seizure or an aura. They can trigger the seizures, but they're not the same. Recently, I've had a few seizures in the street. My mom was with me, and all those times someone called an ambulance. It was so embarrassing. I just wanted to find one, hide and run from the first responder. Oh my. I actually asked to double check if the responder also asked, can we double check if it was in fact epilepsy? I'm so tired of having to explain myself to these professionals. Does anyone else have this problem? Can you tell me how to cope with this and deal with it? Because I'm at a loss and it's making me want to go to the doctor or therapist appointments anymore. I'm in the UK, if that helps. I think doctors do like push somebody off. You gotta do what Ann taught me. Gotta bear down on them, while also being nice and calm.
One problem that stuck out to me, the pregabalin that they mentioned at the beginning. I'm on that as well. The trade name is Lyrica, and it was initially developed as a treatment for nerve pain. So its primary indication is for conditions like fibromyalgia or multiple sclerosis. It's only at very, very large doses of the pregabalin that it begins to have anticonvulsant properties. Um, so that may be the source of the confusion over there. Um, it's approved for epilepsy by the FDA here in the United States. That might not be the case over in the UK. It might be helpful for, I mean, well, I don't know how open any of those physicians would be to learning about what they're talking about. But the pregabalin um, is not effective as an anticonvulsant alone. So that may be also another thing, another miscommunication. The doctors may be thinking that you're trying to say it's an anti-seizure medication and it's you know it's an adjunct treatment when another seizure medication needs a bit of help. So it sounds like exactly what's going on over there. Their cocktail sounds very similar to my own. Um, but
We really
I don't
need
know how.
to get
So
a doctor from the UK or just literally anybody from the UK to join the stream because that's like what the third or fourth one today that's been UK based, and we're all US based. We haven't really had people from out of the states on in a while. I really hope we can get somebody who has a little bit more to add to the location base of it all because I have
On
no
Family
idea.
Day, we had someone's mom come from the UK.
Well,
Missed it.
well, yeah, but that guy never ended up joining, did he?
No, but she's still part of
well,
the community.
a
No, no,
general
no.
ballpark.
I know.
We got to get in touch with her and put that
Yeah,
together.
it's like I want to get more people from like globally on and with them with the UK it would only be a 5 hour difference from me, so it'd be like
9 hours for
eight.
me.
Yeah, it'd be like, well, no, you're 3 hours behind me. They're 5 hours ahead.
Yeah,
So,
the time
so yeah,
jumps.
like if we get some people from the UK to hop on, like 8 8 p.m. or something, that'd be awesome. Um, to add a little bit more insight.
Where is
I met a guy.
everybody at?
A general ballpark, though,
East
if a lot
Coasters,
of
raise
the
your hand.
traffic is
Hi
coming here
guys.
from
And West Coast.
I'm the only West Coast over here. Well, Sia. Yeah, Sia's with me. So, but other than that, yeah, I met a guy that was in India, and he was like, "I can't come," and told him,
Because of the timing.
he was 13 hours ahead of us. So if I start at noon here, it
It's
was
like
like
after
1.
midnight there.
Yeah, so I told him if we go, 10 hours, eventually you'll be able to join because it'll be 9, 10 in the
Good
morning or
morning.
something.
He
But
he
then
could join
He
in the
ended up
morning
saying he couldn't do
where
it because he has epilepsy and he's in India and it's frowned upon to be on camera, but he has watched. And I was like, oh, okay.
wait, he said it's frowned upon in India to be on camera?
Yeah. And to talk about your disability.
How? Okay, disability thing, sure, I get that. Bollywood? Come on. Those fuckers love being on camera.
I got text messages. I mean, not text messages. I got DMs where this guy said that. But yeah, he couldn't talk about his
Hey,
disability.
epilepsy has stigma all over the world.
Yeah, he might have just said that he couldn't get on camera. He might have just been afraid, but he did say he couldn't get on camera. And
Oh,
that is
if he was afraid of like talking about his epilepsy on camera, because then people would find out that he has epilepsy, then that's a different story. It like I feel really bad for him actually. And I wish that some people would just join no camera. It's like we don't need to see your face, but we want to hear your stories and we want you to feel accepted, you know.
yeah, I have him in my DM. We message a lot. He's always thought about joining, but then the time thing changes, and then the thing about talking about your disability on camera. I didn't think about
If
telling him
if
don't turn
he
on the camera.
if he wants to join us over breakfast someday, we'll be on when he's waking up.
Yeah, because God forbid we start earlier.
Someone says, I had a neurologist tell me once it was all in my head. After I'd been diagnosed for years, I started having up to 40 seizures almost every day. He acted like he didn't believe me, even though my family had taken multiple videos of me having grand mal and partial complex seizures. The only good thing that came from seeing that idiot was referred. Good thing that came from seeing that idiot was he referred me to the Emory University, where I received a brain ablation, which got rid of my seizures.
Wait, did you say
Another person says,
4
yeah, my
or
neurologist,
4D?
40.
40 seizures a day.
Did you hear me slow down when I was reading it? I was like, four.
No, that was me repeating because I'm shocked. No. Sorry, I heard what you said. That was me going, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, 40 a day. Actually, it says almost every day, so not every day, but almost every day. It's better than every day. The next one says, yeah, my neurologist kept saying I was having seizures, but pseudo ones. He finally, after 3 fucking years, did a VEEG study. Day 2, I wouldn't stop having all the seizures. Nothing pseudo about them. And then just said, I'm seizing, but he's not ruling out the pseudo. And I'm still med resistant, got a VNS because wasn't a surgery candidate, and they've only gotten worse in the 20 years since diagnosed, only getting worse with age, and it fucking sucks. I can't fully agree with you. But we also got Ann here responding, which is a really good sign. It says, I just pulled myself out of a vortex, moved to a new city. Suddenly, my focal to bilateral tonic-clonic became PNES and same EEG that was used to make this erroneous diagnosis was in the EMU. 2 epileptic episodes requiring 3 separate doses of Ativan, but the video was PNES. It has taken me 5 years and several unnecessary emergency procedures to prove how dangerous this was for me. If you already have clinical diagnosis and have proof of this, please send it to those who are doubting you. You are responsible for your own advocacy, and this will help. Clinical evidence will never be argued. I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing this as a trend in the medical industry, and it can lead to us into dangerous situations. Oh, dangerous situations when epilepsy is not treated properly in emergency care and ongoing treatment. I experienced PTSD from those experiences, but therapy got me through that. Feel free to DM. Another one says, my neurologist continues to dismiss my seizures and epilepsy. I was lucky enough to connect with an epilepsy organization that said it was difficult for neurologists to diagnose certain types of epilepsy. For instance, focal. Despite my test showing clear evidence, she is hell-bent on just treating my migraines, treating them as, in quote, migraines, and overlooking the whole picture. If you're not satisfied with your neurologist, look for a second opinion or find an epileptologist. I had started epilepticus recently and had to be given rescue meds by the EMS. As I'm coming back, one of the first things I remember is the EMT saying, in quote, I gave you anxiety dose, so this wasn't seizures. Then when he gets to the hospital, still can't talk or move, but I am perceptive at this point. He tells the nurse I was having maybe seizures. The nurse pulls up my chart and says, "We don't have any history of epilepsy on file, but we have Tourette's." And he says, "Aha, that must have been stemming from that. It was stemming actually." The nurse says, "You don't know if they're on any meds," and yes, yeah, a bunch of the cough medicine called lamotrigine, and the nurse says, "Okay, I'll put expectorate in the file," and I'm grunting up a storm, but can't get the words out yet. It was the worst. A lot that I didn't understand. They have lamotrigine cough syrup. I mean, syrup. Um, I gotta look that up.
I'm gonna pipe in here. And this is one of the things that happened to me, of course, is they'll if they can't find the med or they don't want to put in the diagnosis that a targeted medication like Vimpat or Xcopri, they'll say, okay, OTC, yeah, cough syrup. They'll just put in an OTC medication if they don't want it coded as epilepsy. And it's like, wait, why would they do that? So yeah, some more lessons learned. But I had that argument in one of the ERs where it's like, Vimpat is a very targeted, plus, you're clustering. So in between these seizures, yeah, I've seen that happen a lot. That just kind of sucks. Yeah, it's a code thing.
I'm glad I was just told I had epilepsy instead of having to fight for a diagnosis. Here's another comment. It says, my previous one said, how do I know I was having seizures when no one has seen them? I was either faking them or imagining it. My current neurologist is an A plus 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 plus. There's 5 pluses. Another one says, my epileptologist told me that pregabalin was originally developed as an epilepsy medication. I had it prescribed for nerve pain while I was still trying to get it diagnosed, mainly to see if it would help control my seizures. Pregabalin did more for my seizures than my pain.
Is
LOL.
that one of my posts? That
Well,
literally
you were in the
sounds.
comments, but it's not one of yours. I
Yeah,
read your comment.
I had that. I just had that very thing happen again with pregabalin. It's like, yo, yeah, no, this is an anticonvulsant, but the off-label use made so many medical providers think it was something else. And I'm like, wow, how? How?
One more comment says, I was told after having epilepsy for 25 years that my daily auras and occasional seizures were pseudo. I asked, what does that mean? I can, what does that mean? I can learn to drive then? My epilepsy nurse, who had mentioned this, looked alarmed, and it hasn't been mentioned since. Presumably, they are not certain they are willing to take that risk. Another one here says, why does epilepsy awareness suck? You can imagine why I put this here and read this. It says it's the most common neurological condition. It's been known about for thousands of years, yet no one understands it. Every person I've spoken to that is a neurologist or a scientist who specifically researches epilepsy thinks that everyone with epilepsy is photosensitive. No one has a clue what focal seizure is. No one talks about the side effects of the meds or the side effects on the memory epilepsy could have. Only time I ever heard about Purple Day during school was in October, and it was for ASD, not epilepsy. In fact, I didn't even know epilepsy had a day before Googling it. Even doctors just see it as nothing more than seizures. They don't talk about the social aspect, the cognitive aspects, or even explain what's going on in your brain. I know it's morally wrong to compare movements, but it's a rant, so I'm gonna do it anyway. The movements for so many different types of awareness have become so large to remove stigma. For example, ASD and ADHD. Why does epilepsy never get this treatment? I'm not asking for everyone to suddenly become a neuroscientist, but can it just be general knowledge that epilepsy doesn't equal photosensitivity and that there's more than a grand mal seizure, at the very least, in authority figures like teachers?
You would want anybody around children to know this kind of thing. But again, it's just more knowledge, more courses, and a lot of people don't think it's worth it.
I've
How
been
much
saying this.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I've been saying this for a while. Why has compared to all the neurodivergent spectrum things, why is this one getting left out? I mean, I don't know. Uh, Probably because all the kids have ADHD, so that's a huge demographic.
And the
People
side
love.
effects for the medications that we're on and these children are on can, definitely send them over the edge easily. So instead of just looking out for the side effects, knowing that a child has a condition that puts them on these controlled substances that can lead to that, I think people would be safer.
Gotta protect the kids. That was sort of tongue in cheek there. You know, I think the pharmaceutical industry has really latched on to diseases like ADHD and Asperger's. It might be a little overdiagnosed. And
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's true because like I have Asperger's and I have Asperger's. I mean, like like people don't know that about me. Just like I mean, just like I mean, like like here's what normally happens. If people think that well, it's not them that they have Asperger's and just like it's most like like they're kind of intelligent. Just like just like none of my doctors ever told me about anything. Just because because it's like I've been to like through a rehab and basically I just and basically I I mean just if if you and I got a with that just and because I have ADD. I mean it's the system called attachment dissociation disorder. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Like I recently just smoked a backwood, and just like so.
I think a lot of us probably just did. Don't worry. You're good, Jason. You're good.
I stopped
Everybody
smoking
except for the
that,
nicotine.
Floridians.
I haven't
that's
got to smoke one, so I stopped smoking nicotine. I love backwoods.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I
I
just
know what
meant.
you're feeling.
Sorry, I
Yes,
just meant weed.
yes,
I just meant weed in general.
yes. Backwards are good, honestly. Just love like, I mean,
Yeah,
just
they're
I think
amazing.
yes, just like I
The
mean,
lower
like
your
my
seizure
first one
threshold.
was like the back was great.
I wanted to. Oh shit. I had a point. I was gonna make
Something
it.
about teachers and children, teachers and certifications and knowledge of medical.
No, we were past that. Uh,
Yeah.
a little bit. It was a little bit into this. Shoot. Um,
Spectrum
it's on the.
disorder.
Uh. Oh yeah. Um, both of those things. So for the thank you very much, Mark. I feel like um epilepsy hasn't been like thrown under the umbrella that is now an IDD, so intellectual or developmental disorder, where it should be. I think it's still in that weird gray area where no one really knows how to categorize it. But it, like Kevin was saying, a lot of the other sort of mental health issues are being noticed, but ours isn't. Um, and I feel like it's because we're in that weird gray area. Um, and then when it comes to the being a teacher, uh, it it's weird because you never want to have one from the students, but also you want your students to be aware because hopefully they can help someone else in the future, not you. You hope it's not you because you, like I said, you don't want to have a seizure in front of them. But um, yeah, I think having epilepsy and being an educator sort of um, does give you a unique opportunity to further educate, people at a young age about epilepsy and what it's about without hopefully scaring them about it.
So that
Mm.
you said you don't want to be the one having seizures when it comes to being at school. Um, that's where I had my seizure, where I got diagnosed eventually after my second seizure at school. But when you said that like teachers and stuff should know, actually you didn't say it, I read it. Um, Teachers and stuff should know, because when I had my first seizure, my teacher, she left me in a class full of children. She ran to the office to get the nurse instead of calling, um, which could have ended and this wouldn't have been happening. Um, yeah, and that was two times. The second time it happened 2 days later, the same thing happened. And I was told this by a student I went to school with, and yeah, he was in that class. He was just like, last time I seen you, you were tangled up between a chair and a desk, and I was crying. Yeah, so there's people that should know, people like that, and cops and teachers. I think those are big
Oh
ones
yeah,
that should know, because
especially yeah.
cops mistake it, and you end up in jail.
That's a huge problem. I mean, cops not understanding mental disorders, and mental and physical disorders. Yeah, that's a big problem. And I suppose from a marketing stand, this is a weird way to look at it from a marketing standpoint. I don't think we're getting the attention because I guess elderly diseases like Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, America pretends to love old people. So, yeah, they're going to get a lot of funding. And yeah, all the children, they pretend to love old and young people. So, and well, I don't know where we can find uh, something. We don't have a celebrity
Sponsorship.
face. Yeah, well, there's no celebrities, huge celebrities like Michael J. Fox or anything. Nothing to really launch this into the mainstream, is there?
This,
You know,
you're going to be famous one day.
this, I mean, epilepsy, and that not the podcast. It's doing great on its own. Yeah.
Also, just wanted to speak on. Oh, bye, Brandon.
Bye, Brandon.
Also, just wanted to speak on the neurodivergency thing because some of my first diagnoses that I got were neurodivergent diagnoses. And that was when I was 16, 17, even when I was a child. I think I was around like 5 or 6. Um, but it's it seems to me like back then it was kind of talked about a little bit more from what I noticed. 25, so it hasn't been that long since I was in school. But elementary school was definitely more different than high school. I feel like they talked about that kind of stuff more. But I'm diagnosed AUDHD, and it's kind of crazy to me that like I can talk to somebody about autism and that be totally fine, but then as soon as I start talking about epilepsy, they look at me funny. And I've even like talked to people who have it as well, who are neurodivergent but not epileptic. And then as soon as I say that, like, oh yeah, I have seizures, I have epilepsy, and they even look at me funny. And it seems like the community of neurodivergence has gone from being accepting of all people to only accepting of a few, and they don't really open up to let anybody else in, despite the fact that there's clear evidence of comorbidities between ADHD and autism with epilepsy. And then also speaking on the MS, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's. I mean, people who have epilepsy or people who have family members who have MS and Parkinson's, they're more at risk for developing a neurological disorder, which can include epilepsy. And it's just crazy to me that those comorbidities are not talked about with how widely talked about those things are, neurodivergency and MS, Parkinson's, and stuff like that. So when somebody develops epilepsy with somebody in their family that has one of those issues, or they haven't already been diagnosed with it, like me with autism and ADHD, it's just crazy to me that that's not like something that they talk about. It's not something that they bring up, like, oh, you have these, you might be more at risk. Um, it's just, yeah, it's just crazy to me. I don't understand it, but it bothers me a lot.
On the
Also,
bright side, we do hear about it more with children, though. So, I mean, our children might be a little more likely to spread the word. Sorry, go ahead.
what else were we talking about? Go back. Oh
Wait,
yes, yeah, I understood what you were talking about. I wanted to say that too. I understand where you're coming from. Um, but I'm gonna read some of these comments.
wait, I want to chime in on on like from that previous from that from that previous post that you just read. Just like just like I've been yeah 'cause, like I've been going through something similar like that, honestly. Just like I mean like just like losing just like losing a family member. So, and I think what I think like through 2020, like to 2025, like it was. I mean like those were like like I would say honestly the worst years. Just like I mean because like I'm almost 30, and just like and like I'm glad now that I'm in Tallahassee, but just like just just like but just like if you're taking Kepra, like I mean like I would like I take the vitamin B6. All the reason why I can't do vitamin B12 because of my blood sugars. I'm sorry
Oh,
for to say that, just like I've been doing the metabolic mind. I've been trying to get myself not to get caught in a seizure, and like due to what I had one like on in the middle of August. So
Yeah, we all try
yeah.
different vitamins and supplements and alternative treatments or whatever they call it because I don't like the medicines.
Yeah, when you said B12, it made me think of these right here. Um, Shout out to Nature's Made. You got these B12, they're gummies, so they're really good. But I can understand where you come from with the sugar because they are gummies. But they're extra strength, 3,000 micrograms, so two a day.
yeah, just like I don't know, just yeah. Like I think for me, like like I have like grand mal seizures, something like that. But but something like that. But just like because the history of my seizures, because like I used to work at because I used to work at like at bars, and so at bars and nightclubs, just like there is one dude that tried to punch me in the face in the club, and just like I mean like and since I do wrestling, and like, like when I was in high school, I did wrestling. I was a three-time state qualifier, two-time regional champion, two-time All-American, but I never placed a state. But anyway, like I suplexed him so hard. I made his face actually like his face bleed. I saw it the one time at Ball House, but but just like honestly like I didn't press charges because it was a club. It was bad business, and like I knew like security. I got my D license and my G license. If I had a car now, I would. Like I would make it to. I would have my Georgia and Alabama license for security, but just like that happens at occasion, like when you have seizures. So that's why I stopped working at like I bounced at bars. I had to. Like I had to get out of the nightlife, and like that's why I moved out of Tallahassee. You know, I've been living there for like almost all my life. So, well, not all my life. I would say for more than 20 years. So,
Was being a bouncer nice? Like get a lot of females coming to you?
oh yes, oh yes, like they would
Oh,
give
nice.
me like their Snapchats and their phone numbers, and and I would just and they would text me like just to catch up because because like I'm basically like the nice guy in the bar.
Bring her to the front of the line type guy.
Yeah.
Come on, get in first and free. I got you. That's you. I got you. Go ahead.
They let you work the door, huh?
You don't even pat her down. Uh,
If they only have the wristbands, like, but I gotta wristband them and stuff like that. So, like, I don't think, so I don't think that's like pretty much necessary. But but I can be the friendly guy.
don't do your job, be too friendly. But yeah, post here, you guys. It says
Hold up, Kevin Bacon just joined. Let's see
Kevin
what's
Bacon.
up.
Did you get blamed for your seizures? I was wondering how many people diagnosed with epilepsy today, tonic-clonic, absence, and seizures, or both, have been told that you're having seizures because of the life that you're living. When I first started having seizures at 18, I was blamed for them. I was told it's my fault because I was going clubbing with my friends and had alcohol in the nightclub, so I need to live as a nun, and nothing else would happen. I kept having seizures, regaining consciousness at the hospital or in an ambulance for 20 years. They told me the EEG didn't show anything, so I was told I wasn't epileptic and I had all the symptoms and needed Tegretol and Keppra as well, twice a day religiously. Then 4 years ago, abnormally, they said I had abnormal brain waves consistent with the ones observed in epilepsy were observed. I was diagnosed and then told I am disabled. I wasn't a slacker for struggling at work. I wasn't a drama queen like they said for 20 years. Then, about 6 months after that, my dad started to have seizures. So now they're like, obviously, it's been passed down genetically. They act like everything is fine. But for 20 years, they blamed me and shamed me in my lifestyle. I was hearing I was crazy and a slacker who was just didn't want to work like or didn't want to work like anyone else when I was saying I was exhausted and had pain. We all are. Get a grip of yourself. You're so lazy. You're lucky to be in a country that pays slackers to stay at home, but you'd be dead with that attitude. If I had a beer on a warm day, well, I didn't complain when you all have a fit. Oh, if you had a beer on a bad day, I didn't complain. Uh, they all act like it's fine, and those 20 years didn't exist, and I should let it go. Of course, I'm glad the nightmare is over and I finally get help. I need get the help I need, but it's tough hearing all those things over 20 years, sometimes by family, friends themselves. So I want to know how many people are in the same boat. How many of you get blamed for your epilepsy and told you're not epileptic at all? Sorry for the rant. I haven't been told that personally. Um, but Anne, I've seen your hand up.
Oh my God, 4 decades, and even, yeah, forever. It seemed like until they started to see it firsthand, and even, yeah, it's maybe it's this, maybe it's that, not just in the medical community, my family. And there's still family members that are like, nah, she's full of shit. This is just, it's all psych. It's not what she thinks it is. Or, you're just lazy. You're just laying around. And, yeah, right. I wish I could do more. But, yeah, I would get blamed for everything. And I think what it comes down to for me is they were just looking for something to make me feel guilty about for whatever reason. And I'm not saying it's all on them. I'm human, but if you have a disagreement or a resentment, that should be a conversation and not an accusation. So, you know, if people don't want to come around and hear the truth, but like what happened to this person that posted when her dad started having seizures, then they kind of pretended those last 20 years never existed. Oh yeah, I get that. Because you don't get it till you get it, and that meant that other family members had to probably, what do they call it, radical acceptance or whatever. They had to actually accept the fact that this was a real thing. And they didn't get it until they got it. But yeah. Or the other side of the coin, you use your epilepsy as an excuse. That's the other side of that coin. It's like, oh, you're funny. But yeah, I get it.
So there's one here, a comment said I was told it was unreal and I was being fake after 12 years of having seizures. My parents still don't believe me. My parents still didn't believe me. And I told them if they're not going to believe me, then I don't want to be around them. So my mother said, if you want to leave, you can leave. I went for 2 years and slept under a bridge. I went for 2 years and slept under a bridge. Eventually, I had to be the bigger person and go back home. So now here I am home, and they still don't believe me, even though I'm having seizures in front of them. Sleeped under a bridge is rough. I feel for that person. Luckily, my family has not. They've said some fucked up shit, but they believe I have seizures and epilepsy. Not that they would even know anything about it,
But that person's saying they have seizures in front of their family, and at that point, if the family's still denying it, then they might just be blaming it on, you know, you're a junkie now, and this is what happens to your kind. And that's the point where do you feel like you have to go through some, radical treatment plan, even if you don't need it? It's annoying.
I think it's also part of projection too. Um, I've had a lot of issues with my family, like all my life. And I think that the reason, maybe this is, I'm just saying this to make myself feel better about it, but I think that the reason why they're so angry and aggressive and act like assholes about it is because they project a lot of their guilt and their own issues on the people around them. Um, and so I've always been the target of that with my parents and my siblings, and because I have something that's actually wrong with me that I can't control, and they all have things wrong with them that they can control. I think that they feel like shit for the fact that I do more and they don't.
And yet again, you sound like you're speaking so beyond your years.
Yeah, like that, that is true, honestly, because like I mean, because for me, like I'm, like people didn't really know that I was autistic because like, and my mom and my dad didn't believe it in me and stuff like that. So, and just like I, I think honestly for the thing, like we have to do it on your own and the things that you really want to do, just like, I mean, like. like to be honest, just if people like, well, I don't know because like because I wrestled in high school and people always thought I was popular, but you know, just like you know, if if they have the wrestler's mind, I think most autistics have a wrestler's mindset. I think that might be opinion of it.
What's a wrestler's mindset?
I was gonna ask that.
So a wrestler's mindset is like is like you're like winning. Well, okay, let me start over. So like a champion's mindset. So like a champion's mindset is like like you have a winning mindset. You're working out. Well, you're working out like you're doing the right things that you do, but and 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 like okay, just just if you won like an all-American or a champion, like like you're basically like trying to work out all day. Like I think that's what it is. Like I don't know if that's an opinion of that. uh, don't y'all agree?
So like competitive or like a single focus kind of mindset?
Competitive.
I can definitely agree with that. I've I've always been like extremely competitive, and even to the point where people tell me that I'm like, I don't know, doing too much. Um, I tend to get like obsessively wound into something, and it's strange to other people, but for me it's just like something that I feel like I have to do. So I could definitely agree with that.
Was it too much
Which
of a
one?
generalization to say that like people on the spectrum have that as a similarity where you do get really focused or it's easy to go kind of like OCD or really overly focused into something? Or is that
Yeah,
just
I
like a
mean,
case by case kind of?
Yeah,
I think that yeah. Jason, go ahead.
yeah, like it's pretty much the like the OC, it pretty much like I mean I think somewhat they have like the like OCD, something like that. Just like I mean like so if you're like a wrestler in high school and if your opponent like actually like clubs you in the head and actually clubs in the head like so hard you actually suit. Like I mean, like, as a wrestling stance, like if they did it in high school. So I mean, like that's where I was coming from.
Well, yeah, and it's also too like because autism and OCD and ADHD share a lot of characteristics. And I have all three. Um, and so the way that my brain processes thing with my autism, I I don't like things to change. I like predictableness. I don't like things that not I don't know for sure. And like with my OCD too, that's like comfortability thing. It eases my anxiety and my stress if I do the same things over and over again. And then with ADHD, it's like the hyperactivity of my brain. Um, it feels better to do something um, obsessively than to do multiple different things because then I kind of get um, caught up in it all and I lose my focus very easily. So I would definitely say it's something that ties in with most things on the scale.
Yeah, just like I mean, like I have like like I haven't like an emotional vibrational chart I have on my phone, and just like uh, and just like I think like with people who do have autism, I mean they're pretty much like way emotional over things, just like because like I remember I was writing songs like I mean, if they're high emotional, I mean, if they're high emotional, they they make you depressed, honestly. I mean, if you're depressed. I mean, I think that may be true, but and just like and I think with autism people, I mean like I didn't know that well, like and I think for me, honestly, I think pretty much like I think that I'm sorry, I lost it. Uh, I lost it. I'm sorry. I mean
That's
like
cool.
Is it
So
bad for
the
dogs?
go ahead.
Is it bad for dogs to eat B12 gummies?
I can look it up. It's not good for dogs to eat supplements. I know
Okay. Well,
that,
shout out to
but
Nature's Man. Go ahead, Kate. I just had to say shout out to Nature's Maid. I was looking at the dog and the Nature's Maid. It just all came
Well,
together.
it's
So
unlikely that a dog eating one B12 gummy will cause serious harm, as vitamin B12 is water soluble. So she could get to some water.
say that again.
Puppy definitely has something to drink.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that should help her get it out faster. It's generally non-toxic, but watch out for uh, having to go out an extra time, sounds like.
She called you a her.
Did she call me a what?
Telling him that you called him a her.
Oh,
He is highly
my bad.
offended. But okay.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, so the thing you guys were saying about, yeah, I lost it too.
well, it's
Go
like
Um,
ahead, next subject.
obsessiveness and um I think maybe I don't correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but on that last part that you were talking about, uh, people with autism are more likely to be kind of like sponges in their situations, in their environments. So like kind of act like chameleons for some people. So like if you're listening to something that's like high emotion or low emotion, you tend to kind of follow suit with it without meaning to. Just kind of
That's what
happens.
it was. I've always had this like just never understood it. If the and people who are autistic, like I understand like your emotions process differently. So how does that impact your learning? Is that always a disadvantage, or could that ever be kind of an advantage to how you learn or retain
For
information?
me, personally, it my learning was more to be like normal people, if that makes any sense. Because I've never really operated normally, and I was always very different than the kids around me in school. So learning meant more like learning how to be normal. So it's masking is the word for it. But like in regular learning situations, I can learn really quickly, but it doesn't mean that I will continue to be very good at it.
Recently, I got this very cool fidget spinner, you guys. Yeah, you get you one. Um, Another post. I fell for that person who said they slept under a bridge for 2 years before they had to be the bigger person. With epilepsy, um, yeah, that was touching. I have one that says, I'm in my 30s. My parents still make dumb comments like this, even though I don't party anymore or anything for that matter. Haven't for years. I had epilepsy since I was a kid. I was gaslit for about a year by my ex-boyfriend. He kept blaming me for everything during arguments because I was conveniently forgot everything. Even though I knew he was lying and I would never say or do certain things, he always used my memory against me. He made me think I was going crazy. Eventually, that did make me go crazy. Luckily, no one blames me for my seizures except myself, but then again, I can't control everything. My parents will get mad or frustrated if I have a seizure after going to bed too late, but I can't blame them for worrying. In my country, someone, some people call it getting possessed by a demon when you have a seizure in public. I'm going to move on. It says, am I being dramatic? My grandma, my gran has a friend with epilepsy and suffers the tonic-clonic seizures. I was diagnosed at 15 with absence seizures, but my gran keeps trying to downplay my epilepsy as if it isn't dangerous and doesn't affect my day-to-day life. She keeps saying, you wouldn't want to have one of those proper big seizures, which I have had a TC in the past, but it really hurts when she says these things and acts as if I can't cross that road by myself. Am I being dramatic? She's not old and clueless either. She just refuses to educate herself. Is that person being dramatic is the question.
I don't think so. I think, you know, I mean, especially for those of us that have a mix of a few, like any seizure, regardless of what kind it is not fun to deal with. I think it's unfair for people to try to say that it's less harmful if you have a focal compared to a TC. I mean, you can still injure yourself with a focal.
That's a cool fidget spinner, Pokey.
Huh?
Where'd you get that? That's a cool fidget spinner.
Yes. I
Where'd you
gotta
get
ask.
that?
Well, just one girl gave it to me. I forgot her name.
Oh, okay.
She didn't want to give me her number though. But yeah. I digress.
Pretty cool though.
Yeah. So to the comments, wait, say that again.
It was just a cough.
Oh, yeah. To that person, I do not believe you're being dramatic. Like you said, some people refuse to educate themselves, so it's not being dramatic when you think these people should educate themselves, so basically. And to the comments, someone says saying any seizure isn't a proper seizure is wild. I just wouldn't talk to her about your condition anymore, even though she is your grandma. That doesn't mean you have to talk about your epilepsy with her. Right. I've had both. I've had both tell grandma if she didn't think yours are serious, she should try one. Boomers still have stigma around epilepsy. I've had a TC only once when I was diagnosed. Post that, I've had wild jerks, 1 to 2 seconds, and a wave of electricity currently making me collapse. It was like 1,000 watt electricity trying to push me in certain direction, but my parents couldn't understand. But that's when I changed medicine. Still have the small ones, which are not noticeable by someone who doesn't know about the condition. If your grandma hasn't actually seen you have full TC seizure, she might not be understanding your POV. The small ones are only felt, not seen. It's hurtful to hear it from them because it's the people you love. But maybe try ignoring her comments. My BFF made fun of me falling down and jerking before she knew about it was a disorder. It stopped once she understood it's involuntary and messes with my life. You had anybody make fun of your seizures? Anybody? Um, my kids, but that's it.
Only on purpose, like for funniness.
Yeah, there's that a little bit.
Oh yeah. I don't talk to them anymore, but I have family members that would use the R word in gesture. Yeah, in conversations. It's like, yeah, you were doing your thing. You R and do that gesture. And it's like I don't know if you really think I'm gonna, yes, be affected by that, but they don't think about what they're saying. And I found going through life with expecting people to understand my disability was my mistake. And, I'm well known for saying, the truth can stand on its own. It doesn't need your belief to support it. This is a medical condition. I had to see a medical specialist for. My primary care provider cannot treat this. So what's your jig, But yeah, no, this is real. But they would make fun of it. And they're the same people that, it's like, oh, you choose what to remember, or you pick a bad time to have a seizure, all that stuff. And I'm so grateful to those of you who have a support system that is truly supportive. I mean, we're human. I expect people to have a reaction. I wouldn't blame them. I would do, it's scary to watch that. It's scary, but you don't have to be hurtful. But that's usually, like you said, Saya, it's projection. It's whatever it is that's in them. They need a place to put it, and they usually choose the most vulnerable. And even wild animals prefer to piss down a crack. So, yeah, you figured I was the crack that was the weakest and you threw it on me. Okay, that's on you. And the longer I longer I worked on that, recognized it, the easier it was for me. But yeah, I don't like people like that. And I needed to find a better way to teach them how it hurts, because it's like, no, this is a real medical condition. And what you're doing is unacceptable, inappropriate, and absolutely politically incorrect. So take that and shake it, you know? But yeah.
I have a comment here. It says, as harsh as it sounds, your grandmother is retarded. Um, okay, as harsh as it sounds, your grandma is
Oh,
retarded. I
is
hate
what?
being around people like your grandmother is toxic. She might very well be she might very well be the thing that triggers your seizures. Sometimes you have to sever ties with your own mental health. Sever ties with her for your own mental health. And another question says, does anybody else feel guilty? 21-year-old female, I'm living with my parents and I am wholly dependent on them for food, shelter, and transport. It's really demoralizing when I have to ask my mom or dad to drop everything because my brain decided to force me to do involuntarily Harlem Shake. Of course, I'm grateful to be cared for, but I also feel like I'm taking advantage of them. I do have a job, but more often than not, I find myself unable to do the simplest of tasks because of my brain fog. Now I have now I have to lose work hours going to the hospital for all these EEGs and miss the spinal taps and test on top of tests of days I can't even control my own body. It's hard because I need to prove myself as vulnerable or as valuable team member if ever I want to move up in my career and have a better future. But I'm also being pushed to the very limits and don't know what to do. Furthermore, there are more unsavory coworkers who like to make comments about me being absent on my bad days. Like, did you enjoy your day off? And laugh. No, Karen. I spent it wiggling on the floor in the hospital. I swear I am going to crash out. Wiggling on the floor. Um, does anyone feel guilty? I used to. I used to feel a little guilty for having seizures in front of people and they have to react certain ways, but it's been 20 years, man. I got over that. It's gonna get harder. It's gonna get easier over time. It's got easier with time, but yeah, it's gonna get hard before it gets easier. Way harder.
I used
Anybody
to
ever
as
have some?
Yeah,
well.
yeah, like that is true. Honestly, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, just like I started beginning. I first started to have seizures like after I had my first college girlfriend, and and 4 months later, like she blocked me and everything, and and then I believe like my first seizure was at a, you know, at like at the apartment I was staying, well, at my other apartment I was staying in. It was like it was Villa del Lano. It was back in 2017, and just like I think just like I think that would led to my first seizure. I mean, like having your first heartbreak, because like I've been watching Dr. Joseph. I mean, like I don't know, like if I mean, like I don't know if like if you watch him on YouTube, but just like I watch him on YouTube, and just like I think, I think honestly, like Pete, like I I think well, I think in my honest opinion, like I think like I think like I think like the rich class are wants designed to make meds. I mean I don't know, and I don't know. I think it may be.
Evan, how do you feel about guilt? You think that's common?
Very common. Of course, people are going to feel guilt in our situation. It's only it's it's difficult to avoid. I'll say. Uh, um, the situation this person is living in. Um, I would say many people are living with their parents who aren't even disabled. But still, even though we are still going to feel guilty, nevertheless, because of our condition. Uh, we're going to feel like a burden because uh, we depend on other people, and it's difficult to avoid that. Yeah, that's just that's part of it, and we have to find ways to maintain our independence and get over that. Not get over it. That's certainly not what I meant, but yeah, we all feel it at some point, I think, and yeah.
I think that's a really good way to put it, actually, Kevin, that just the feeling like you're burdening other people because of your lack of independence, not being able to drive, having to ask for favors, having to ask for rides, things like that.
Yeah, like like also with like not having pride in yourself and not having like self-worth.
It's
You
very
know,
easy to get depressed.
Couldn't say that enough. Got a comment? It says, "Please don't feel guilty. We're all in this together." Signed by mom of an adult child with epilepsy. It's hard to not feel guilty. I'm 37, recently had 3 TCs, all within the perfect time frame to not drive since June 2024. I hate asking my fiance or mom for a ride. I know it's not my fault, but I feel like a burden. I feel you. I'm in my 40s and I still feel guilty all the time that my family is, in quote, stuck with me, that they have to put up with me and my seizures, the cost of my meds, the doctor's appointments, but they love me and they are happy to help me. We are not burdens, we're humans, worth worth of love and affection. I feel similar to you. I'm 22 and I feel like I'm stuck at 12, independence wise. I am currently trying to find a job, but I am not sure how I will manage because of my situation. I would love to be more supportive to my family, which has been too strong for too long. However, apart from trying to improve my well being and in turn being more independent, I can't do much else. It's funny how sometimes I need to relax more to do better. So that's what I would recommend for you. There's nothing you can do there's nothing you can do. Stressing out is going to happen. Instead, focus on today rather than tomorrow. It might help. Oh. Then again, I'm 22 and you're older than me, so listen to yourself. Someone says, "Oh my God, yes, everything you said there is exactly how I feel. I always feel guilty and sometimes embarrassed, but extremely grateful to those who helped me as well." One last one says, "I'm so glad I'm not alone. Everything you described has been wreaking havoc on my life lately, and it's so impossibly draining to try and with communicate the effects with other people unfamiliar with epilepsy. I just got diagnosed with PNES and well, as general epilepsy and this crap blows. I have I have a few plants I take care of to help me feel less like I'm the only one depending on others. It's a weird logic, but it's nice to feel like I'm giving another we giving another thing care and paying forward to looking forward to helping this. And I've been getting better and better at taking care of my plants. Also, fuck the coworkers who say that. Work at I found work at an opera that actually listens and helps me find ways to work and stay safe. I wish I could give help by others or give a snapshot of how extensive epilepsy and its symptoms are. Be gentle. You're also keeping yourself safe and alive. I'm sorry stuff like this happens, but it sucks right now. Yeah, those
Taking
feel
care of
you.
something makes sense though. That thing with the plants? That was a good idea.
Right. Got something in that good idea? I got something in the meantime. Oh no, I do not actually.
Okay, so you're talking about a good idea for something to feel less guilty because of a chronic illness?
There you go.
Well, I think it's you guys. Seeing other people with a similar condition, similar living situations who are still, not necessarily like thriving in all cases, but it's getting it done. It's inspirational. Helps you focus more on what you are doing right.
And when I move on to it, says, has anyone else been diagnosed with epilepsy that goes years between seizures? My first seizure was in 2010, then 2013, then 2017, 2023. 2013 and 2027, I was experimenting being off of Keppra. And 2023, I got lazy with the meds after finally accepting, in quote, accepting that I have epilepsy. Never found a reason for seizures, and they are always grand mal, so I never remember the signs and always wake up in the hospital. Anyone else like this? Also, I want to be clear, I'm not complaining. I seriously don't know how some of you in this group live life with the severity of epilepsy that you have. I would have opted out a long time ago if I were you. Just looking for some guidance.
Nah, living miserable. That's still comparable.
Mm. Yeah, the worst mistake, like, don't be like me, because like I'll tell you why. Because I'm a singer, because I use the right songs. So like, yeah. So well, just if you write depressing songs, and if you actually like try to make something out of I mean, it's not gonna work. Don't you agree?
Wait, say that again. It's not gonna work. What do you mean?
Well,
Are you
okay.
saying like getting into one thing is not going to fix everything?
Yeah, like if it's like completely, like if you like, yeah, like if you have done something completely miserable about, and when you have guilt.
I always thought the point of writing a depressing song was not to make yourself depressed, it was to make other people depressed.
You ever wrote a song?
I did.
I was asking Kevin.
Oh,
Kevin Bacon, you ever wrote a song?
I played instruments.
Good enough, I guess. Go through some comments. One says, I've had less than 5 in 20-year period. No meds. Most of the time it was drug related. Hit 43 and have a seizure every 4 weeks. About 15 in 2-year period. Tried everything to make them stop. Absolutely shattered. Just started taking just started to take meds a few days ago. Side effects are horrible. Hopefully they get better because I'm not sure what's worse than this, meds or epilepsy. Not even sure if they work at this point either. But my dad had epilepsy and I didn't have it until he didn't have it until he was in his 40s. By his 50s, he was in a nursing home after a really bad seizure. I don't want that to happen to me. He didn't take any meds. I think as we get older with epilepsy, it gets worse and very risky. I had I had this with focals, both fine for about 6 months, then having clusters in one day for a few days and hit repeat. Took 6 years to get diagnosed because I kept being lured into false sense of security. Just makes it even harder when it happens again and again. I don't mean to sound selfish, but I'm jealous. Being jealous of someone who has epilepsy is an insane thing to say, but you're having seizures all the time now. I was only jealous when you had said you weren't having seizures that much. Okay, I got another one. It says, why don't you tell me when you're having a seizure? Or why don't you tell me when you think you're going to have a seizure? Because 95% of the time it's anxiety. and you realize how crazy I am. Anyone ever said that to you?
Wait, I didn't hear it.
End quote. Why don't you tell me when you think you're gonna have a seizure? Because 95% of the time it's just anxiety and you realize how crazy I am. Has anyone been told this? Um, Let me know if you're
Oh,
gonna have, basically. I have not been told this. And I don't have any signs, so yeah, mine's just pop up out of nowhere. Just boom, somebody's taking care of me now. Or somebody's calling the ambulance.
oh yeah, before I got diagnosed, I wasn't sure what my auras were, so I didn't feel like, because it would upset people when I would talk about my aura, because they'd be like, "Oh, great, it's happening again." So, um, I would not say anything, and then just whatever happened would happen, and then they'd be like, "Why didn't you say anything?" And I would just say, "Well, I didn't want to upset anybody." But now that I'm diagnosed, everybody tells me that I should tell them immediately once I feel off.
First comment here says, because if I told you when I felt off as I don't get much warning with my seizures, you go into panic and stress me out so much that it causes me to have one. So I have less seizures by not telling you when I think I'm at risk for one. Not everyone knows their triggers and or have auras to recognize. I wish it was that easy. It's not like they're scheduled, right? Whoever told you that, F them, move on. One says, because I literally can't tell when I'm having one. You can probably tell me better than I can tell you. Did anyone say they've been asked to tell someone when you're having a seizure? Besides see you?
I think I have before. You know, like like I would say like if they're like running crazy or somehow. I mean, because like for me, like I got arrested in 2017, and I mean like and the cops know that they if you're doing something and they think that you look crazy or anything, they get you arrested. Well, I mean, but like that's like if but that's like if you're a big guy and you know and you do kind of like crazy things.
One more comment. It says, I had seizures and since 2017, no, since 2007. They settled down for a few years after 2013, then came back in 2019. I didn't work in direct I didn't work in direct sunlight for a year, but I worked in super hot humid FedEx trailers and for a year in a warehouse that was not air conditioned. I live in Tennessee, so that's about as hot and humid over here as it is gonna be wherever you're at. Those trailers felt like it was 115 degrees with 70% humidity weather. So I wouldn't be worried about it. Swimming safety with epilepsy. Should I let a lifeguard know if I have epilepsy even when it's been a few months without a seizure? From visiting a water park such as a Disney Typhoon Lagoon, how realistic is it as to want to be going on all the flumes as usual? I doubt I'll be able to tell every single lifeguard. Also, another note, if someone is having a seizure, how will they get rescued as in water you can't just let it happen as you can on land. Anybody have any safety tips for swimming?
I would depend on a trusted person more than a lifeguard for sure.
I don't have a lot of
have some
seizures, even though they're
thoughts.
kind of breakthroughs. I just don't want to take the risk of what if, and I could not be here for my children after that. The what ifs.
And anybody that's trusted probably wouldn't be able to drag me out of the water, especially if we're in the ocean.
I'm the biggest
So
person I know.
that's
Well,
risky.
not that I know. I'm the biggest person that everyone else knows. So everyone else is not going to be able to get me out.
Well, an issue I see with these, especially considering they mentioned specifically the Disney Typhoon Lagoon type water parks, those are big. Like really big. There will be a lot of different lifeguards that they will need to notify if they want to be safe at every single event or location, attraction, ride, whatever they are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of people that each of those lifeguards are responsible for as well, at any given time. I don't know how realistic it would be for them to be able to notice or pay any extra particular attention to any individual um uh I don't want to say tourist, but tourist attendee,
Just go with guest.
guest. That's the word. Thank you. Yes. Perfect. Uh so um I don't know. I would basically think, how comfortable would you be if you didn't notify any of the lifeguards at all, and then base your decision on that kind of thought expectation? Because you may go and notify any of them, but there's really no guarantee that they'll be able to do anything um, particularly um, helpful in any of those situations, beyond anything that they would have been able to do for any other guest that they are responsible for. Um, so that's just my thoughts.
Well, something else with that too is the water parks. If I don't remember Typhoon Lagoon too well, but those are usually pretty shallow. So if you're going to be at a place where it might be crowded and it's just a hot tub and a, lap pool or something, then, like nothing less than 3 feet, then that's definitely the kind of place that you're going to be more likely to need somebody to look out for you. Whereas the water park, I mean, you're probably already there with your family, and if it's just the splash pads that are really shallow, then that's where I would kind of follow Mark's train of thought of if we could go without notifying any lifeguards, then somebody could still at least flip me over to be able to breathe. Like less threat to life, I would assume, in shallow water.
So the first comment here says I swim regularly at a pool. The lifeguards and the owner are very accommodating, reassuring me that I'm allowed to swim there and always had an eye on me. I always swim poolside, never in the middle lanes. At a water park, it's a lot different, I guess, and uncontrolled environment, really. If you're going with family, just make sure that an adult is with you and can help you. If you tell the water park, it's unlikely they'll let you in. At the end of the day, it's your choice on safety. If you know your seizures are controlled, and just trust who you are going with, and to help, then it wouldn't be such a big issue. If any of those are in question, then maybe not swim. I wouldn't count on a lifeguard at a water park to catch a seizure, especially a busy one like Typhoon Lagoon. The park is so crowded and they have a large area to scan. Plus, They rotate stations every 5 to 10 minutes. Have a friend who can be in arm's length when you're by a water or waiting at the bathroom or waiting at the bottom of the slide. My worry is that you'll be denied entrance. I don't know if this is true. This is my own, or if this is my own anxiety and past experiences. My only advice is to go swimming and go on water rides with a buddy who can alert for help. Any of you guys still swimming?
I like how Anne put it. Won't put myself at risk. Splash pad's okay. Any depths? No. I do still swim, but it's probably not a good idea.
I did swim a lot when my seizures weren't controlled. But
How'd that go?
been fine. Just being out in cold air is not that's very good for my seizures. You know, the nice cool air, nice cool pool. Yeah, it's fresh air. It's all very good for me.
Yeah, can move forward after all those comments. Yeah, none of us has tried keto here, but there's this. It says I heard that people go on keto diets can get bad breath. Is this true? If so, why? I feel strange for asking this question, but I'm wondering because I'd like to be more educated on this before I start before I start taking the keto diet way. Couldn't find much questions online. I hope I don't sound rude. I'm genuinely curious.
Keto breath is a normal temporary side effect of ketosis caused by release of ketones like acetone, which can smell fruity or like nail polish remover. You can manage it by drinking plenty of water, maintaining good oral hygiene, chewing sugar-free gum, and adjusting the carb and protein intake. Breath usually improves on its own as your body adapts within a few weeks.
Luckily, Kate had the research ready because I might have said you might be overreacting. I don't know, bad breath was a symptom and was a side effect. That's messed up. Catch 22, like Kevin already says.
It's hard enough to stick with the diet to begin with.
One comment says, yes, this can happen. Coconut pool for 15 minutes before brushing your teeth, like normal, it works well. Stay hydrated. That's what affects mine a lot. Ketosis can give you bad breath, especially in the beginning. Sources, Google. I don't mean to be rude, but why are you posting this on here? Ketosis, I think, could be the reason due to the number of ketones produced by it, and particularly acetone, which is breathed out. Also, if it gets to the point, it means your body is in ketosis. I don't suggest you looking for help here from any of these people. Apparently, some kids get high enough ketone or acetone levels that you can smell it. I don't think it's bad, but detectable. Anybody on lamotrigine other than me?
Lamot is that
That's Lamictal.
that's
Generic Lamictal.
oh yeah. No, I'm not on that one. There's too many L. I was switched over to. Should
I
we
finally
like
remember
try to
levetiracetam.
use the trade names or something to avoid the like confusions or something of this? Or maybe
Yeah.
I'm just too
No, I mean
seizure
it's helped me understand the uh generic and brand name. The more we use them,
Yeah. Use
I feel like it might be
both
more likely that I can remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can say levetiracetam now because Kate said it so much.
And I'm pronouncing it wrong. It was supposed to be levetiracetam.
Levetiracetam.
So forgive me for that.
Okay. Um,
And we learned
so
that from Anne.
yeah, I got one here that says, "Can lamotrigine affect your overall health?" I do say it could because they have side effects that affect your health and things that go along with that. But it says, does lamotrigine have any effects on your health? It lowers the ability to absorb folic acid, apparently. My neurologist prescribed me additional folic acid on top of prenatal to take. I also heard some people online say they experience hair loss. I have not experienced hair loss, of course.
My hair fell out for a while when I
Oh
first
wow.
started taking it. Yeah, a lot of my hair fell out for a while, but it seems to have stopped and it's grown back.
I
It
haven't
didn't
been,
like fall out. It just seemed like I was shedding a lot, if that makes
Does your
sense.
hair feel like just more fine, like easily breakable? I don't know.
Yes.
I've always blamed the meds for that too.
Especially because I have I've always had really thick hair. And
Oh.
now with all the meds and stuff that I'm on, it doesn't seem like it's as strong as it used to be.
Yeah, I can understand that. You never want to style it.
I don't do anything with it.
yeah, so it does do something to your health overall, is what she's telling us. And from my experience, um, my hair hasn't exactly, other than like you said, you shed a lot. I think my showers say that I shed a lot due to the hair all over the shower. Um,
Mine
yeah,
could be a whole bunch of things though.
Like a wide range of side effects, or just to do with your hair?
A wide range of things that I have going on and other drugs, not just the lamotrigine. So I don't know if it was that specifically. I just know that when I started when I started the lamotrigine, I noticed that my hair falling out for a while. So that I know was I attributed to the lamotrigine.
Okay, so
But
that one you could pinpoint.
that one I could pinpoint.
Gotcha.
But anything else I can't.
Yeah, that's another one of the frustrating parts about having comorbidities, or when they have you on like four different pills for one thing.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. Have you ever
first
gone out of
comment.
your way though to look up like the combination of your pills? Because when I was on carb clobazam and Keppra, I realized
Carbamazepine?
that uh, I think clobazam's a different one. But anyway, it's a benzo. And when I was on that and the Keppra, I realized it increased that dress risk, like doubled it.
I'm
And
I
nobody ever told me that.
I don't know if I probably read them as good as I should, but I do go in and at least read all of the side effects and stuff that I should to look out for when I get them.
Yeah, we've learned some things on here just from talking to each other about the side effect or the risk increase when you're taking a certain combination of pills because they really do just kind of try one at a time and see if it doesn't kill you. That's the impression
I
I got
gotta go
after a
grab
while.
something out of the oven.
So, comment to that question. The first one is, oh wow, from Clitosaurus Rex. I had to say the name for some reason. Says it lowers your ability to absorb folic acid, apparently. Oh, that's a comment I just read. Another one says immunity system is fucked. Every virus, bacteria hits me hard. The moment somebody's in my space, coughs or blows their nose, I'm fucked. Oh, and bad nails, vertical lines, and broken cuticles. Another comment says, I've been taking it for several years and I haven't felt anything different. There you go, me too. The hair is flourishing. I'd be curious to know as well. My neurologist said, other than the potential for a rash, people tend to tolerate this medicine very well. It's going to be my next one if I can't get rid of my current Zonogram brain fog. liver, ALT, and AST are 3 to 4 times higher than normal. At least I think it's because of lamotrigine. I have never checked liver health before. Caused by my nerve issues, made my arms and hands go numb, painful almost like I had arthritis. They actually tested my nerves and scanned me for arthritis, but then found it was the medicine, so they changed it. It makes it interesting because I'm taking it. I haven't had any numbing. Studies suggest it causes osteoporosis. Bone density may be affected as well. I'm 35 and have severe bone fractures so far. To be fair, most of them occurred during some kind of martial arts. Since I stopped doing that, I only fractured my toe. LOL. It actually caused me way more seizures than I already did, interestingly. I was in the ER every week. Pretty sure I'm in minority here. Oh, also, it caused lack of appetite. I lost a lot of weight. Me too. Been on 400 milligrams a day for 5 years now. I've not noticed any negative side effects, only positive ones. Well, I've been on it for 20 years and I've noticed some bad shit. Um, for instance, I'm having breakthroughs still. My nails and hair are fine. They said just cuticle problems and stuff. Not having that. Only problem I'm having is still having breakthroughs every now and then. Someone also suggested I might be having seizures with season change. So I'm going to start paying attention to that because it is around 3 to 5 a year and there's that many seasons switching. But I'm not sure. Someone says one side effect, lamotrigine is an anticonvulsant medication. Can have mixed effects with male sexual function, including orgasm, while some men may experience improvements in pleasure and orgasm. When switching to lamotrigine from other anticonvulsants, others may experience erectile dysfunction or other sexual side effects impact on orgasm. Potential improvement. Some studies suggest that lamotrigine can improve ability to orgasm in men, particularly those switching from other medications. Just on a general level, it can improve sex for men, LOL, even from baseline, not switching. Probably one of the only positives that I can get from the medication, which is unusual for a medication of this nature. Has anybody had titanium hardware removed or installed, and did it change your seizures? I'm talking about not the surgery impact itself or anesthetic, but maybe the actual metal being your body. What's your thoughts or experiences? Thoughts or experiences with metal in your body?
I've
It
got
looks
spinal fusions in my neck and my lumbar spine.
Yeah, I've never thought about that.
I've talked to the doctor about every angle and they blow it off, Annie. Just like you say, they blow it off or it's anxiety.
Yeah, until they find out that you were right, and then they're bowing at your feet.
No, then they're all right. And they're happy that they're so right. I've never
Oh,
gotten credit for a damn thing.
oh, I've been lucky lately. The last,
melancholy. Watch episode 14 and 15, and Anne goes on about the pink slip.
yeah,
You'll
and
like it.
those pink papers are getting changed next Wednesday. And of course, I have the option to change it back, but we'll see. But literally had all of my doctors on in my chart at the same time today because all the stuff that they thought I was nagging them about was to avoid this at 4 o'clock today because nobody was listening to me. And I said, I don't need clearance from my primary care provider. We're going to need it from my neurologist, my epileptologist, which is exactly what they needed. So 0 hour
I'm on a conference with 4 other people, and I'm like, okay, just let me say it, all right? And they all started to chuckle. I'm like, go home, have a great weekend. And I told you so. I told you so. We could have
I'm
done
just
this two
glad
weeks ago.
at my last surgery when I got there, I'm like, can I talk to the anesthesiologist? And they're like, well, I'm the nurse. I'm like, no, I need to talk to the anesthesiologist
Yeah,
now.
yeah. And I talked to her today. So I don't have to worry about Wednesday, but she's like, okay, but they will come and talk to me. And, I've got all these notes I have to share with my daughter, but I wanted, how they want to have all of these details covered like well before your surgery. And I'm not having brain surgery. This is for my shoulder. But nobody's communicating, and I'm like, I knew I didn't need clearance for anesthesia from my primary care provider.
Right.
And
All you do is wait on them, but they're all in a hurry.
but I needed it from my neurologist, my epileptologist. So, I kind of raised the flag, I think it was Tuesday. And I'm like, I know it's a short work week next week. My surgery's Wednesday. We've got this looming in the mist. So it's like, okay, talk to you, you know, coffee Tuesday morning. So we got it covered. But, now it's like, wow, you were so right. This could get scary. And they recognized, I said, I'm not being selfish about this, just so you know, because I don't want this to be one of your bad memories either. And
Yeah. I
that
don't want to turn into your nightmare.
exactly, and I've noticed lately just showing them that I have compassion and respect for them, it really changes them. It's like, yes, I see you as a human. And
I've had a surgeon tell me I never want to see you again.
Oh, damn.
oh, I had one do that jokingly because he got sick of fixing my knee, but
Well, that's what it was. It was
yeah.
after my third surgery. He's like, I hope I know. He's like, bye. I never want to see you again.
He's like, yep, it's like, it's been great. I really care about you, but I never want to see you here again. And I'm like, you mean I need to find another doctor? No, if you hurt yourself, just don't. Just don't, And I'm like, yeah, okay. But
If you
yeah,
need help figuring out how to work things without your right hand, give me a call.
oh, I can't. Don't, please, please. If you have any tips, I've been.
I'm I had 3 surgeries on my right hand and I'm right-handed.
Oh, honey, this is I've had carpal tunnel. I forgot how many times because we went over all that today. And this is my shoulder. And
I heard you
I,
talking about it earlier.
yeah, it's worse than it's I was telling Kate, it's like I cannot make it any worse. The joint is fine. However, it is not completely stable because the muscles outside, also known as the rotator cuff, is no longer connected by the tendons. So I can't make it any worse. And if I do, they'll fix it. But yeah, today was a fun day. It started at 8 o'clock and it ended at 5:45.
Just make it to Wednesday and make sure you do your aftercare. Follow
Oh,
your aftercare to the letter.
no kidding. And I hope I can, and it's like I might need some help at home because my daughter can be gone some days 16 hours. I'm going to need help and we don't have anybody. So we're trying to figure that one out. And it's like, I can't get an agency appointed care aide the day you ask for it. I need you to ask for this a month ago. And so I'm concerned about that. So I don't know how we're going to figure that one out because mom can't be left alone for a couple of days. And yeah. So that's the last thing I have to worry about. The aftercare, I already asked them how soon I will be able to move my arm. Um I may be well overweight and in that classification of morbidly obese, but I am leaving that classification intentionally. It just doesn't show as much. But I am one beast. If you want to see how strong I am, try to fight me during a complex partial. Just go ahead and try. If I'm combative, I've hurt people. And, and it's like, okay, so, narrowing down therapy like a pre-habilitation program, I worked on my core and I started putting my arm like inside my shirt or, wearing like a t-shirt over a tank top and just tucking my arm in. And, after a couple of days of that, I'm like, oh my gosh, I've eliminated some problems that I could have had. So,
I think I know how they're gonna have you strapped up and you're not gonna be moving much.
no, I'm probably gonna come home in I almost said girdle, binder sling. I'm expecting it. So, and I'm a big girl, so that's gonna be a fun craft. Um, I won't be able to put that on and take it off either. So that's another reason I'm gonna need help. I think it's gonna be an easy deal. Just a short-term med surge. I'm not too worried, but I'm worried. I cannot be home alone. So I think we're going to have to rally up the neighbors that we do like and see if we can can you come over and check in on me? Make sure I still have weed. Um, oh, hey, okay.
They can pack a bowl for you, right?
Yeah, I was going to give you a stoner hack, but not tonight. But yes, I did find an old coffee grinder and I found out like a year ago that you can clean a coffee grinder by grinding white rice in the grinder. And then you just clean it out with a dry paper towel and then isopropyl alcohol. And you have virtually a brand new coffee grinder. And I learned that because we thrifted a coffee mill that I can fill with beans, let it run, walk away, fill the carafe. The beans are grinding on their own. I don't have to push the button. Well, I can't grind my weed anymore with my grinder. And I was going to order something on Amazon, but I cleaned the old coffee grinder. So now you know how to clean an old coffee grinder and what I'm using it for. Because my arm, putting any pressure on the joint is the problem. I can move it. Don't get me wrong. I mowed the lawn. Kate, I'm fine. I really am fine. But if I were to pull a heavy door or try to push the lawnmower, that would pop my arm right out of the joint. Or I would pass out from the pain.
Yet you
But
continue to push your luck every day.
I will. I'm Irish. It's what we do.
Sounds like my mother-in-law.
Right? It's what we do.
Wow.
I will not know my limit until I meet it.
She's been injured for 3 weeks, but every time I talk to her, what are you doing this morning? You resting? No, I'm up reorganizing my kitchen drawers.
Oh yeah. No, I was oh I was trimming the
Like,
lavender, no big deal. Yeah, no.
I was like, go sit down. You hurt your knee. You can hardly walk.
But you have to keep moving, okay? I'm gonna do the physical therapist lecture.
I
I
am a
live
proof that you do not have to keep moving.
well, the doctor will tell you how long to immobilize, and they will also tell you when to start moving. And you're right, you have to follow that to the T. So, but if you have a chronic injury, you have to find a way to manage it. 90% of the time, it's a muscle imbalance that you can fix yourself. But if she hurt herself, I mean, yeah, you got to rest, but I get it. It's like, no, I can still move. So I can still mow the lawn, right? It isn't a push mower. I'm not hurting my shoulder at all, except when I lower the deck. That was uncomfortable, but I only have to do it a few times.
So you know your body best. And if
Well,
you listen to what your body's telling you when to chill the fuck out, I mean, you got the FECO, you got every kind of THC in the world. Like,
Oh, thank you for
there's so
reminding
much
me.
more.
I forgot to log that. I have to, yeah, I can still taste it in my mouth. Thank you for reminding me. But yes, and it's like I got a lecture from a friend today, and it's like, you're still not taking enough. And I'm like, I don't want to be stoned. It's like you will be beyond stoned. Just keep taking more if you're still in pain. And I'm like, I finally figured out what beyond stoned means. Okay. I literally am not stoned, but I don't have that pain. And I took a lot of FECO today.
So what's that
So,
do for your epilepsy?
oh, it calmed me right down. And I didn't notice. I mean, there's muscles I've been working on, and I was kind of ignoring, well, and whining about the spasms because they're very painful. And with my shoulder, it's like, yeah. And I'm like, when? Like, wait a minute, I can figure this out. It was that extra magic microdose. And yeah, that was another thing I had to explain today. Oh, they didn't know what psilocybin was. I love it. Can, and I'm like, okay. I'm just gonna give it to you straight. Look at my birth date. I'm gonna make you smile. It's shrooms. Just
Tell
plain
me this was
old.
the anesthesiologist.
And the nurse and the surgical attendant. And they're like,
Wow.
oh, what? I'm like,
You hosted a training session.
I did. I said, you know what, you guys, you cannot match it. There is no pharmaceuticals. I've tried them all. I told them my story in 90 seconds, and they're like, there was silence, and I'm like, did I lose you guys? And the anesthesiologist PA was like, no, you didn't. I'm looking at
She's
your
probably
record.
tripping about getting a contact high or something.
She was so fascinated because she was looking at the notes I have in the master system from Johns Hopkins. And I am still to this day part of that study from Unlimited Sciences in the use of cannabis and psilocybin together and what they do when I take them, how long it takes for it to work. Did it do what I anticipated, what I took it for? Things like that. And I've been part of that open study for over a decade. But when I was there,
The
yeah,
the psilocybin with was it Rick Strassman at the New Mexico?
yeah. Um, well, there's Paul Stamets, Stamets. I think you're
That's
right.
the name. That
I
might be the
think,
name that I might be getting the names mixed up. He wrote a book about a
Wait,
lot of
what
his
was the name
stuff,
again?
right? Didn't he? Or was that
yeah,
my thing?
Paul Stamets is a master mycologist. And I think a lot of people refer to him. And I think what's throwing me off is there is somebody in Mexico that clinically studies peyote and the use of peyote. So putting all of that together in the study of psychedelics. So yeah, but yeah, I know Paul Stamets, Stamets. We just call him the mushroom god because yeah, um, some of us never would have known about microdosing without him. And that isn't the only mushroom that he studies. He also found, I'm not sure if it's a mushroom or actually a mold, which is different, that can digest plastics in the ocean. So that's the kind of mycologist that Paul Stamets is, and then there's Sunil Agarwal, and he is a medical doctor, psychiatrist, PhD, and he is our number one representative for the use of psilocybin as during hospice. And he we used that avenue to open up the public's awareness of the use of psilocybin. And some states actually legalized it. I think, no, I don't think New York legalized. it's ketamine. I was just offered psychedelic therapy, and I think it's ketamine. So, but yeah,
Psychedelic therapy, even with the ketamine, even with the epilepsy history was offered.
yeah. Well, you know how they induce a medically induced coma when you're in status. It
Yeah,
it's with
yeah.
usually with ketamine.
Because I've asked about ketamine for uh depression treatment with the epilepsy, and my epileptologist has not had any answers for me in that avenue. Um, so it sounds like you might know some more people.
I would
She said, I mean, it would
Well,
be, it would
I
have
would
to go through a
well, like I know
psychiatrist,
that because
right?
like well I know it because like like I remember was seeing my neurologist at the time, and you know like like I think it was in the middle of the 3 appointments I had with him. I mean, like he told me that like there was nothing wrong with my brain, and I was like, okay, but like I felt that like there was something, like I mean I felt there was something at the time, because like I remember when I was at Florida, well, when I was in my college years, I was taking cocaine and psychedelics and well, cocaine, acid, and ketamine as well.
dude.
So
Wow. Yeah.
boy,
But
fun.
no, I just want to throw this out for Mark. It might be a good idea if you want ketamine therapy for associated depression. See if you can find a neuropsychiatrist because that's who did it to me. And I only needed to do, I think I had 3 treatments where he had me come into the office and 3 months where I took a low dose every day. And then we titrated the dose down to dust um, to get me off of it. And it really did help, and I, I have a lot to say for neuropsychiatry because they look at the whole picture, you know?
Yeah, because I was just stepped back up on my Vimpat dosage, and um, when I had been on 200 milligrams twice a day before, but that had me in a really um, like low depressed state place. So I was stepped down to 150 in the morning. But that hasn't been controlling my seizures, so they've gone back up to 200. Um, so I was wondering before if that might be something feasible to try ketamine treatment for depression with even with the I mean, I guess it would also depend on the specific medications that I'm on, as whether or not they would interact too. But
Yeah.
Well, did you mention something during the sleep study about a cardiac thing? Did you have like a heart rate spike or something that you mentioned?
no, that was before I went in. I think I had a seizure yesterday, right before um I went in. I was working on my plants and everything, getting ready for um the the study, and got finished up and showered and was just basically done for the day waiting, and my resting heart rate was like 66 to 70-ish or so, and like in 1 minute it spiked up to like 187, um, and then went right back down, and uh, for the rest of the day, I felt like my brain was, I felt like my brain was run over by a pickup truck or something. I could not, I wanted to sleep, but my family wouldn't let me sleep because I had the sleep study coming up, and
Oh my God.
I couldn't answer all of the pre
Like
sleep
entrance
study
questions or
questions.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, like rating stuff on a scale of 1 to 5 was too much for me to handle. Um, so that feels like post-ictal. That's not just normal worn
Feeling.
out after
Yeah.
some intense gardening, you know.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm surprised how long the exclusion list is here for the study of psilocybin. They have one going on for major depressive disorder, but that's on the list. I mean, there's a pretty extensive explanation for a lot of these conditions, but then there's just have epilepsy. That's the only one that's that's just another bullet point on there. If you have epilepsy, doesn't say why or what type or how frequent or how severe or like any information of on the spectrum. Just that's one of the exclusion criteria. It's just like if you have insulin dependent diabetes or any kind of positive drug test. But yeah, there's a pretty lengthy list of conditions that they don't want in these studies. And a lot of cardiac conditions are in there too.
Oh, for the ketamine?
This one's psilocybin. Oh wait, so is that ketamine? That's
Yeah.
No,
different, right?
that's true.
Cybin is the
Yeah,
magic
that's definitely different.
mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm looking at one of psilocybin for major depressive disorder. Were you guys talking about ketamine for that?
The ketamine we used basically for a depression reset because I had
Okay.
I I was kind of stuck in a state of shock after so many catastrophic seizures, and I was just living alone. Well, I had a kid at home still, single mom, and it was very jarring to me mentally, and trying to recover physically was one thing. But when my doctor decided, he said, let's give this a try. If you're not afraid to try it, we can set this up. And we set up for me to have that ketamine therapy. And it wasn't too long after I started an impact. So he wasn't worried about it. And I would trust him to this day. But Mark, I just had the same thing happen with what would be defined as tachycardia when we dropped my Vimpat dose. But we went from 400 a day to 300 a day, and that was too harsh. But I've talked to other people, and apparently it's one of the toughest drugs to get off of because of this. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? I wasn't told this could affect my heart. Um,
Nobody ever mentioned any cardiac impact.
so now that I'm trying to get off of it, it's telling me that my brain will not properly operate my heart without Vimpat. And I'm like, wait, um, is there a study for this yet? So that's something I want to start throwing out there. It's like, how many people have had a tachycardia event, or a similar um, outlier in their cardiac activity with no explanation. And Mark, you were lucky that, nothing happened. I'm so grateful, but darn it, you just missed it. That sucked. If you could have got that on the sleep study, that would have
Yeah,
that would have been clutch. But yeah,
yeah, all the EEG and
oh yeah,
everything. It would have been perfect. Um,
damn. But yeah, I think it's the Vimpat. And that's one of the conversations that came up today. I'm like, it might not be the ex Copri, but that stuff made me sick. Okay,
But
I
don't you
was,
guys get terrified of the new medications for that reason? Just like how much don't they know?
yeah. And now that I had that happen, and you saying that, Mark, when you just had an alteration in your dose, I have
For one
goosebumps. Right?
day.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
it's
all.
like 50 milligram adjustment in one of two separate doses. It's like a very small adjustment that they made too. So
Damn, I wonder if it's related. Just saying.
So now we know that some of these medications not only cause dependence, but more so on certain systems other than others. So it's not always just our brains, just our neurological system that's dependent on these medications.
Right, but they're all denying that it had anything to do with anything. And that after all of this surgery, I have to go see a cardiologist. I'm like, well, if it doesn't have anything to do with anything, why do you want me to see a cardiologist when I can almost guarantee that was a focal seizure going complex? Okay, because I have the same, so yeah, this is where my neurologist is like, oh, damn. So he looked at my EEGs because we got to know what to do during this anesthesia. And it's like, oh, okay, we're all on the same page, reading the
I'm
same book.
so happy. It sounds like your team is listening to you.
Oh, I had to because I was like, I'll cancel this surgery. You can't. I will. I will not put anybody in myself or anybody else at risk. If this was something that we could have corrected by a simple conversation. And now let's think about the risk. You have to hear me today, or I am canceling this surgery. Oh, okay. Yeah. But really, why is it that we tell it's like, oh, well, no, I don't think that was related. It could have been this, it could have been that. And I'm like, no, it could have been the Vimpat, just the Vimpat, even if I wasn't taking the Xcopri. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was already thinking that, dude. Okay, twin.
So back to seizures. Seizures while alone. Don't most people end up okay after having a seizure by themselves if they lie down and put cushions on the floor where they might fall? I can't be with my wife 24/7, but right now I only leave the house to take my daughter to school. I installed the camera as well so I can see the inside of my house while I'm away, but none of this seems like it would be enough. Has anyone had a seizure while alone, and how did everything turn out? So this is cute. A concerned husband thinking he can do anything. What do you
Yes.
guys think?
I mean, it could happen, honestly, because, like, basically, like, when you lay down, I mean, and do nothing, I mean, like, of course you're gonna have a seizure. I mean, like, if you're not doing anything, like, active in your life, like,
But even laying
if,
down on the bed during a tonic-clonic, you stay on the bed?
no,
Yeah, that's never
no,
happened.
like, no, like, what I'm trying to say, like, if you, like, get out of the bed and then have a tonic-clonic seizure.
Oh, okay. So you're not thinking there is any advice really for him on what can I do to help her? Especially if she doesn't have an aura. I was just thinking if you don't know when it's gonna happen, then there's no time to get to that safe place.
Well, I mean, like, my advice, I would say, like, like, I would say, like, be with her, like, 24/7 and make sure that, like, see, and make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, so the one of the comments here is just saying that since my seizures have always been in bed while asleep, they were always in or they were always with my husband except for one time when he was traveling and he would be saying something like it happened again the time he was traveling. I woke up, in other words, came to after the seizure and didn't know I had one, wandered around, went back to bed, had another one. So it was a cluster on this one and got up and repeated it until morning. At some time it said they went to bed and put a towel down. The clues were the typical raging headache, body aches, and may have hit my head on the nightstand. I was fine. I did the typical aftercare, got a seizure watch after that, but it was not helpful. Many false positives that, like, how those watches do. And even though my seizures have been controlled for years, I still wear a medical alert bracelet. So yeah, as far as the whole like alone 24/7 thing goes, I don't think there's any help
The
for that.
the getting up, walking around between those two seizures might have been part of the seizure. It might not have been a cluster of two separate. She may have had the seizure in bed, got up, walked around, um, and then,
Do you guys
you
feel like the
know,
tonic-clonics kind of digress into focals in between?
oh, was she having tonic-clonics in bed? And then,
Yeah, that's what she was
is the
saying,
way
that
she
her
said it, like,
tonic-clonics are nocturnal.
so she got up and wandered around after,
The
well, I
first
guess,
one.
yeah, she didn't know.
But then she's saying and
But then
repeated this until morning. So she doesn't necessarily specify that it was only two. It might have been more than that, but at this point, she can't tell because all she has, it sounds like, is the evidence from
getting
the
up,
next morning.
so is she consciously, intentionally getting up and wandering around after not knowing that she had had a seizure, just waking up and thinking that she was just normally awakened, and then
Well, you know how we
I don't
discussed
know,
earlier
that just
tonight about how some people have those kind of automatic reactions where you come to out of a seizure, you're still in that postictal fog, so you're definitely not there, probably not going to remember this in a couple hours, but you are functioning enough to start cleaning or start, moving things around. Like I was not folding the laundry the right way, but that stack of laundry was not in the laundry basket anymore. And
I
it
tried
sounds
to
like maybe that's
crash
what she
through.
was doing.
That's when I tried to crash through the shower doors because I got up and they thought I was fine, but it was the first seizure I'd ever had. Didn't know, and I was like, got up to go to the bathroom, and next thing he knew, I was falling into the shower doors.
Was that like an intentional action?
I have no idea. I don't remember any of it.
Oh, right.
It was in the middle of the night.
Oh, thank God you didn't get hurt from that. Okay, yeah, so seizures while alone, that's a tough one. Good start on getting the cameras.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing that'll be 100%, and for a spouse, just that's something that I can't imagine that. Um, I mean, I can accept my own condition and situation, but um, to have to accept, deal with leaving, that's, yeah, that's a tough one. Um, but there's like 100% detection of these seizures, there's still, excuse me, there's still no 100% response. And um, yeah,
Solutions, yeah.
that's a tough one. We're getting closer with these watches and cameras, but um, no 100%.
And so niacinamide and kidney stones. I started getting yearly kidney stones about 5 years ago. I do not wish this on anyone ever. My neuros all think the big Z could be the cause since I have been on it for over 15 years. My urologist is like, yeah, no, it's a 0.01% chance. Anyone else in this boat with half a paddle? So zonisamide. They told me to drink loads of water on zonisamide due to kidney stones being a common side effect. So it doesn't sound unlikely.
You said
Anybody else been on
zonisamide?
zonisamide? Yeah, you've
I've
been on
never
that?
taken it, but I heard a lot about it. What was that question, Sam? I'm sorry.
Kidney stones. So the niacinamide and kidney stones. Their urologist is saying it's unlikely, but the neurologist is blaming it on the epilepsy meds.
I've heard people say stuff about kidney stones. I think Reese said something about that. And yeah, I'm not sure if she was taking Sinistamide, but yeah, she said
Yeah,
something that
that's when you
caused it.
want the neurologist to talk to the urologist. And I would go with the prescribing doctor's opinion on most things anyway, you know.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty well documented that kidney stones on Sinistamide are definitely a thing, and they know exactly how it happens. Risk factors are younger patients, um, how long they've been on it. You know, the longer, the more likely. And if there's a history, family history of kidney stones or any metabolic or urological disease. So yeah, it's pretty well documented. Don't listen to the urologist on this one.
So you have one that says, has your epilepsy tolerance to alcohol or THC changed over the years? Preface, I was diagnosed at 14, now in my 40s. I have nocturnal focal aware. I used to be able to party in high school and college, and now 2 glasses of wine, 2 puffs, and I'm having a seizure or seizure of some sort. Granted, age and hormones change, but it's very different. Has your threshold to either alcohol or THC changed as you have? I am in the healthcare field, so I attribute to the body changing. I attribute my body changing, but asking my neuro specialists, and they are like, I don't know. We can try XYZ because for research. Uh, I stopped drinking. Alcohol hasn't bothered me coming up to now. Alcohol, I never had a problem with it. I don't drink now. Uh, THC, I wouldn't know because I haven't stopped in a while. Tolerance to THC isn't going down. The threshold is at a standstill, I believe. Yeah, and you guys' tolerance changed over the years? I think my tolerance got better after a while. I used to think I was high when I was smoking as a teen. And then when I got older, I was like, this is high.
My tolerance changed in 2 days. Okay. I have consumed so much Fecco in the last 2 days. Like I said, now I know what they mean about the term beyond high. You're not high anymore. This
Right.
is the medicinal level that I should have been at, that I think I can keep myself at for a few more days, but I had to stop taking my multivitamin, but I can still use my cannabis until midnight before. What?
I was like, you got a sweet deal.
Right? I'm like, wait, let me make sure I got that right. She's like, if you're gonna smoke, just don't do it after midnight Tuesday. I'm like, okay, and how about FECO? I mean, RSO, and as soon as you say RSO, people usually know. And I'm like, she's like, well, yeah, nothing after midnight. Okay. So I can take a dose of FECO at midnight if I want to. Yes. But I can't take my multivitamins. It really is. It has something to do with the anesthesia and something, and this is true for everyone. And not just the clotting factor in your blood, but just like a viscosity that can be altered. It just alters anesthesia and blood bleeding. So I didn't know that. Like, that's okay. What else do I got to stop taking? But yeah, I can have my weed until midnight.
So I haven't smoked since Easter, and alcohol's never been a problem for me. I never really been drunk and had a seizure or been drunk anyway. Yeah. But there's some comments here. Mark, has THC ever changed you after the years? Your tolerance change?
Oh, tolerance change? Hell yeah. I mean, um, Yeah. I used to, I mean, my my college roommates and I would pass a single bowl around and pack it, and each of us take a little puff of it, and like, oh man, so stoned right now. Um, I mean, now that same bowl, like three of them would get me around where I would usually spend my time. You know, and RSO, I mean, a bit in a spoonful of peanut butter in the morning and some in the evening, and it's just it's great. It's oh yeah, an eighth uh eighth used to last a lot longer. It's um yeah, it's I don't know. I don't think that um I don't think it's possible to avoid that changing me as a person over time, though. I mean, that um, cannabis, whether medicinal or recreational, comes in like steeped in such a culture now that having grown up in a evangelical Christian sort of family environment, um, it would be impossible to start using medical marijuana without significant changes to a lot of aspects of me and my personality. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting, but whether or not those aspects are um, something that had always been there and is just, you know, opened up with cannabis use, or whether it's kind of um, introduced by the I don't know. It's an interesting question. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. I'm going to be thinking for a while.
So the main question after that is, has it really changed aspects of you or just their impression of you? So we'll leave that as food for thought. Hey, Toaster.
Yeah.
Go on, Toaster.
Going all right. I am testing the headset now with my phone since it doesn't seem to want to connect to my computer. So
It's working
hopefully
pretty good.
this wasn't all for waste.
Yeah.
Working good.
Yeah, my schnauzer ate my earbuds.
Yeah, that was a
Oh,
vet bill
wow.
and a new headset.
Yep. Oh, she also ate my noisemaker that you got me, Kate. So
Oh.
yeah, no more mini pom pom.
Okay, okay. I guess
Oh,
you
I
can
still got
sacrifice
one.
that.
The fidget spinner is
So
still okay
that's
though.
good. Toaster, um, has your epilepsy tolerance to alcohol or THC changed over the years?
You know, that's a very good question. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, it's more of when you get in. I have no idea. I don't know. I probably, maybe. I mean, I think I have just as many seizures on cannabis as I do off of it. So, but it's also, it helps with the effects of the seizures, if that makes any sense. So there's also
How?
that. How? Oh, it
Yeah,
helps with
like
the
does it make them
pain.
shorter or something?
Oh
Oh,
no,
okay.
pain, the headache afterwards.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jocelyn, did you catch that question?
No, I didn't.
Question is, uh, I'm sorry, I went off that screen. Has epilepsy, has your epilepsy tolerance to alcohol or THC changed over the years?
I'm sorry, what that has the epilepsy, what?
Tolerance to alcohol or THC changed over the years?
Well, I've only been having seizures for less than a year, and I only started drinking again recently. Uh, I also stopped smoking dry herb vaping weed. I I don't think so. I mean, I'm vaping weed at night, you know. I don't think so. My seizures seem to be under control with my topiramate. I think I'm really fortunate, you guys. I definitely don't have, I do not have epilepsy as bad as all of you. And I was just telling everyone earlier today that my neurologist is now saying that he wonders if my seizures were caused by the CSF leak and that I don't have epilepsy. So,
Nice.
yeah. So we'll see what happens. We're going to take me off of topiramate in April, and we'll do a 24-hour EEG to see if anything shows up off of topiramate. So we're going to do
Oh
the whole
my.
thing.
Awesome. But don't leave us. You don't have to leave us, even if your diagnosis, because you did experience epilepsy.
No,
So,
I don't want to leave you guys. I love you guys. You guys
yeah,
are awesome.
yeah, there won't be a reason for you to have to leave ever
Okay,
because you experienced it
I did.
and you are a story that we don't get to hear a lot. And I'm so grateful that this was a temporary thing for you.
Well, I mean, I would love it if it were temporary. There's that other person, the guy who had the CSF leak. I don't remember his name. And
Rick,
Rick,
Oh, our
I'd like to
DJ.
talk. He had an encephalocele coming out of his ear. That's where the brain pokes out.
Yep.
It's brain hemorrhage. I'd love to hear his story about his epilepsy. Um,
go look at it on my YouTube channel.
okay, thank you. Thank you. I will.
Yep. The
Whole story.
1v1 with Rick, the whole story.
Because I'd love to hear someone's story about having epilepsy and a CSF leak because apparently it's very unusual. It's definitely very unusual to have seizures with a CSF leak. It's very, very rare to have seizures with a CSF leak. So that's why I'm questioning my neurologist. But he's an expert, so we'll see what happens, you guys.
Yeah, go watch some previous posts of mine and you'll see all kinds of stuff.
So there are a lot of posts. Do you have any idea where I could narrow it down to when he told his story?
Um, there's this part, there's this, you're gonna press playlist, and then the playlist is gonna say 1v1. And then click on that playlist, and it'll should have Rick in there and
Okay.
everybody else.
Rick, okay. Okay, thank you. All
Yeah,
right, I'll give that a shot. I appreciate this. Thanks.
but you know how to find my channel, right? No.
No, but I'm assuming I can find it if I go look on Reddit.
I got it. Just check your DM.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I will.
Don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification button and smash that like button. It really helps the channel.
I'm gonna do that right now because I see
Press the
someone
little
post.
bell so it'll remind you every time a video comes out.
Okay, someone just put it in the chat. I'm gonna do that right now.
I lost count how many people, it's like, yeah, I was giving up. I was like, forget it. I can't fight anymore. But I didn't realize that I was just in boot camp.
Well, mine is quite literal. If I was still out on the coast, I'd probably not be alive.
Right. And I would have made that choice for myself as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
because I want to live.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you guys are here living.
I am so
Glad
grateful
we
to
asked
you,
that question
Cookie.
today.
Yeah.
That was a and he came up with that question too.
And then I forgot when I asked what's the icebreaker today. Like, oh yeah, I made that up. Anyhow,
So there you go, bro. In your face. We'd be
right.
dead without you.
Where would you be?
Would I be?
Mm-hmm. Because you have gotten me through some tough times.
Right now, where would I be? I would not know. I was doing so much. I think I would have been a DJ. I would have kept following that one. Yeah, I think it was this or DJing. One of them had to fall through. And now the turntable is under the table next to me. So you see what direction I went.
We gotta get you and Rick together. Because that would be an
No, you
awesome
see that
show.
setup? That setup on the desk is perfect. There's two records right there. That's good. Makes me want to listen to music. Oh, we got another post here. Says death. Is anyone else not afraid of dying? Like you're not suicidal, however, somehow don't care. I left everything ready, got a cemetery plot, life insurance ready to be cashed out, everything is set. I love my life, however, somehow I don't care. It's weird, I don't wish for it, however, everything is ready. Is everybody else or anybody else kind of on that same page?
Yeah. I'm like, it's coming, it's bound to happen, it's the inevitable. Don't worry yourself about it, just live. Anything is possible, especially death. In different circumstances as ours. So yeah, I don't stress myself about it, but it's coming. One day it is coming. It's somewhere around the corner, then I don't know which corner. Might be sooner, might be later, but you can't bother yourself with the possibility of dying. It's just the inevitable.
Can't lock yourself in the fear of I'm going to die. I mean, it's always a possibility. I know that I have life insurance policies. Um, it's that's there to take care of my boy. Um, I also know exactly. I have everything set up. I have a no risk, no risk. I have a living will.
Resuscitation.
Yeah, and a living will. I have um I have my body all ready to. It's already signed over to Duke, and basically any organs that can't be used, well, they'll go to Duke too.
you go.
everything is planned out, but it's not, and I'm not going to take like unnecessary risks, like going out and driving. But I'm not going to be afraid of going on the roller coaster or skydiving, or maybe one day learning how to surf. Because we have friends who've done like the speedboats. We have friends who have done so much, and it makes hearing about it makes you excited about what you can do. And I
Yeah,
forgot where I was going with that.
I got a friend who she swims laps in pools. And she was on a jet ski. Oh, you believe you were here? It's Lufa. Yeah. She goes swimming all the time. She says to relieve stress. And she said she was Olympic swimmer. I think she said she was some type of competitive swimmer or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was Junior Olympics. She said AAU or something. It's just the Olympics for like younger people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sorry, tangent. My sibling was in the Junior Olympics
What
for
sport?
taekwondo.
Olympics? Did you say
AAU Junior Olympics. It's a big
Junior
deal.
Olympics. Yeah, Junior Olympics. It was hosted in Charlotte one year when we were younger, and he was selected because, well, he was selected. He got his ass kicked. I mean, they got their ass kicked in the first round, but the fact that they got there is, yes, exactly. If you notice, it was them, not me. Because
They make such a big deal out of the medals too. The medals are like huge and heavy.
I know you should.
Yeah.
They still do that for any type of tournament. You should see my Dragon Boys medal that he got from in the last tournament. It is like huge. It's like, and it has a dragon.
Yeah, competitive sports are fun. I'm glad we're not excluded from those.
They have what's it called? What's it called? The Olympics for people with disabilities. Do we even qualify for
Special?
Paralympics.
Oh, there you go.
Olympics.
And no, I don't think so.
No, I can do the 100-yard dash. Could be in the Special Olympics.
Epilepsy is an eligible condition for the Paralympics.
It is. Oh,
I need to start training. I couldn't imagine someone having a seizure while running a 100-yard dash.
Ouch.
What's the possibilities of that happening?
Oh, you know, that's individual.
It's individual. Yeah, it depends on their epilepsy. I mean,
You better make sure you drank enough. If you're inside or outside, it would make a difference.
what type of
Whatever your
seizures you
triggers
have,
are.
how
Shit,
frequent
probably
your
right down to what
seizures.
you're wearing.
Right.
That can be a trigger for some people.
The stress of actually just being in that competition. But also,
if it's your first time, maybe if it's the first time, or if you're on a team that's hyped about it.
But also, shoot, what is the law? If something bad will go can go happen, it will go happen. It just seems like that would be the perfect time.
Yeah,
That one.
it's like dumb stuff goes through my mind, like stuff that could happen. And I was like, what if we all have epilepsy, like me and everybody else that's running, and we all just drop at the same time? But that's a dumb thing to think. I was just imagining it like we're all doing the 100-yard dash and everyone stops it as a focal.
At the same time, seems
Did everybody
a
just picture
little
that?
It would be a
unrealistic,
mosh
but
pit track meet.
Can you imagine everybody gets to the finish line and stop and at the line start looking around? We're like, everybody's across the street
Hit
is
you with a
Well,
quiet.
focal. You're all like post-ictal on the podium.
The first one to come out of the focal wins.
I was
Yeah.
picturing the one who made it the furthest before their seizure started.
Or I
Because
would win because I would
it
wander to
seemed
the finish line.
it
They
it
measure
seemed
that
a
shit like a
little
crime scene.
unreasonable for all of
They put a
them to
spray in
start
wherever you
seizing
drop.
right there.
I'd wander, so I'd win. Keep going. Just keep swimming.
Well, only as long as you wandered to the finish line.
Yeah. Wander
What
back
if
to the starting line would be crazy.
You'd have somebody like the team coach or somebody at the finish line, like
well,
trying to trying to lure you to the finish line with something you want. Somebody would be over there with your DJ table or something, something to get your
I can imagine
attention.
I
myself.
mean,
I can
you'll get
imagine
further
to the
than the
finish line,
people who
touch
had
the thing, and
asthma.
just hear somebody and turn around and walk the other way.
They'd have a
This
bunch of
is
marijuana at
hilarious
the
and it's
end.
going to happen.
They'd have a bunch of joints at the end.
Right? You
Paramedics,
see your coach lighting a joint, you wander that way.
Coach Delta
paramedics
at
on
the end.
site.
Got it.
Says, are you criminally liable if you have a seizure behind the wheel? I live in Washington State, and the requirement to drive is 6+ months seizure free. If I'm seizure free for multiple years and then have a random breakthrough seizure while driving, would I be held criminally liable for any damages? I'm worried about driving even after my seizures are controlled because what if I severely injure someone? Could I be arrested for manslaughter? And God forbid somebody gets killed or child endangerment if there is a child in the car? I know there's these really dark questions, but unfortunately, they need to be asked. Is it safer to just never drive again? The thought of being arrested for something you're unable to control is horrifying. Yes, you can be arrested. I'm not sure about the license thing because they're giving people back their license, which is letting them know they can still drive. Um, I don't suggest it. I couldn't live with myself if I was to hurt someone or someone's child. And that's my opinion after growing up because I drove and didn't care about me or anyone else's child. But I'm past that. I care about my health now. I'm dying. So, yeah, I don't want to hurt anybody. Um, I don't know how I would deal with that mentally. Yeah, just never drive again.
And the legal standpoint is saying if you had a known seizure disorder, drove against medical advice, or failed to ever report the condition, that's what deems negligence and could easily be an at-fault case. But there's something
When
called sudden medical emergency
failed to
doctrine where it was if
report
it was
it,
your first one and didn't know, then you might get off.
if they said failed to report it, how would they know if you failed to report it if you didn't report that you
If you
is
had
there
been
a
receiving treatment
duty
for it
is there a duty to report
to the
on the
DMV.
part of the patient to give that information to the state?
Yes.
Hmm.
So that's what deemed or determines failure to disclose.
Okay. I thought it was that the doctor would like, or that it would
There's probably too many
some,
of those gray areas where somebody has like a one-time seizure, they get prescribed but not diagnosed with epilepsy. That's not coded as epilepsy yet to the insurance company. So maybe the doctor doesn't have to report it on those cases until technically they've had their second seizure. So
My
there's probably a
neurologist
lot of gray
reported.
area, and that's why they told the patient to do it.
Yeah, my neurologist, he called and did all the stuff for me, so I didn't have to go tell them or report to them. They already knew I had seizures. I've never been to the DMV and even thought about getting a license. As soon as they go, what are you here for? An ID. That's never
do you
been a
not have
thought
a
in my
state
mind.
ID or like equivalent?
The state ID.
Is
Yeah, I
that
got the state
not
ID
issue?
in that.
Because here in the state of Florida, that's issued by the DMV. It's basically the same process. You just
Yeah.
like,
When I go in the DMV, I go get my ID, nothing else.
I was basically just told, hey, don't ever drive again. It wasn't a physical taking of the license. It was just
yeah,
a don't ever drive again. And then when I moved back to North Carolina and had to, well, get a new license or ID, it was, okay, are you coming in for a driver's license or an ID? And at that point, it was like, ID, because I thought that I couldn't get a license. Looking back
yeah.
on it, I'm thinking maybe if I just said license, they would have just given me a license because I had the real ID at that point. I'm glad I didn't. I just
I'm
don't drive again. I wouldn't drive again.
I was never actually like I never had my
Hi,
license.
Angel.
I never
Hello,
had my
everyone.
license taken away. I'm in Washington State. I never had my license taken away. I was just told by the doctors you're not allowed to drive for 6 months after you've had a tonic clonic. So I've not been driving. But I never had anyone actually from the DMV put anything in my record. I've just not been driving until it's been 6 months.
Hey Joe, the icebreaker today is where would you be if you were not here? But being that it is Friday, I already know you'd be there with your child. Um, but if you weren't with your child, where would you be if you weren't here?
Oh, I was like, where would I be if I was not here? I guess in heaven. I don't know.
Quite a few people said that in heaven.
I guess because it's like if I wasn't here meant I wasn't born. I don't know.
No, if you weren't here, like today with us.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, today's Friday, so definitely with my child. But other than that, probably with my friends.
So we're not friends, is what you're saying? I'm just kidding.
We're brothers. We
I'm
family.
just kidding. Um, yeah, what was the question that we're on? It's the criminally liable of driving. So the first comment here says, I'm a lawyer, not your lawyer. This is not legal advice, but if you're worried about these things happening, don't drive. Whether or not you get charged with a crime will actually be determined by a prosecutor in said district. Where anything like this to happen, then it will be the judge and or jury to decide if you will be convicted, aka held criminally liable. There are a lot of moving parts, but if you think any of these scenarios could happen to you, I just wouldn't drive. And I get it because I don't drive. Another comment says if you legally have a driver's license, you haven't lied about not having seizures for those 6 months and are doing everything required by your doctor to do everything you can to be seizure free, I guess probably not accountable. My doctor said 2 years. It says 6 months. I've never driven, 48 years old, never get behind the wheel to put other people's lives at risk. Only if you willingly knew you were going to have one, like stopping taking your meds or whatever. But I'm not a judge nor a lawyer. It's just like someone having a heart attack or a stroke behind the wheel. Look up the results on those in your area. I think you'll find what you're looking for. I don't suggest driving, period. just not drive. It's an easy way to not hurt people.
I agree.
Do you think that there will be a cure for epilepsy? Cure is in quote. Whether in our lifetime or not, do you think there will ever be a cure to solve seizures? Medicines help with epilepsy, but people don't expect it to go away. There's definitely a fun hypothetical question or discussion because from what I've seen, people take all medications differently because everyone's brain is different. And in TV shows and novels, in quote, cures have zero side effects. I hope there will one day be a cure for every illness and disorder. It will be wonderful if everyone were able bodies. Do you ever think there will be a cure? I don't think so because not all of them are like mine. Yeah, and mine wouldn't necessarily be a cure because I had brain damage. So brain trauma. So there's no really cure for that unless they like go take out that piece of the brain, I guess. But I think they told me that wasn't possible. That doesn't work with this anyway. It's just soft brain tissue that's gonna stay soft. And yeah, if you're wondering what it is, it's called encephalomalacia. I'm not sure how to spell it, but it sounds fun. Mark?
Yeah, I don't know. I was initially gonna say no, but I mean, when you consider how far technology is coming recently with things like the Neuralink implants, what they're able to do now with those patients, um, entirely paralyzed and now able to interact with the computer, playing chess for the first time ever. That kind of that kind of achievement when you would have asked somebody 30 years ago, do you think in your lifetime we'll ever see somebody with brain implants able to uh, interact with a computer that is connected to another computer on the opposite side of the world, through these satellites that are connected with, I mean, that's the realm of science fiction. Um, so I don't know if you think about what the realm of science fiction, current science fiction looks like. Um, Not that I'm suggesting that that's any sort of reasonable metric or standard to use for comparison, but um, the you know uh, RNS and DBS um, technologies, what they're able to do um, in reaction to what they currently detect, what if they're able to pick up on these uh, signals much, much earlier, and, much, much earlier being in, the electrical signals sort of sense. Um, I don't know if that would necessarily be considered a cure, but I think that treatments might evolve to the point where it is no longer as debilitating of an issue or as debilitating of a condition. And, perhaps that uh, uh, implants and that sort of treatment may uh, become routine. Uh, or a relatively routine, outpatient procedure, this tiny little thing, just, boop, right up there. Um, I don't know. It's a very interesting uh, idea to think about what might actually be there and available. Um, but whether that's something that could be considered a cure is a whole nother issue, given how wide and diverse epilepsy is. So this could be a much longer monologue, but maybe somebody else would like to talk.
I love it. So I was just thinking what came to mind was that obviously we can have hope that advancements will continue and treatments will be, like you said, down to outpatient, more effective, more reliable, and more applicable. But maybe not to that level within our lifetime. Not to be a downer, but that's just what came to mind when I heard the question.
There's actually
What do you guys
something here that says that not in the foreseeable future. Epilepsy is caused by many things, so it's required more than one solution. Beyond that, the cause of epilepsy begins in the brain, which we know very, very little about. I'll quote as best as I can my neurosurgeon. We know more about theoretical physics and deep space than we know about the human brain. Along with all that, there needs to be a lot of money invested into neurological research with a specific focus on epilepsy in order to find a solution. As of now, there's not enough of pressing reason to make that investment. I honestly believe we'll land on Mars before we cure epilepsy, unless a billionaire starts having seizures and selfishly invests into solving his or her own problems. Sounds fun. And Mark, what were you saying earlier? You said you were changing your answer.
Yeah, initially I would have given an answer basically similar to that one that you just read, but I started to get a little bit more optimistic after I started to consider um, broadening the definition of cure. Um, if we move it from, you know, nobody ever having epilepsy of any sort to um, seizures, epilepsy managed to the point where it's not an issue to, impact people's lives, where, things like implants can be a routine outpatient procedure. The the
All right.
answer, I think, can change.
I like that you're a little more optimistic about it now and changed your answer. Because a year ago, you were very much against this. Your
Oh,
answer a year
really?
ago says,
Yeah.
no, I do not. Not a cure. End quote.
Yep.
Epilepsy is not a single monolithic diagnosis. It is an umbrella term for a person who's highly prone to seizures. Those seizures can come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. They can be caused by injury, tumors, or a whole array of neurological differences, and they can start anywhere in the brain. As long as there are brains, there will be that malfunction. For instance, seize from the time to time, which means some brains will be more prone to seizing than other brains, and they will be called epileptic. Hopefully, though, there will be a much better diagnostic tools and treatments in the very near future. And somebody said, excellent answer. So you got that, and you got 24 likes on it from a year ago. So
Nice.
there's
Yeah.
that. But I should tell all
There's
them.
still that little tinge of optimism at the end, that's growing now though. But I also know more about seizures than I did then. So there's some tweaks I would have to make before posting that if I were to, you know,
So you think that was
copy
closer to a
paste
new
it over to
diagnosis
epilepsy.
downer kind of mood?
Do what?
You think that was just closer to your like newly diagnosed downer kind of vibe?
Um, yeah, kind of. Um, I mean, I don't think that Neuralink patients had started playing chess with each other then at that point. So that was a pretty exciting thing. But
There you go.
um, I don't know.
Hey, you learn more every
I
day, and that's led to positive results on that question. So that's cool.
I I have never had a circle of friends as large as I do right now. And that is undeniably a factor in a, a increase in my optimism.
I should tell these people in your comment, he's changed his mind. There's 24 likes. They don't know you changed your mind yet.
No, he didn't. He's doing what he said at the end, that there may be new diagnostics and new treatments. And he's validating and affirming that yes, there are new diagnostics and new treatments. You know, we're all learning more every day and they're researching and I took it for granted that I live in Rochester, New York, which is the home of RIT, Rochester Institution of Technology, which, like MIT, um, is unlike MIT, it's more medically focused. So we have a lot of the medical technology here, and there's treatments that we haven't even discussed yet, according to my doctor or my epileptologist. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna be seeing a lot of new treatments, new diagnostics. So no, I get it, Pokey. Ah. Oh.
Tom says poking.
I'm sorry, Sunshine. But
That's all right.
but no, I see Mark's point. He has not changed his mind. Just validating that, yeah, that statement at the end, that was that because I felt that way. It's like, no, there is no cure for epilepsy currently. There is no cure for, to prevent the brain from seizing. And yeah, it could be something as simple as a microchip for all we know in the next decade. I don't know. But I have this I have maybe I'm the one that changed my mind because I thought, oh, we're just stuck with the RNS, the VNS, DBS, resection, lobectomy,
And hope.
and I don't want you cutting chunks out of my brain. I really don't want you putting anything in there either. But yeah, if it's something that could really change my life, I would consider it, but research the hell out of it. Mark's Peppers can cure us. Oh, yes. Yes, Angel, you're right. Mark's Peppers can cure a lot of things. You should have seen this little boy's face behind his mommy, and I don't think she even noticed. And I'm like, oh no, oh no. And then all of a sudden, she jumps. What do you have in your mouth? What's going on? Where did you get that? And I'm like, Toaster and I, Toaster didn't even notice for a minute. And I'm like, is that your child or a pet? Wait, wait. Oh
It
shit. The
took us
peppers.
a moment to realize she was talking to her son, and then it took us a little bit to realize that he took a bite of the pepper, and then she showed us the evidence. It's a
Yeah, but
little nibble.
no,
No,
he
it
did
wasn't even
because
a nibble, it was a slice. So
he
I think
said,
he busted it like, just trying to see what it was and then, maybe sniffed it, decided no, or maybe got the
uh,
taste of it from his fingers. I
oh my
And
Sister
goodness.
was on
she
Roblox.
ran.
She does voice chat now, so she could not have been paying attention.
She
So,
ran to
And
get
then
him
I
milk.
took the
It was
bite.
hilarious.
mhm.
Yeah, I took the bite right after that just to see what he was dealing with here.
They were
And
singing, as Annie said.
Yes, the
Which one was it that you bit into?
the ghost pepper, one of the red
The
ghost peppers,
ghost.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh wow.
Yeah, my boy got a taste. But then he had the
Wow.
dish after it was cooked with
And he
plenty
liked
of
it.
nice starchy veggies. And yeah, he had a taste, but he had the apple juice ready. Didn't need milk though. Didn't need anything to, calm the heat because that one was just a cup of sliced peppers in like a whole, I don't know. I think they're like liters. They come in like big containers of broth. So it was just enough heat though. They're really good.
Very cool. Very
Thank you.
cool. Well, thank you for putting my peppers to use.
Well, there you
Totally
go.
unintentional, but never would regret it.
Oh, I wish I had a freeze dry machine. I would freeze dry those things, powder them up. Oh, mamacita. That would be some hot stuff.
I have a dehydrator. I could dehydrate some and send some pepper flakes, maybe.
Yes,
Oh my,
please. Oh my God, I would love to put that in my dad's tie.
Annie, you're gonna use that as a grinder just for that though, right?
oh hell no. Have you ever, oh no, you never ever want to accidentally get any capsaicin in your weed. Okay, I'm from Buffalo, New York. I like it hot. So when they ask hot, medium, or mild, I say twice. Just give me twice as hot and I'm fine. And we all made a mistake, ordered hot wings, and we're breaking up the weed for a sesh, not thinking about it. Holy mother of, I wanted to rip my lungs out of my chest. Okay, you do not want to get capsaicin in your weed, but that would be mark your face. You're so adorable. I love it. No, I would cook with it, or at least try to. Or honestly, powdered highly Scoville peppers will keep a lot of pests out of your garden. And
Yeah.
that would be a use for it other than culinary.
Yeah, I've thought about that. Put a little bit of the pepper flakes in a, a water bottle and just make my own pepper spray and try spraying it around at the base of the plants. Because I had one of my pepper plants completely ripped up out of its pot and just left on the side after I had fertilized them with some fish emulsion. It
Uh,
smelled so good they wanted to find the fish underneath there, but there was no fish. It was just the whole thing.
yeah. Oh shoot. Did it survive after you lifted it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean it behaved like it was just a root trim,
Oh good.
so it was pretty good. But it did have to catch up on the rest of the season.
Yeah. I know it's not effective for all of the like bugs, rodents. It's usually the vermin and rodents,
Yeah,
but squirrels don't like it, bunnies don't like it. And that's I
bunnies are
have
good.
yeah, I have a lot of those here. In fact,
Yeah,
it's yeah, if I wanted to go wild wild west homesteading, I could probably grab a couple of these bunnies and um
Make do for the winter.
I could create a bunny farm and make do for the rest of my life because it's the lowest cost, high protein to produce in homesteading. And you also have the skin and the fur. I don't know if you've ever had
and
uh
the feet
and
for
the
luck.
yeah, yeah, I don't need that.
Imagine how lucky you would be.
I am very lucky. It's not always good, but I'm very, very lucky. It's just not always good. But yeah, it's been pretty decent lately, right? But no, we have I had deer eating my hosta. Yeah, it was just insane. And I had accidentally bought the wrong pepper powder. I bought Thai chili instead of chili powder. And we when we discovered it, we obviously could not eat the dish. And I'm like, "Oh, I got a use for that." So it's kind of confined some of the bunnies. They're not all over all of my gardens. They're just in the arborvitae. So yeah, they stay away from that stuff.
You could sell rabbit's feet
I don't know if
for good
I
luck.
I don't even know if I could harvest the rabbit. So, but I know a lot of people do that in homesteading. But I don't know if I could even do that. But I know that all parts are useful, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even the intestine. You got to have that little mini intestine to make the breakfast links.
Mm.
How do you think they make sausage?
I already know. Just
Get
the
that nice
unspoken.
snap when you
Natural
bite into
casing.
it.
Yeah, that's the secret to buffalo pizza. The natural casing pepperoni and that extra minute closer to the heat. And we call it curled and charred or cupped and charred because the edges literally like char and they turn into these little grease cups. So if you want to scoop the grease out with a paper towel, that works. But they're so tasty. But it's got to be that natural casing. Yeah, I couldn't do that. No, I cannot picture myself doing that. Kudos to those who have.
Yeah, I seen some people on this one show, and they were just catching stuff and had to eat it, and it's called Alone. They're out there just in the wild. You gotta check it out. It's on Netflix. It's called Alone. Very good show. Uh,
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that one. Yeah, the stuff they ate. Oh my gosh.
for those of you who have focal onset seizures, how do you tell yourself you are safe after a focal? I have really hard time managing my stress levels after having a focal. My thoughts simply take me to the darkest places and make me question questions I'm asking and question my own safety, which inevitably increases my anxiety and stress levels, leaving me more susceptible to additional seizures. I am not limiting this discussion to those with only focal seizures, but I have never experienced anything beyond that. So I didn't want to make any assumptions about other forms of epilepsy. Focal onset.
I
Um,
consider myself okay after a focal when I can take the notes.
oh, okay. I don't have focal onset because I don't know what I have. I mean, I was diagnosed as a kid, man. It was just like you have epilepsy. So
What are focal onset?
I have no idea. We'll go to the comments after everyone else says they
Focal,
have no idea.
it would be the focal to generalized. So instead of going straight into a tonic-clonic, it would be people who have a focal seizure first that then builds or spreads to the rest of the brain.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense. Focal onset.
Yeah, it
Gotcha.
starts in one spot. There's a
Starts as a focal.
focus, a foci. Yeah.
Yeah, you start the twitches or whatever happens on one side of your body to start.
I
Usually,
think
yeah.
I've had one of those. Um, I got it on camera actually. I got a video of that in my phone where I was standing there and then somebody was like, "Get him! He's gonna have a seizure," and then I went down. Yeah, it's a pretty cool video. You gotta check it out.
Save that data.
Put it on YouTube. Check it out. Really good video. Yeah. Any of you guys who the question was, how do you tell yourself you're gonna be safe after a focal?
Uh,
Let me see how I look.
after
Awful.
I guess what they're talking about is the post seizure feel
Mm.
that, and not the aura, but the afterwards. just the fear that everything is closing in, all these faces. I know this face. Where is this face coming from? I know this face. Is that my mother? I think that might be my mother. I don't know. That type of fear. It's really raw is I guess the best word I can describe it as. How do I deal with it?
Like visceral.
Yes,
Yes.
visceral.
Yes. Thank you, Mark. Yep.
That's a great word. How do I deal with it? Many different ways. I read, I write, I smoke, I play with my dog, I game with my son, I watch Star Trek with my parents. Basically, just any of my normal calming hobbies.
Hey, Twisted. I thought I seen somebody else here for the first time. Um, Twisted's the only
Kevin
person
jumped
that
back in at the same time.
she's the only one that hasn't had the icebreaker. Kevin,
Where's
how you doing?
Oh, Jeff's back. Hello.
Good.
All
Good. I'm
right.
just popping back in.
Glad to have you. Twisted, you said you were gonna eat something on camera when you heard me say that Brandon ate something. What are you gonna eat on camera?
Um, yes, but
Nothing more interesting than a ghost pepper. Unless you have some other pepper.
Mark sent me something.
Oh, you gonna try to eat it on camera?
Yes.
I didn't get to see earlier. I didn't attend on time. I'm waiting. I'd be glad to watch that.
I didn't attend uh toaster uh what do you want me to eat?
The pepper?
Uh um whichever Mark says.
Which one? Oh,
Mark, come on, man.
I mean, I think you should be able to choose for yourself. I don't know uh which ones arrived in the best freshest condition. You know, you've got
You
them
want
there,
me to
you
show
feel
you?
them. I mean, I can't see
Oh,
like
How about you pick a
the
top three?
just no, I think she should pick for herself. Brandon picked his own pepper.
are the yellow
the red
ones
one?
hotter?
They're all red. Oh.
A round red one with an innie belly button.
I'm
That's a
sorry.
good. Oh, this is fun. Oh, here we go. Okay, what's your chaser?
Oh.
It,
Seeds and all?
I mean, she could nibble the bottom.
the real one.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah.
You got the
Y-
blur
Ooh,
on
that
your
looks good.
camera.
Oh.
You know what?
Yeah.
Just do a blind pick. Like,
Just pick one.
yeah, just
Yeah, I
just
agree with Toaster. The red one with the little any belly button on the bottoms. I don't know how hot those are. Yeah, yeah. If you could give a a test, let us all know how hot it is. If it's
That one
like
had a distinct flavor, but it was just as spicy.
take a little nibble.
just as spicy as the ghost pepper, or yeah.
Yes, but it was
The
more like a jalapeno kind
habanero?
of like throat feel.
Habanero, right?
Or,
Is that a
uh,
habanero?
no, that one is a new hybrid cross between a uh, it's CGN 21500 is from a genetic seed bank in the Netherlands, which had discovered it over in the Amazon jungle. And that's crossed with a 7-pot Barak core, which is uh, the 7-pot name it got from the Caribbean. They said that that was supposed to be hot enough for one pepper to heat up 7 pots of stew. And
It is?
I don't know. It's kind of a mystery. I haven't tried
You
them.
should.
Don't know what to. Good. You seem completely unfazed.
What do you think so far?
It's not hmm. I'm shaken because my dog, my female dog, just killed a cat. So
Oh, is that the heat coming? Do I
no,
see heat coming? You don't feel it? Wow.
I'm used to it. I'm
I see.
Mexican.
Wow.
That,
Awesome.
that's quite a tolerance. So it's ghost pepper-ish heat,
Mm,
or is it down more like habanero scotch bonnet?
habanero um meets um get it?
If she just killed a catty, get it out of it. Oh my God.
No, no. This is the boy.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh yeah, you ate that like it was nothing. I don't even know why I
That's
challenged
damn
you.
impressive.
Right, you're still eating it like it's nothing. You don't feel it yet?
No,
Hasn't even taken a sip.
no. Was Mark taking something?
Wait
What?
until you see the video of Brandon turning
Brand,
every shade of red. 50 shades of red. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Glad you enjoyed.
Yeah, I got to see someone not bothered by it for the first time. That
Oh,
was interesting.
comes a pain.
Um,
Ah,
Delayed reaction?
here comes a pain. Right at the end.
If the lightning doesn't get you, the thunder will.
Right at the end. It's the kicker.
all of the seeds.
Oh, I'm keeping the seeds
Oh, cool.
just for funsies.
Very nice.
And I read about it, and I'm supposed to dry them up and and I eat jalapenos in sandwiches like pickles. Sandwich, get out of here. Um,
You're talking about keeping the seeds.
oh, dry them up, and you should know, Mark. Woo!
Oh boy, now it's gotcha. Now it's gotcha. I knew it was coming. It's a creeper. Oh my goodness. We dry like heirloom seeds that any hybrid seeds, that plant can revert. So you're not guaranteed to get the same result from the seeds of a hybridized plant. Okay. So you may not get the same pepper and you might get something really wonky funky or something absolutely amazing.
They
When
have
you,
something maternal dominant or yeah,
yeah,
there's
yeah, you don't know what will dominate, or you might get lucky and it's exactly what you wanted. But heirloom seeds are seeds that have not been crossed with other varieties. And what we do is we dry them. Well, we harvest them, we dry them, and then we freeze them because most seeds need to go dominant, or I'm sorry, dormant in the winter. So that's the chest freezer. And then we bring them out and sprout them out in the spring. But yeah, if you have any heirloom, if there's any heirloom peppers in that bunch, uh,
um some well, I don't know if any of them would be considered heirloom like
oh, twisted
lineage
things.
Dogs.
necessarily.
Just playing with my door dog.
Okay. Oh, okay, so they're all hybrids. That's
Not
how they get them.
necessarily hybrids. It's just I don't know how much I trust the suppliers to have um um but I mean I have some fish peppers. I have red Jamaican Scotch bonnets.
Oh,
Um
yum, yum, yum.
I
Yes.
have Fatalis, um Dorset Naga, um
Dang, I don't even know what all those are. But the
what else?
Jamaican,
I have a couple others, but
yeah.
yeah, I could send a list.
I you I I've lost track of how many peppers you've told us about, and just seeing those bowls, I'm like, I gotta get some of these. But you're pretty much done, or no, you're just about ready to harvest that second round because you said you had blooms.
Oh, no, they
Okay.
gotta, the blooms, I mean, they're blooming now, they'll bloom for a while. They don't like the hot weather, so it's just kind of starting to um cool them down a little bit. I moved them into the shade and that seems to have made a big difference. Um, they the flowers set most readily when they get temperatures in the mid 80s or so, upper to mid 80s. Um, so it's kind of coming down now here to a point where they will start setting fruit again.
Yeah.
Um, and then usually there's another big harvest towards late summer and into the fall. But last year I was harvesting all the way into like the end of November.
Oh,
So
wow.
there should be plenty of time.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's awesome. But
Mhm.
yeah, I know the our public library has a seed library,
Oh, that's
and
cool.
one of the rules with the seed library is that they're heirloom or land race seeds, that they haven't been hybridized. And if
Yeah.
they are hybrids, you have to label that because of what could happen with them reverting to one side or the other. But yeah, I think now you got me wanting to grow peppers in the house because peppers and marigolds in your tent help keep things like fungus gnats, spider mites. Yeah, they don't like those things.
No.
Do
So,
you put them in the same pots together?
no, no, just in
No.
the same tent.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah, I do that outside. So that is a good idea It's like, yeah, talking to some friends of mine so I can start some plants. And she grows these gorgeous marigolds. She said they get just incredibly gorgeous under those lights because, it's special grow lights. And her pepper plants are amazing. And they're like yours. She's got all of these strains of peppers and strains of cannabis, but do not let one touch the other.
Mm.
Especially, well, you don't want to open any part of the pepper plant near a flower of cannabis because that's just taking too many chances. But
Mm.
yeah, they keep the pests away. So I think I'm going to look for some, see what we've got left over at the end of, now that it's the end of the season,
Yeah.
I'll start growing inside. Mm,
I
but
learned
those,
something today.
Oh
oh
yeah,
yeah,
we all learned a lot about gardening just now.
yeah, the
Yes.
colors are so beautiful in those peppers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Let me tell you guys something you didn't know. When Ann said, I don't even know what all those pepper names are. I don't ever know anything Mark is talking about. But it just sounds so knowledgeable and like I don't even need to fact check it. I just sit here and listen like I'm learning something. I forget after every 3 seconds, but I feel very knowledgeable
Wow.
listening to
Yeah,
Mark. Like I'm learning something. It'll come back to me later. Like this is what Mark said. But at the
yeah,
I enjoy listening to the
Don't
knowledge. I don't
don't
even have to
take
fact
my
check
word for
being
it.
so
Just
knowledgeable.
yeah, don't take my word for anything just at
Too late for
face
that.
value. It's always, always important to fact check everybody.
That's just
Yeah,
what a
so
genius has to
far.
say.
yes. I was just going to say from the mouth of a genius, the humility is what makes you the genius. And I respect that.
Thank you.
And we can never learn enough. It's like I'm
Yeah.
always looking for new stuff. So when you're talking about all of this, and I'm like, oh my gosh, talking to my canna buddies, and it's like grow a couple pepper plants in the tent. Just don't harvest the peppers in the tent.
Yeah.
See you later, Jocelyn.
See you,
Yeah.
Joy.
The first, like before I got to know Mark, there was like things he was talking about, and I was like, wow, can that be true? And I was like searching stuff like the first few things, and I was like, okay, I gotta stop fact checking this guy because he knows this shit.
Yeah, and so fascinating. I love listening to you, Mark. Do we have
Sound like a groupie, but I like listening too.
yeah. Well, we are groupies. We are we're a little group here, but I see Chris, I can't even try to pronounce it. Decarme.
Garme.
Ducharme.
Decarme.
Ducharme.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I have a CH in my name that throws people off. Hello,
Oh,
Chris.
Chris.
How's it going, everyone?
All right, yourself. Did you Oh yeah, you were there last night, weren't you? Well, it wasn't last night. It was
I was saying that last night, but Tuesday? Or
yeah.
Oh, I
yeah.
probably, yeah. So I missed you Tuesday. That's okay. I'm glad to see you here tonight. I just didn't recognize your name, and I'm kind of medicated right now.
How do you pronounce your last name?
My last name,
Yeah.
Ramaker. I don't know what you're seeing.
I
Um,
see dynamical.
oh, dynamically disabled. That's my Reddit.
I see a
Yeah.
dot 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 after the call.
Oh, yeah. That's my Reddit ID. Um,
Mine's
um,
like Street Viewer or something stupid like that.
oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I
Street
know.
visit.
For a while it was like we I still don't know who's who on Reddit, okay? So, you know, we did for a little bit put up our Reddit names, but yeah. So, but that's where we started. So, well, hello, it's nice to meet you, Chris.
I would say the same. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
And
The
the
other night,
icebreaker for, oh, go
Yes,
ahead.
the icebreaker for today. What was that?
Oh, I missed it. What was it?
Where would you be if you weren't here right now?
Oh, playing with my dogs.
Yeah,
That's
Chris.
right here.
Yeah, right. Chris, how about you? Where would you be if you weren't here right now?
Same spot, just not talking to you guys.
Yeah.
I tend to play some World of Warcraft while I'm talking to you guys.
Yeah, that's cool. That's chill.
Oh, you play?
Oh my.
Yeah.
Rad.
Oh, radical. We got some gamer twins.
Still
Very good.
I used to
love
play.
playing WoW.
We're bringing people together. Do you consider epilepsy a handicap?
Yes.
Do you consider epilepsy a disability? How many of you guys are approved for disability? Do any of you use epilepsy as a crutch? Do any of you not work? Did any of your neurologists told you not to work? What has someone said to you about any of these questions and their views hurt you? This is not a jab at anyone feeling this way. Please don't feel these are bad questions asked by me. I'm just about this due to some of the very harsh statements my sister said tonight. She will no longer be in my life. I just want to see how other epileptics and their caretakers may feel. I want to educate based on our own experiences. I would love to educate my sister, but it will never happen. There was a few questions in there. Did you guys catch one that you can remember?
I do consider it a disability, but never a crutch. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it is a disability.
It is. I have been told by a few doctors, yeah, I should be getting on disability, and I'm still not on it.
It's a disability, but I'm considered disabled. Yeah.
I've actually been working a lot lately, and luckily I won't be considered disabled. I've been at work for 27 out of 30, 31 days this month.
Well, that's a lot. Yeah, some people can still work. I worked for a while um before I had a clinical diagnosis, but you know how backtracking, it's like, oh, that's what that was. Those were seizures. You know what I mean? So, but I worked for quite a while, and we do have several people in our group that are still working. I'm happy you can still do that. I will admit a bit envious, but I'm really happy that you can still do that.
Yeah, I've
Like,
been doing this job for going on 16 years now,
Oh wow.
and it's just nice to have that nice paycheck.
I
Right.
mean, do you get insurance with that, if I can ask? I mean,
I'm currently with the Obamacare Act, but
okay.
but my work does offer that. It's just a little bit more expensive for basically the same thing that I get. And with this
Okay.
administration, who knows where it's going to go.
Yeah, insurance was always a problem a long time ago. People actually told me not to work because if I made a certain amount of money, uh, I would lose my parents' insurance when I was
Well, you
on
lose it
there.
when you're like 26 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, that was before that.
But
Um,
also with at least the Obamacare Act, I know the more you make, the more you're probably going to have to pay.
yeah. So, I mean, as far as paying for things and insurance, it's absolutely a disability. And
When you go through a few of these comments, one said it hinders my life and makes things as simple as driving non-negotiable and consider myself disabled, unfortunately. But disabled people do get perks, so there's a plus. Not sure what perks they're talking about.
2 years after you get Medicare.
My seizure sticker.
Any of the car placard?
Yes.
The park in front of the store? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I want one of those. Can I borrow yours or is that a crime?
Technically, my mom it stays in my mom's car, but my neurologist gave it to me years and years ago, and it just keeps renewing. The DMV sends something.
Oh, my doctor gave me something to go to get the stick no the placard, but I haven't gone to the thingy.
The comment here says it's a disability, but one with degrees depending on your individual situation. For me, my seizures are controlled. I work in theory, could drive, but live where that's not necessary and generally feel not impacted by others that having to take a pill twice a day. But I can't drink. I am forgetful. Had to be careful to get enough sleep. I'm automatically a high risk pregnancy, so I am impacted more than I realize, even though I know I am so lucky. My doctor told me I can't work, said they aren't sure if I'll ever be able to do it again. That's when it really set in that I'm disabled. I absolutely see epilepsy as a disability. However, I've heard that it's horrendously difficult to get approved for disability with just epilepsy. So I've never bothered to try. I'm not sure what you mean by using epilepsy as a crutch. Do you mean using it to get perks or something? Not sure how that would work. I am unemployed at the moment, but my neurologist has never said that I can't work. Actually, what hurts most is the feeling like I can't work, but being expected to. I feel afraid, like I will be having a seizure and lose control of my bladder, or my shirt will go up, or something, all in front of a bunch of people, and I'll be fired. When I express my concerns like this to anyone, I get told I'm just being silly. Wow.
So yeah, to add to that, I'm lucky enough to where I live within walking distance to not just my job, but to like where there's a small not a supermarket, but a small market where I could easily get food if I need it. But every now and then, every month, I end up going to get my medication with my mom, and we end up going to Walmart and all that and everything, which, like I said, makes me feel very lucky with how I am.
Did you tell me that you live alone?
I do.
You're not afraid of having one alone?
No, I mean, even though I have mostly nocturnal seizures, which, I could literally die end up tonight just because I have a seizure and vomit. Like, yeah, that's scary, but I feel like my seizures are pretty under control. The only
Don't
thing
let it hold you back.
sorry, what?
So yeah, don't let it hold you back because
Yeah.
you see it will.
The only thing I need to work on is stop drinking.
It's a good thing that you know that. It's a good sign.
That is one of the hardest things anybody can do.
Yeah, because I'm afraid to go into or I'm afraid that withdrawals will affect me, and it's much easier to not like if I'm drinking and I end up I could easily be having those. It's harder to quit and but it's very easy to start drinking, which is my problem is after like 3 months of where I've quit, I'll end up being like, oh, well, one's not going to hurt me, but then I end up having one, and I end up having two, and I end up having three. And it's much easier to get back into drinking than it is stop drinking, is what I was mostly trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most things are like that.
The one really can hurt you that much when that rationalization starts going, one isn't that big of a deal, Yes, it is. It's that invisible little step that sets off the whole chain reaction. Um, One is a lot bigger than it seems. So, if you can manage to quit, if you can manage to get to a month, then that one is a lot bigger
It's
of a
always
deal.
been it's always been 3 months. After like 3 months is then I'm like I'll either have start having the cravings again or I'll just end up being like YOLO and whatever. I'll have one and I'll be fine. But then I have one and then like I said, I have two and then I have three and
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw something in here about alcohol withdrawal. That's usually associated with a very high consumption, a toxic consumption of alcohol, and a sudden withdrawal. And it causes what's called delirium tremens, which is, it could be deadly. So,
you said what, delirium tremens?
tremens, yeah, DT. It's called the shakes.
Oh yeah,
It's
shakes.
yeah,
Yeah,
The
okay.
it's an
shakes.
emergency condition.
Yes, that is a medical emergency. So, if you become delirious or if you start shaking out of control, um, and you get cold sweats, definitely get to the hospital, especially if you've made a drastic reduction in what you've been consuming.
Oh yeah, and it's been I've been drinking since I was like 15 and I'm 32 now.
Oh, you're still young,
But if
but
I stick to beer and if I drank like hard liquor, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now.
yeah, pretty sure. I'm a bourbon girl myself, so I don't like beer. I prefer bourbon.
Rye whiskey.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I never heard of the word delirium tremens, but that makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's the medical term for the shakes that you get from alcohol withdrawal. And it is a medical emergency. But I mean, if your consumption, we don't need that personal information, but
Yeah,
just
I mean I don't mind
reduce.
saying, but I generally at average I would say 6 pack of tall boys of not tall boys, but 16 ounces of PBRs
A day.
a day, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that is, but you're
It's a
at your
lot,
first
but I
step.
also don't black out. It's been a
Yeah.
long time since I blacked out.
Well, that's good. And you know that limit before you black out. Yes or no? Yes.
I
But
would say yes, but I also, if I go out to the bars to hang out with someone or coworkers and all that, I end up drinking more than I should for sure.
oh yeah, we lose count. We don't count. I used to be like that. And yeah, I mean, I never had an issue where I was drinking every day for very long. I did notice that I was going through box wine a little too fast. Um, but that was when my daughters were teenagers and they're only 2 years apart. So to have a prepubescent, well, pubescent 12-year-old and an angry 14-year-old was pretty much when I was getting the box wine. So, but as far as alcohol withdrawal, you do want to know the symptoms, and that only happens when it is a drastic change. Like you were drinking for years and years like this, and all of a sudden you stopped. You may or may not be susceptible to that, but you still want to get the care that you need. But just recognizing this and knowing that you want to change it, that's step one.
Yeah, and I just wish rehabs weren't so damn expensive either.
Well, there's 12-step programs all over. Um, I highly recommend them.
You're saying AA, right?
Yeah, I went to Al-Anon. My dad was an alcoholic, and that created what it creates in the family, and because of that, I didn't want alcohol in my house at all. So I'm a pothead. and all the alcoholics judge me for that. So fuck
And
them.
yeah, I actually recently quit THC.
Oh yeah.
I think hiding certain, it was hiding absence seizures where I thought I would just have lost a train of thought where it was just because I was so high. I was like, yeah, it's whatever. But when I stopped it, I was like, no, this is like actually, I'm having these seizures and I should be talking to my doctor, which I'm now on a new medication, which I think is actually helping a lot with that.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, or CBD too. But depending on your medication, always discuss that with your doctor. Um, CBD and CBN are definitely better for seizures than THC, but a little goes a long way. Let's put it that way for the THC.
I
When it
would say for
comes,
almost anything, really.
what's that?
Yeah, I'd say little steps for almost anything, really. That's
Oh
what I've
yeah,
been trying to work with.
yeah. The tiny steps. There's a book called Atomic Habits, and it talks about how you can set small goals and just how you can turn just these little actions into habits that literally change your life. And yeah, every little thing we do is an atomic movement. So, I definitely congratulations on that, on reaching out and changing things for yourself. But yeah, the alcohol and epilepsy don't get along. That can be triggering those seizures. So, depending on the medication you're taking, it can be even more triggering, or it can be more dangerous because it could be more sedating, which means it'll slow your heart rate a little too much. Um, it just depends on what you're taking. So be mindful of that. But yeah, sometimes, and I'm trying to quit tobacco, and I got told today, it's like you have to quit today. No nicotine. So I can't use a patch, gum, inhaler, vape. And I'm out here having my last cigarette I can have for the next probably 2 months. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it.
I only wish you good luck because I also am trying to, or look at least looking to try quit
Yeah,
tobacco as well.
I learned a lot today about what tobacco does to the body, and I'm kind of ashamed of myself that I was doing this at all. But yeah, it's like number one, it's gonna slow healing, and it stiffens the tendons, and that's what I have to have reconnected. And it's like, oh dang. So I had to consent today and do it again for either artificial or donor, um, because we may have to do that. But hey, our bodies wear out. I'm an old lady, so I guess it was time to show the signs, right? But I I had to learn how to use cannabis appropriately. And, I know for myself, I will have a bourbon every now and then. I know when I go off the pain meds, I will definitely have a bourbon, but not while I'm taking them. Um, but it's not something I do every day because I know that it can have a really negative effect, and that can be a delayed effect. Like it might not hit me for 2 days because it just creates a ripple or something. I don't know.
And I would say that I was definitely using THC and then, for lack of a better term, in an appropriate way, where I was just eating edibles pretty much all the time.
Yeah, I am too, but in a very structured medicinal way. And I consider smoking recreational. And that conversation was fun to have with an anesthesiologist today. But I I'm still laughing about that. Everybody here knows I can't take my multivitamins after today, but I can smoke weed up until midnight before the surgery. I don't get it.
What are you having surgery for?
Oh, I tore my shoulder up. I fell on the corner of a concrete stair and tore the tendons off of all the rotator cuff muscles.
Well, I can say I've had a similar thing happen to me.
fun, huh? Can you give me any tips?
Tips? Not really. So it was probably like 5, 6 years ago. I pretty sure I had a seizure and fell down the stairs,
Yep.
broke my clavicle, which is your collarbone, like right at the same spot as your shoulder,
Oh.
and got woken up from my roommates in my bed. So I fell down the stairs and then managed to walk all the way up to my bed without having any recollection of it.
Right.
And now I have metal and a screw and all this crap in my shoulder. And
Oh, they had to fuse. Well, yeah, you got hardware. Yeah, I've got that in my neck. I don't,
luckily, I didn't have to pay for it.
right? It's like thankfully
Nice.
there wasn't a $20,000 copay, right? Mm, man, I'm
Yeah,
sorry
it would have
about.
been like 50K if my insurance didn't cover it.
Oh God. Oh my gosh, I can't. I'm so grateful that I have insurance. Yes, it's government insurance. I'm just grateful I have it. But yeah, I I'm looking forward to this, but getting anxious and but man, they're like, how did you do this? This is so unusual. And as soon as I explained it, it's like, oh yeah, okay, that would do it. Because it's not, it's just not a normal thing to tear all of them at one time. And that's what I did. But they were already starting to fray. And
Yeah, I'm not sure how it affected my tendons or anything, but like it definitely, I definitely have a weak shoulder now.
oh yeah, you got to keep working that. You got to keep moving it.
And
Motion.
luckily, I had a lot of physical therapy that worked really well too, and it didn't cost me too much.
Yeah. Did you save any of your notes?
No, unfortunately not, but I still remember some things that they
Yeah.
told me, and I still can at least make it not hurt.
There you go. Yeah. When you learn how to resolve the pain, that's I've considered physical therapy as
I
school.
recommend it a lot if you can afford it.
Yeah. It's school. They teach you how to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
And I keep all of those printouts, all of the exercises from I still have some from 1996 and I pulled those out because I wrecked my other shoulder and I'm like, well, it can't hurt, right? So I kept it moving, kept it, kept my body moving. And you're gonna see Kate's face. Just watch her face. And I mowed a half acre yesterday, just before it started raining. Yeah, I got it done. So I'm not completely broken. It's
Nice
just,
job.
yeah, thank you. It's just certain positions or movements
Don't
that,
encourage that.
well, I gotta. Tomorrow might be a perfect day to dethatch. I don't know. But anyway, I might
More
have,
like detach.
I'll be the little devil on your shoulder. What are we encouraging again?
just a little bit of yard work.
No manual labor. Bottom
It,
line, no exceptions.
Especially if you're about to go into surgery, I wouldn't
Don't even
recommend it.
carry a laundry basket.
well, they didn't say that. They actually asked me if I still could.
Okay, fuck it. I'm saying it.
Listen to her.
Listen to mom
She's gonna come up here and
and kick your butt into
I,
bed.
I can hear it. It's like, don't make me come up there.
You're gonna get trouble with mom.
Oh, but yeah,
No, your Instacart driver should even bring your groceries in now.
oh, yeah, no, we don't do that. I've got my daughter. That's what she's doing tomorrow. Bless her heart. Oh my God, such an emotional conversation yesterday, guys. Almost lost it. But yeah, it's the what the fuck, mom. And this has been going on for most of my life, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to get it straightened out this time, but putting things off, saying you have to have this surgery, but we're going to cancel it again. Yeah, no, not this time.
I mean, I could probably say the reverse, where my mom says, "What the fuck, Chris?"
Yeah, it's like, okay, what did she do this time? I get that.
Not get emotional.
Yeah. Well, my girls had to. They had to.
Uh,
They deserved it. I can't be mad at it because this is so frustrating, and they're realizing that this is what I've been putting up with for years. And it's like, yeah, I had to find a way to
It
make.
is hard for me to kind of reverse it to where I would have to deal with my mom in that way, instead of my mom dealing with me in this way, which,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, it's gotta be emotional no matter what.
it is. It really is. And if there wasn't a law where family members cannot share trauma therapists in New York State, I would have her talking to my therapist because the trauma that she's experienced just watching these seizures start before I even recognize them or come out of nowhere because I have what my doctor calls the full spectrum of epileptic seizures. And we never know what to expect. So if I'm having a
Yeah.
bad day and she has to leave for work, she owns her own business. So some days she's gone 16 hours and I'm home alone. So she gets nervous and my heart goes out to her more than I even worry about myself. So, Kate, trust me, I do know some of my limits, but I laid down. The tractor ran out of gas. I chugged, I don't know, probably 16 ounces of water, laid down for 15 minutes, went back out and finished the rest of it, and I was fine. Came in, put the ice on my shoulder, and watched another episode of In Season.
I do have a question for everyone though.
Yeah, go. Let's hear it.
Um, how many of you seen someone else experience like a tonic-clonic seizure?
I have. I
Right
have.
here on the show.
Right here on the show. We all, yeah.
I mean, I mean more in real life.
Nope.
nope, not me.
I couldn't even find one on the internet when someone asked me to show what a seizure is. Couldn't
I
even do
Oh,
have.
that.
oh, I've got some. Yeah, I
I got some
was.
videos myself.
Someone else? No.
There was another
Being
girl.
myself? Yes.
There was another girl at a shelter that I was at that also had seizures, and well, so I knew what to do for her. She knew what to do for me.
Yeah, yeah. I had one of my coworkers had a seizure at work, and that was before I was diagnosed. But I knew what to do because before I had that job, I was working at the hospital. So, you know, we had to be able to triage, especially a seizure, because back then, in the mid 90s, any suspicion of an epileptic seizure was instant seizure protocol. And now they play games with us, But yeah, I've seen epileptic seizures and cardiac seizures and diabetic seizures.
Yeah, I have witnessed a tonic-clonic, and it was before my seizures came back,
Oh wow, yeah.
and as I saw it, I, kind of panicked.
Yeah.
But now that my seizures have come back, I've studied a lot. I've witnessed, or not witnessed, but I've at least online, I've seen some more, and about every year, I
Mm.
tell my coworkers through we have something called hot schedules, which I can tell everyone and anyone and everyone, like, hey, this is what might happen, this is what will happen, and this is how you do it.
Yeah,
And I do that almost every year, just to just because,
that's
even
cool. Yeah,
even
'cause
though I have my tonic-clonics are usually nocturnal, but in the past like few months, I've witnessed a lot of myself having absent seizures, and I was like, hey, this is what's probably gonna happen. This is the scary ones,
Yeah.
but these are the ones that you probably can't witness. But this is what will probably happen when you can't see this. And because I said that, a lot of people are like, I'm glad you told me this, and they're like, I don't know exactly what they said, but it was nice hearing at least their, I don't know, rebuttals. I don't know if that's the right word, but they're
Their
like, hey, yeah,
empathy. Yeah. Yeah. And that's cool that you're surrounded by people that care like that, that they're like, I'm glad I know that now. But yeah, it's scary to be a witness. Um, I remember the first one for me. I'll never forget it. So that's one way to know that it's traumatizing. So, I tell my family members all the time that my heart goes out to them because I'm not seeing that. I'm just waking up from it. And yeah, everything hurts, all of that, wah, boo hoo, I'm cranky, whatever, we don't know. But they have to watch it. And I can understand their frustration and the trauma that causes because it's scary to watch. And
100%. Yeah, it's very scary to watch. And
yeah, and when you have to be an active caregiver, I'm not going to lie, even with other people around, I felt like my life was in danger. And my daughter has to manage me on my own, on her own. But she's a power lifter, so she can. But it's so frightening to not have that additional support for her. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I'm kind of glad that I've seen it. Have you seen any of your own? There we go. Let's do that.
I
Yes.
have not seen any of my own. I don't have any cameras or anything, just because I feel like I know if I've had a seizure. Like I said, I've have them nocturnally mostly.
Hmm.
When they came back, I was having them at work, and very easy to know when you're having a tonic-clonic.
Oh yeah, yeah. But those nocturnal seizures, it's like I don't remember them. I just know how I feel and the evidence of it when I wake up.
Yeah, and luckily when I was younger and they were first intact, I was sharing a room with my brother, and my brother went to my mom and he's like, I don't know what's happening, but this is happening. And then, well,
Yeah.
got through them, but then they came back.
Yeah. That happens. Even like with JME, like juvenile myoclonic is known for that. It's like a recessive type of, it just goes into remission and then it'll come back as, an adult. And it's not adult onset. If you have the history of JME, they can't even call that an adult onset because that's expected. So when you have any epilepsy as a child, there's always a chance of it coming back, which is one of the reasons they say there's no cure, but we just haven't found it yet. I think there's hope.
Pardon my ignorance, but what is a cardiac seizure?
A cardiac seizure is basically a heart attack where all of the valves in your heart seize and it causes the brain to seize. But it's a full blown instantaneous tonic clonic.
Oh.
The entire body goes rigid and it's quite dramatic, but it can also be subtle, but never mistaken as an epileptic seizure because it is so tonic. It's called rigidity or rigor. I'm sorry. It's called rigor. And rigor is what your body experiences after death when it stiffens. And
Like
that's,
rigor mortis?
yes, just like rigor mortis. It looks like it's come on instantly. And that's what a cardiac seizure looks like. And it comes from your heart suddenly stopping. Yes, you're having a heart attack, but you're not dead yet, you know.
Oh.
And then the diabetic seizures, those can be quite frightening as well. Those include a lot of vomiting. Yeah, but it's frightening. and you can go into a diabetic coma from those. But yeah, nocturnal seizures after I guess I let my brain, I let my mind process that. After they stopped for the most part, I realized how frightening that was. But I was kind of glad that I wasn't feeling anything. Did you feel like that, Chris, where it was just like, yeah, I know I had a seizure, but I'm glad I wasn't there.
I would say yes and no. Like it having a tonic-clonic nocturnally, it can be. So I've had them only like 99% of my seizures have been tonic-clonic. When they came back, I was doing a lot of drugs, and I think one of the main reasons they came back was because of sleep deprivation.
Oh, maybe.
And being as young as I was, I realized I could die pretty much at any moment, at any time, and has made me not really fear my seizures anymore, even though, in a sense, you probably should. But
Yeah, but yeah, kind of when I realized I could wake up dead, pun intended, it's like I have absolutely no control over this. So,
exactly, and
okay, it took me, I still struggle, but yeah, it's like, okay, um, carry on.
yeah, it's just like I don't have the control over this, although having the good medicine and making sure I sleep well, and as long as I'm doing that, and then even though I drink a lot, which I know absolutely know I shouldn't, it's kind of at the point where I'm just like, yeah, okay, it could happen at any time, at any moment, even if I'm not drinking or not. But makes me makes me, especially when I was young, I was like, I could die at any moment, and it hasn't really bothered me ever since.
Yeah, yeah, that moment of it's like, yeah, but that could happen to anyone. I mean,
Yeah,
how
I
many,
could.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead. Go
how
ahead.
many of us know people who have been completely altered by car accidents? They didn't expect that.
Yeah, that was a point I was gonna bring up is anything like that. Like I'll be walking to work and staring at like someone on in a car, and I'm walking past a crosswalk, and they're still coming at me, and I'm like staring at them, like, you're gonna stop? You're gonna stop? You're gonna stop?
Oh God.
But I also think that kind of sense has made me have really fast reactions
Yeah.
to where I'm like, yeah, if you're not gonna stop, I know I'm gonna be able to jump.
hmm Right? It's like I'll leave myself just enough room. Mm. Wow. Well, I'm glad you're here. And, it's,
Yeah, it's been nice talking to you about this.
yeah, this is the kind of support that helped me a lot. I was ready to give up myself. And,
Yeah, and I've
it's like,
recently found this podcast and I've enjoyed it a lot.
oh, I'm glad. Yeah. And, just getting to the point where you are right now, this is the beginning of a new journey. And yeah, I, I wish you the best. And I can tell you're gonna do the best that you can for yourself. But yeah, you have to be very careful with anticonvulsants, epilepsy, and alcohol. It's just,
Yeah, my biggest problem right now is alcohol for sure. But
I know.
I've been able to find my limits.
Yeah, that's tough though. I get it.
But yeah, it's easy to go over those limits when you want to hang out with people and all that.
But the first step is accepting it, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
And that's where you are. It's like, okay, this may be doing a negative thing to me, and I don't want that.
But
And yeah,
also the part, a lot of the reason why I like to drink is because it makes me more feel like I'm more open. I can talk to people better. I feel more myself, and I think the fact that I've passed 16, 17 years that I've been drinking is partially of how I've grown up,
Oh yeah.
which is rough, especially being an epileptic.
Yeah. And alcohol is so socially accepted and
That
almost,
too, yeah.
yeah. And it's a part of our social culture
Hmm.
where it's like, oh, we're going to hang out at this bar,
Yep.
or bring your own
And
bottle.
we do that with, or I do that with a lot of coworkers and stuff. And
Yeah.
when I'm at work, I'm in work mode, not in social mode. I'm here
Right.
to do my job, make sure, because I basically run my kitchen, and I'm not there to be friends with people. I'm there to, hey, you guys need to be doing your job. I'm here to do my job, which is to tell you, make sure you're doing your job.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then having a shift beer, which we all call it at work, is a way to kind of diffuse from being in that mode.
Yep. In the galley. Yeah.
Well, and different industries have different vibes too. Like if you're you sit in the kitchen,
Yeah.
if you oh yeah, like I've heard that if you work in if you're a chef and those type of industries, there's a lot of drinking and it'd be really hard
A
to
lot of
get away from it.
drinking
Oh
and
yeah.
a lot of I mean, some kitchens there's a lot of cocaine too, which
Oh, absolutely.
I was
Oh yeah.
luckily I've it's been about it's 10 years since I stopped doing it.
Wow. Congrats on that.
But I
Thank
work in one of the busiest pizza places in New Hampshire. And
Oh. Oh.
Must be fun though.
Oh.
I don't know if
See,
I'd say fun, but
and I'm gonna
I bet you have
guess,
stories. I bet you have stories though.
do y'all make your own
one or
dough?
two. Yep.
Sourdough?
Not sourdough, just pizza dough.
Okay.
Okay, is it true that the secret is the water that makes it good? I'm on the West Coast and you can't get good pizza here.
I am on the East Coast, so like I said, New
Yeah.
Hampshire. But I wouldn't say the water. I would say how I don't know how to compare that.
You can get like decent pizza here, but like when I lived in okay, anything outside of New York City is called upstate New York. So I lived in Poughkeepsie, New York, and
Mm.
which is upstate New York, and you could get good pizza there, but New York is good pizza. And you hear that it's because of the water.
And yeah, we have what's technically called New Hampshire style pizza, New York style pizza, whatever. But it's depends on how it can depend on how the pizza is, how it proofs,
Yeah.
which can be anywhere from how the humidity is, what we're using for yeast. I mean, also depends on the toppings. It depends on the sauce, any of that and all of that.
It's an art for sure. But yeah, thin crust or thick?
Like I said, it's New York style, which you generally use to understand it stood as a bit of a thin crust.
Okay.
It's
Because there's
crispy on
two,
the bottom.
yeah, and there's two New York style pizzas. Like the one you described is New York City. Um, and then there's Buffalo, New York with pizza and wings, where it's a slightly thicker crust. Um, it's not a foldable, it's not usually a foldable crust. But yeah, just curious because I grew up in a pizza shop. But yeah. And if you're the busiest, man, how many pizzas do you put out a night on a weekend?
So tonight was Friday, right? Um, we do a lot of pizzas by the slice. We don't do
Okay.
delivery or anything like that,
Okay.
but we do by the slice, which attracts a lot of people. I would say anywhere we probably did like at least 600 pizzas tonight, if not 700. And the last ticket number was like 850 to 900.
Wow, you guys are busy.
And
No
the
wonder there's
most
so much cocaine.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
no, I get that, but luckily there's not a lot. There's none there actually.
But yeah, no, I get it with the cocaine. I do. Didn't happen in our shop, but we definitely had a lot of cannabis. I was introduced to
Oh
it
yeah,
when I 60 years ago.
I would say at least 60% of the people that work there smoke.
Mhm.
That's what makes the pesto good.
Yeah, we for sure.
I just got some trim, and my daughter bought some pesto, and neither one of us intended to do that together. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have some
Rick.
fun. I'm gonna have some fun with that jar later on.
Hey Rick, how you doing? The icebreaker today was, what would you do if you weren't here right now?
I'd be sleeping like I should be.
Probably me too. Oh
It's
no, I
Friday
haven't.
night.
Yeah, you can be a little up for a Friday night. Who cares?
Hey, it's almost midnight over here, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
It's only 8:30.
And I
Yeah.
gotta be up for noon. I gotta be at work at noon tomorrow.
You got plenty of time.
Dang. Well, just don't go over your limit, because, yeah, here on the East Coast, it is 11:34. I'm used to going to bed at 9 o'clock. Yeah, but this is
Yeah.
my Friday night sesh. So,
I'm at noon all weekend today.
oh
Or not
yeah,
today, but this weekend.
yeah. Prep.
Rick, were your ears burning earlier? I was talking about you.
Uh-oh. No, it wasn't. I was napping. What's up?
Oh no, it's okay. I was just saying that I'll go watch the podcast. I was saying that I wanted to learn about your story about having epilepsy and a CSF leak. So I will go watch the podcast.
Okay.
But that's all I was saying. It was nothing bad,
Okay.
if you believe me.
Well, I'll have to watch the video once this gets done, and I'll double check. I believe
Exactly.
you.
I'm a
I
big
believe you.
liar.
I believe you, and I could always direct message you if you want. Go through some
Yeah, no,
details.
I'd love to chat. We can DM.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks. I will also watch the podcast, Pookie. I subscribed.
All right.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the subscription.
You're welcome.
And holding this one for a while, you guys. Says, do you feel like your epilepsy limits your capacity for fun? As someone with epilepsy, I feel like it limits my capacity for fun of what I can do and how much or how long I can do it for. Some examples: one, personally, I like to stay fit, so I'll go to the gym and do weights with a friend 2 or 3 days out of the week, but I have to limit how much I can do and how much I can lift for. Two, I also used to run 5Ks for school, but I would have to use clonazepam as what I liked to call my supercharger. So it would lower the chances of my having a seizure. I'm obsessed with superheroes, so I would even do the eye snapping open thing from Captain America, First Avenger when it kicked in. Three, almost every year my family goes to Cape Cod in Massachusetts. There's a high ropes course there near my aunt's house that we sometimes go to. Side note, I have acrophobia, a fear of heights, and my seizures are occasionally affected by heart rate. So do the math. You feel like epilepsy limits your capacity for fun. It depends on the things you like to do, because some people find fun in things that aren't necessarily dangerous at all. Yeah, I like doing this. I don't know. I like editing stuff. Yeah, I find fun in this. Painting, more of this. Um, yeah, a lot of this.
And wearing the crown.
Yeah, I had to put this on today. Kate said she'll be back. But yeah, you guys, do you feel like it limits your capacity for fun?
Yes,
How so?
because I can't do anything.
That's not the attitude to have. Come on. You're
All
here.
right, you can do anything.
You can do anything anyone else could do, just with accommodations, of course.
That's it. With the right accommodations for safety, you can do a bunch of shit. Just having you guys as friends has proven that. And so it's just, yeah, maybe it's not for as much time, but you know what? That's okay because you still get to do it and have fun. I'm falling asleep. I love you.
And you sound so stoned. Are you stoned?
Oh, this is my Ambien and my Escapre's kicking in.
You
It's
sound like
divine. I love the combination so much.
Gooby Dooby Doo.
Yes, it's like I feel like goo. A little bit of green, a little
I've
dapple do,
taken
yeah.
Ambien recreationally before, and I get where you're at.
Does it make you look like Angel's looking right now?
Oh God. Okay.
Angel's looking great.
Yeah, no.
Wait, oh yes, he is out.
And that's just Excopri.
Like turn on the damn light. Okay, there you go.
Oh, so adorable.
Hey.
You're still standing.
You think I'm standing?
I can barely hold myself up, but oh, Angel is
Does it
just
feel
like
like you're floating?
he's so adorable.
It's like I'm sloshing in a bowl. Like my head is fishy and it's going wee.
Oh yeah, that fishbowl feeling. Sounds like it's bedtime.
Yeah, I probably should go. Uh, Peace, people. I see
Love
you.
you.
I
Have a
see you
good night. Sleep
Tuesday,
well.
if not sooner.
If not sooner. Okay, sleep well.
Cheers.
Go ask Alice. Good night, love.
Night.
Oh my goodness, Angel is out. Is that his hand?
He's been out for a while.
Yeah.
Angel's been gone for a while.
I can't tell if that's his hand because it looks all tiny.
Angel.
It's his hand.
Don't wake him up.
If I were in like junior high, I'd want to like draw something on his forehead.
I know, right?
Oh my God. You guys want to hear a terrible
Oh,
story
shoot,
I
we
Yes,
woke him up.
did when I
please.
was younger?
Always. Always.
So, when I was younger, I was definitely in high school. I was probably 17, 16, 17. And we were always way too drunk for our age, even doing some cocaine. But me and my buddy, kid, fell asleep. And we're like, all right, let's just draw some like swastikas or some penises or whatever, or something stupid like that as a fucking kid. But then we got to a point where we're like, all right, let's just cover him in Sharpies. So we literally, his entire face, his arms, his legs, anything and everything was covered in Sharpies. And then I woke up to him writing "fuck you" on my forehead. I still today feel so fucking bad about that.
Yeah, but you know what? Y'all get over it, okay? You're in your 30s. I got 30 years on you, bro. You're gonna look back and laugh just like I did.
Exactly, yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if he would, but I don't think I've talked to him since.
Well,
But
you know,
I
I
definitely
hope.
have a lot of remorse for that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I hope you can get over that, and I hope he gets over himself. But
I
man,
mean,
he was
I'm
out.
te-
He had to be out.
oh yeah. And then my
Wow.
buddy's dad was yelling at us. He's like, "Leave him alone." Blah, blah, blah." We're like, "No."
I
Oh
was
my.
always the girl who fell asleep first, so they always did stuff to me. It's okay.
I have a picture up on my Facebook.
You were drunk?
Yeah, and
Are you the
passed
one
out.
getting Sharpied on?
Yes,
Oh, that's
let
interesting.
me
I'm curious.
find it.
I
All right.
wish I had pictures of one of my sleepovers. I think I was like 16, and I literally woke up with Dolly Parton makeup. It was, I screamed when I looked in the mirror. It was so funny. I hated my friends then, and I still talk to them. So that was 1977, and we're still a tight little group of girls in our 60s. So,
I bet that's nice to have that at least.
yeah.
Right.
Yep, and we're all over the country. One of them, um, I think she's in Barcelona right now for a couple
Oh,
of years.
dang.
Yeah, they're just amazing women. But yeah, we talk about that one all the time. They, they just, I had really blonde hair. I mean, not the blondest, but kind of an ashy, but bright blonde hair.
I was
And
born more
Dolly
the
Parton.
strawberry blonde,
Yeah, not
and
really. Yeah.
both of my brothers have black hair. We always have the kind of funniness of that I was either adopted or the mailman who came around.
Oh yeah, somebody or the plumber, maybe. I mean, the plumber. I mean, he was hot.
But now that we've gotten older, we're like, yeah, we definitely look like a lot of, like each other.
Oh shoot. Okay. I gotta turn my mic off for a while. I am too stoned for this.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.